Ugh, my head. Felix groaned as he held his head and rubbed his temples with a pained expression. After a moment, his eyes widened slightly as he felt a cold chill below him. Glancing around, he realized he was lying on a hard, cold floor. Quickly scanning the unfamiliar environment, his mouth fell open in surprise. Wait, what's going on? Wasn't I blown to pieces when the plane exploded? How come I'm here now? Felix had a dazed look as confusion enveloped his mind. He vividly remembered his private jet exploding and was certain he had died. Why was he suddenly here? Felix tried to make sense of the situation. Suddenly, an intense and excruciating pain shot through his brain. His face turned as white as a sheet of paper, and tiny beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. Felix was in agony, clutching his head and rolling on the ground, screaming at the top of his lungs. It felt like a swarm of ants was attacking his brain. Huge and strange foreign information were being injected into his mind. He didn't want to see these information. He just wanted the pain to stop. After 5 to 10 minutes, the pain finally subsided. Huff, gasping for air, Felix lay on the cold ground, drenched in sweat. His face, once contorted in pain, now looked pale and calmed. He wondered what had caused the sudden assault of pain and struggled to get up, only to be hit with another wave of agony coursing through his body. Fuck, what the hell? Taking deep breaths, Felix cursed under his breath, trying to make sense of what was happening. Eventually, he managed to sit up and lean against a nearby wall, still catching his breath. The pain he had just endured was unlike anything he had ever felt before in all his years. It felt like he had just survived a disaster. Leaning against the wall, Felix was still sweating profusely, even though the pain in his brain had subsided. The pain in his body, however, was really taking a toll on him. Suddenly, Felix felt something strange tugging at his soul. His expression became odd, as he had never felt anything like it before. He slowly closed his eyes, and a few moments later, his eyes snapped open. Fear, shock, happiness, and a mix of emotions brewed violently in his eyes. His jaw dropped, his eyes widened, and he sat rooted to the spot, feeling bewildered, dumbfounded, and confused. Then, his face changed drastically. Where am I? Why am I here? What's going on? Felix asked 3 questions in a row, but unfortunately, there was no one there to answer him. Have I been reborn in another world? Felix took a deep breath as this thought crossed his mind. Yes, that was the conclusion he came to because what had just happened to him felt like being reborn, or what people usually call transmigration. Yes, that's right, Felix had been reborn, but what was special was that his soul had traveled from another world to this new one. Felix came from a completely different world called Earth. On Earth, he was an orphan. He had been found in a trash can with only a short letter and his first name, Felix. Since he didn't have a surname, the dean of the orphanage gave him the surname Morningstar. In the orphanage, children were given names in alphabetical order, but because he already had a first name, he was given the surname Morningstar since it concluded with the letter M in the alphabetical order of names in the orphanage. During his childhood in the orphanage, Felix was found to be exceptionally smart for his age. He learned to talk at just 1 year old and started recognizing characters at 2 years old. He could pick up anything and learn it with extreme ease. While other kids his age were busy playing in the mud and hiding during games of hide and seek, Felix was busy soaking up elementary school knowledge. Due to his high intelligence, he was often picked on by the other children at the orphanage. The dean and caretakers would always compare the other kids to Felix, which made everyone unhappy. No one wanted to play with him, so he was always left alone in a corner. Despite the bullying, Felix started school at the age of 3 and was always at the top of his class. He excelled in all his exams, won competitions, and became a bit of a local celebrity. He became what people called someone else's child because parents would use him as an example for their own kids to follow. This made it hard for Felix to make true friends. This continued on until high school. The bullying became quite a frequent occurrence when he made it to high school. Due to the relentless bullying, Felix learned a few defensive skills to defend himself. With his high IQ, learning these techniques came easily to him. A result, he was able to stand up to his bullies and even outsmart them with a few tricks. One time, he even managed to trick his bullies into getting into a fight with a local gang near his high school. He was always the first choice for adoption at the orphanage. But Felix knew that all these people wanted to only use him for their own selfish gains and desired. He refused every adoption offer and eventually moved out of the orphanage. When he was about to attend university in a different city, he rented a small apartment, studied in the mornings, and worked part-time at night. With his high IQ, he quickly made a lot of money, bought tons of books, and studied subjects ranging from finance to marketing, mathematics to physics, biology, chemistry, computer science to economics to philosophy. Felix was a real brainiac. He could learn just about anything and everything, that he could speak 20 different languages fluently, thanks to his amazing memory and high comprehension that he was studying finance at university and was making a ton of money in the stock market with his high IQ and extreme foresight. By the time he was 19, he was already a millionaire, achieving financial freedom and living the dream. In his fourth year of university, Felix started his own investment firm. He had a knack for picking winning stocks and companies, earning him the nickname Midas Touch. Various companies wanted him to invest them, and he quickly became one of the youngest billionaires in the world. His investment firm became one of the top Fortune 500 companies. He also topped the Forbes list as one of the youngest billionaire on earth. Despite all his wealth and power, Felix was always alone. People only wanted to be around him for what they could get, not because they actually cared about him. He had no real friends or anyone to talk to when he was feeling down. He didn't trust anyone except himself. But life has a funny way of throwing curveballs. On June 29th, 2024, Felix was getting ready for a business trip on his private jet. Little did he know, his life was about to change in ways he never could have imagined. While flying above the Atlantic Ocean, his private plane suddenly shook violently. Before he could ask the pilot what was going on, the plane exploded into a ball of fire, completely engulfing him. He thought he was dead, but to his surprise, he woke up in an entirely different world. It felt like he had been reborn, something he thought only happened in novels. Little did he expect it would happen to him. Felix was always busy managing his company, but in his free time, he would occasionally read online novels he knew what being reborn or transmigration means. Felix smiled bitterly as he reflected on his past experiences. His life had been a mix of good and bad luck. Don't let me know who killed me, or I'll FCK. Felix cursed angrily, feeling frustrated and lost. Even if he did figure out who killed him, he had no idea how to seek revenge. Just the thought of it made Felix grind his teeth in anger. He punched the ground in frustration, only to wince in pain moments later. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself down. Calm down. There's always a way, he reminded himself. Let's look at the memories of this body, Felix thought as he began to look at the memories of the original owner of this body, his soul have occupied. That a few minutes later, Felix had a devastated look on his face. His mouth kept twitching. His gaze was vacant and a dazed look. I'm dead. I'm completely dead. Faint, illusory tears streamed down his pale face. FCK, how am I an orphan again? Felix wiped the imaginary tears away and cursed angrily. The person, also named Felix, had been an orphan just like him, and he had been bought from a slave market by a kind man who treated him well, even removing the slave seal place on him. But that man had been killed under mysterious circumstances. Since then, the original Felix had been living on the streets, doing whatever odd jobs he could find to survive. Despite resorting to stealing at times, Felix admired the resilience of the person whose body he now occupied. Felix admires the original owner of this body because after acquiring a certain amount of money, the guy took in a few orphans who lived on the streets by begging and looked after them, that he even bought a few from the slave market and released the slave seal on them, granting them freedom. The people he took in loved and cared for him since he had rescued and cared for them. Even though he was poor and struggling, he had a family to love, which gave him a purpose to live. As Felix browsed through the memories of the original owner, he had an envious and jealous look on his face. Back on Earth, he was one of the richest and most influential people, but he was extremely lonely with no family. In contrast, the original owner, despite being poor and facing challenges, was surrounded by people who cared for him and loved him, people he could call family. Felix shook his head and laughed, imagining if his predecessor had also traveled to another world or traveled to Earth, and maybe his body didn't explode along with the plane and his predecessor have taken over his body, that it would have been interesting to see a poor man suddenly becoming rich overnight, and a rich man suddenly becoming poor overnight. Felix chuckled at the thought and continued to browse through the memories. Just like Felix, his predecessor met an unfortunate end. He was ambushed and beaten by a gang in a remote place because he refused to give in to their demands. Due to his thin, weak, and malnourished body, he tragically died. Felix's expression was grim as he delved into the memories of his predecessor. He had nothing to his name, struggling to even afford 3 square meals a day. For what he remembered, this world was far from peaceful. It was downright dangerous. That on top of that, his current body was weak and in poor condition. How was he supposed to survive in this harsh world? Democrat Minnesota, which god of transmigration brought me here. Take me back, I don't want to stay, Felix muttered angrily, gazing up at the night sky with a scowl. Others seemed to luck out, being reborn into powerful families with badass names, badass parents, and climbing to the top effortlessly. But here he was, stuck in a poor and weak body, feeling utterly miserable. Sighing, Felix rubbed his temples and forced a smile. Was this luck or just plain bad luck? He couldn't decide that. On one hand, he was lucky to have reincarnated into a new world instead of perishing in a plane explosion. On the other hand, he was unlucky to be in such a vulnerable state in a dangerous world. Leaning against the wall, Felix gazed up at the sky in surprise. Huh. Look at that. This world have 3 moons, 0.3 moons hung high above, their beauty captivating him. He hadn't expected this world to have 3 moons, let alone one so enchanting. Lost in their glow, he was snapped back to reality by a sudden breeze, shivering. As he realized he had been lost in the moon's beauty. Might as well head back, Felix muttered to himself. Pushing himself up with the help of the wall, the simple act of standing caused him intense pain, making him grit his teeth. These people really pack a punch, he grumbled as he unsteadily rose to his feet. Standing up, Felix finally took a closer look and realized he was in a narrow alley with a dead end behind him, while a long road stretched into the distance. The alley was filled with garbage and had a terrible smell. With the dim light from the moons, Felix struggled to walk along the silent alley, using the walls for support. After just 20 steps, he was already out of breath, with white mists escaping his mouth. As he breathed, "Man, this body is so out of shape," Felix grumbled as he winced in pain. 10 minutes later, he finally made it out of the alley. A journey that should have taken only 2 minutes, but felt like an eternity. Felix was amazed at how weak his body felt as he emerged from the smelly alley onto a bustling street. Felix was surrounded by people laughing and chatting, with lights illuminating the area. The scene was truly bustling, despite the strange looks he received. Felix continued on his way, ignoring the curious glances from passersby. He took a sharp turn down a small path leading to a remote area with rundown buildings, some of which were barely standing. The place was dark, but the light from the moons provided just enough visibility. Following his predecessor's memory, Felix navigated through a few alleys and continued walking for about half an hour until he reached a building surrounded by a tall stone fence. A few shadowy figures could be seen standing. In front of the building, Felix gazed at the faint, shadowy figures in front of the distant building. A mix of emotions flooded his heart. He felt nervous about meeting these unfamiliar people, even though his body recognized them. The Felix they knew was gone, and he worried about what they might do if they discovered the truth. I can't let them figure out that the original owner of this body is no more, Felix reminded himself, taking a deep breath. Suddenly, a soft voice like an oriole broke through his thoughts. "Big brother Felix, is that you?" Startled, Felix replied hoarsely, "Yes, it's me." Without a response, hurried footsteps approached, and a group of ragged individuals stood before Felix, their faces filled with concern. There were 5 of them, 3 girls and 2 boys, all with frail, pale bodies and tattered clothing. Despite their malnourished appearance, they possessed striking beauty. Among the girls, one had black hair, another pink, and finally a golden-haired girl, while among the 2 boys sported short, dusty, silver hair, and the last one short brown hair. They were all around 16 to 17 years old. According to his predecessor's memories, the girl with long dark hair is Gwendolyn. She had a cold demeanor, with dark eyes that matched her hair, thin lips, and a quiet presence. The pink-haired girl goes by the name Nixie, with big watery eyes and pupils that were a shade of red. Her cheeks were quite chubby with a faint blush, and she had a small cherry mouth. Felix could feel a vibrant and lively temperament around her. According to his predecessors' memories, this pink-haired girl was quite lively and mischievous. The golden-haired girl, Trinity, was the most beautiful among the 3 of them. Her eyes were golden in color, with long, slender eyebrows and fluttering eyelashes. She had full red lips, and her face was so beautiful that even Felix was momentarily dazed. She was even more beautiful than the celebrities back on Earth, even with their makeup on. Trinity had a gentle and mature temperament about her. Among the 2 boys, the one with short black hair was called Zephyr, and the one with short brown hair was called Brixton. Zephyr had a cold look, while Brixton had an amicable and honest face. Zephyr was tall and slender, while Brixton was quite burly. Currently, all of their faces were filled with concern and deep worry as they looked at Felix, standing in front of them. "Felix, what happened to you? Why do you look like this?" Trinity stepped forward and asked in a gentle but concerned voice. "Yeah, big brother Felix, why are you injured? Did you fight with someone again?" Nixie jumped to his side, asking in a concerned voice. "Did you have a fight with the gang again?" Gwendolyn asked with a frown. "Damn it, those bloody idiots. Can't they let us go? I'm going to fight with them today." Brixton waved his fist in anger as he rolled up his sleeves. "Stop it. What can you do by going there alone? You're going to get beaten, so don't be impulsive. Zephyr immediately held him back and said, as Felix looked around at the people who were genuinely concerned for him, he felt a warm current surge in his heart. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. What is this emotion I am feeling? Is this what it feels like to be cared for? Felix thought to himself in a daze. Okay, Brixton, don't be impulsive. Going there alone is not a good idea. Felix snapped out of his thoughts as he looked at the angry Brixton and said with a smile. Brixton was taken aback. But big bro, I said you don't have to be that impulsive. We will have our chance. Felix cut him off and waved his hand. Brixton calmed down, but his expression still showed anger. Cough, cough, cough suddenly. Felix violently coughed, and blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. His face turned deadly pale. Big bro, are you all right? Brixton hurriedly stepped forward to support Felix. Big brother Felix. Nixie's eyes turned misty as tears threatened to fall. Okay, hurry up, let's get him inside, Trinity said urgently. Zephyr also stepped forward to support Felix as they entered the building. It was a large courtyard house with many rooms, the only building in the vicinity in good condition. Stone fences about 3 meters high surrounded the building on all sides, with a wooden gate blocking the entrance. Zephyr and the others quickly took Felix inside. Nixie, lock the gate, Gwendolyn instructed. Nixie nodded and hurriedly locked the wooden gates. As they entered the building, they saw a large yard the size of a basketball court with a group of children aged 6 to 10 sitting around, about 6 of them. When Felix and the others appeared in the yard, the children rushed towards them, chattering nonstop. What happened to Big Brother Felix? One of the older children asked. Is Big Brother Felix going to be all right? One of the children asked, tears welling up in their eyes. Ooh, Big Brother Felix. One of the little girls started crying. The sight of the children crying and clamoring made Trinity's head ache. Don't worry, Big Brother Felix is going to be all right, don't cry, Trinity said with a gentle smile, giving Gwendolyn a meaningful glance. Gwendolyn nodded. Okay, children, let's go to bed and I'll tell you a story, she said with a smile blooming on her face, dragging Nixie along, and she took the group of crying children to their rooms. Okay, bring him to his room, Trinity sighed in relief, instructing Zephyr and Brixton as they carried Felix to a small room with only a hard wooden bed and a chair. They all stood around the bed, looking at Felix's pale face with deep worry. They couldn't afford healing medicine, and the thought of something serious happening to Felix weighed heavily on their minds. Bang. Democrat Minnesota, those bastards. Just wait. Someday, I'll make them pay. Brixton punched the wall in anger. Trinity and Zephyr shared his anger, but they knew they were powerless to seek revenge in their current state. Don't worry, I'll be okay by tomorrow. All should go rest, Felix said weakly, gratitude in his eyes. Trinity, Zephyr, and Brixton nodded, stepping out of the room with heavy sighs. Felix was overwhelmed with gratitude, as it was the first time in his life that someone truly cared about him. This feeling isn't so bad, Felix thought with a smile on his pale face. The memory of the group of children crying and asking about his well-being filled Felix's heart with a warmth he had never felt before. Hiss, cough. Darn, it seems like I've sustained some serious internal injuries. Felix coughed, gasping with a pained expression. Healing is going to be tough, he thought. Outside the room, Trinity, Zephyr, and Brixton listened to Felix coughing and gasping, their faces pale. Zephyr clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his handsome face turning cold with a gleam of anger in his eyes. Trinity and Brixton also clenched their fists in frustration. Big sister, we need to do something, or this will never end, and I'm afraid something bad will happen to Big Bro Felix, Brixton said with deep concern. What can we do, Brixton? There are only a few of us, and we can't take them on. Confronting them with our strength is like hitting an egg against a stone, Trinity said bitterly. And also we have to protect the children. If they decide to take their anger out on them, it will be a disaster, Zephyr added with a cold look. But are we just going to let this continue? Brixton was not convinced. We don't have to rush. Just like Big Bro said, our chance will come, Zephyr said with narrowed eyes. From now on, we have to be cautious. That we need to be extremely careful when we go out and not let the children leave the house, Trinity instructed. Brixton and Zephyr nodded in understanding. All right, go get some rest. We'll talk more tomorrow, Trinity said. Zephyr and Brixton nodded and made their way to their rooms. Trinity glanced at Felix's room with complex emotions and turned to her room. Felix slowly opened his eyes and used his hand to shield them from the sunlight streaming through the holes in the roof. He looked around in confusion, realizing this was not his room. Wait, this is not my room. Where have my luxurious ceiling and chandelier gone to? Felix asked himself with bewilderment as he looked at holes the size of a fist on the roof in a daze. After a few moments, the fog in his mind cleared, and he smiled. Oh, I forgot I'm reborn. Reflecting on his recent experiences, Felix felt like he was in a dream. He had died in a plane explosion and somehow ended up in a different world, inhabiting another person's body. It all seemed incredibly mysterious to him, and he still wasn't quite used to it. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Felix assessed his body. The pain had lessened, but he felt weak. Even lifting his hand was a struggle. Well, at least I'm alive. If I'm in this world now, I might as well make the most of it, Felix said with a relaxed smile, accepting his new reality. But I need to figure out how to survive in this predicament, Felix thought, narrowing his eyes as he pondered his next steps. According to the memories, this world is called Sylfendel, Felix thought with intense light gleaming in his eyes. According to the memories of his predecessor, the world he is currently in is called the Sylfendel world. It's a world with an advanced civilization, filled with diverse life forms. The Sylfendel world is incredibly huge, many times bigger than Earth, with 9 continents, each 100 times larger than Earth. It resembles the medieval age, but is more advanced, with many kingdoms and empires spread across the entire world. What makes Felix marvel at the world of Sylfendel is that, apart from humans, there are other races inhabiting this world: orcs, elves, dwarfs, beastmen, demons, dragons, and many more. Due to the differences between races, there are constant wars, especially with the human race, which is not well liked by many other races. Humans are seen as inhumanly greedy, always wanting to enslave other races under their rule, but they are not the strongest race in Sylfendel. The dragon race holds that title, living deep in their islands and mountains, not bothering with the world unless provoked. In the world of Sylfendel, there is a mysterious energy called mana, present everywhere. People can use mana to make themselves incredibly strong, able to blast mountains to smithereens or even fly. Living for thousands of years is possible if one can properly harness mana and become strong. When harnessing mana, one doesn't immediately become overpowered. Instead, they must cultivate by absorbing mana into their body and breaking through certain stages to become strong. According to the memories of their predecessor, there are 2 types of mana cultivation: Knight cultivation and Mage cultivation. While both use mana, there are differences between them. In Knight cultivation, those who follow this path are called Knights. They use mana from the world to strengthen their bodies, continuously drawing it in to become stronger. Knights excel in close combat and hand-to-hand combat, using mana to perform incredible feats like splitting mountains with a single swing of their sword, moving as fast as lightning, and even destroying countries. Their defense is also incredibly strong. There are 9 realms to break through in Knight cultivation, with each realm making you 3, 5, or even 10 times stronger than before. The 9 realms in Knight cultivation are Tier 1 Knight, Beginner Knight, Tier 2 Knight, Intermediate Knight, Tier 3 Knight, Master Knight, Tier 4 Knight, High-Level Knight, Tier 5 Knight, Grandmaster Knight, Tier 6 Knight, Epic Knight, Tier 7 Knight, Legendary Knight, Tier 8 Knight, Mythic Knight, Tier 9 Knight, Forbidden Knight. When it comes to Mage cultivation, those who follow this path are known as mages. Unlike knights, mages also absorb mana into their bodies, but the way they use mana is different from knights. Instead, they use mana to cast spells by harnessing the power of the 4 elements: water, fire, wind, and earth. In addition to these elements, there are special ones like ice, metal, thunder, space, and time. Mages gather mana from their surroundings to cast spells. Some mages need a chant, while others can simply wave their hand to conjure a powerful spell. Since mages rely solely on mana for their magic and don't absorb it, their defenses are weak and they struggle in close combat. However, they excel in long-range attacks. Becoming a mage is more challenging than becoming a knight. Mage cultivation requires a deep understanding and strong connection to the elements. There are 9 realms in Mage cultivation, each with its own level of mastery. Tier 1 Mage, Beginner Mage, Tier 2 Mage, Intermediate Mage, Tier 3 Mage, Apprentice Mage, Tier 4 Mage, Master Mage, Tier 5 Mage, Grandmaster Mage, Tier 6 Mage, Epic Mage, Tier 7 Mage, Legendary Mage, Tier 8 Mage, Mythic Mage, Tier 9 Mage, Forbidden Mage. In the world of Sylfendel, mana is a powerful force that can make you strong, but only if you have the talent to wield it. Those who can use mana become stronger over time, while those who can't naturally become weaker, leading to the strong bullying the weak. That it's a tough world out there, where only the fittest survive, and being weak means putting your life in the hands of the strong. Felix was sweating buckets as he absorbed the memories of his predecessor, learning about the harsh realities of the Sylfendel world. FCK. How am I supposed to make it in a world with dragons? He cursed, his face twisted with worry. He knew he didn't have the strength to protect himself in a world where one wrong move could mean the end. According to his predecessor's memories, Felix found himself on the continent of Linares, one of the 9 massive continents in the Sylphinal world. Despite being the smallest, it was still huge, much larger than Earth. The continent of Linares was home to countless kingdoms, empires, and organizations, with Felix currently residing in the remote city in the Kingdom of Avalonia, one of the many kingdoms in the continent of Linares. Felix is currently in a remote city in Avalonia Kingdom called Bridgemore. His predecessor had never left this city before, as far as he could remember. Bridgemore is just one of the many cities in the Avalonia Kingdom, located in a far-off place. Felix let out a huge sigh of worry. Even though he was able to survive and come to this world, he felt that it was too dangerous for someone like him who didn't have any strength. He knew that with his high intelligence and vast modern knowledge, making a living in this world would be easy. However, he also knew that he needed to have the strength to protect himself, the people around him, and his wealth. Although Felix could survive on his own, a lot of people were counting on him. Trinity, Zephyr, Gwendolyn, Nixie, Brixton, and the children. He couldn't leave them all alone. His predecessor had loved these people and considered them his only family, IT first. Felix had thought about abandoning them and going his own way. Due to his past experiences, he didn't want anyone to be a burden to him. But after delving into the memories of his predecessor and seeing how much they cared for each other, he was filled with complex emotions. He had never had anyone care for him so deeply before. Throughout his life, he had always been lonely. Seeing happy families or groups of friends would fill him with jealousy and envy. He longed for that feeling of friendship and family that he saw in others. It's not like he had never tried to make friends before, but all the friends he had only wanted his wealth and connections. They always wanted to take advantage of him. And he had even experienced betrayal more than once. He had once searched for his missing parents, wanting to understand why he had been abandoned in a trash can like unwanted garbage. With his vast wealth and connections, it didn't take long for him to locate his parents. However, what he discovered shattered his heart. They had abandoned him because they saw him as a mistake, a burden. Felix, who had never consumed alcohol before and had never cried in his entire life, broke down and wept bitterly, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. From that day on, Felix vowed to never trust anyone again. The only person he could trust was himself. But now, in this new world he had entered after death, he found himself surrounded by people who deeply cared for him. This filled his heart with a mix of emotions. Happiness, fear, and everything in between. He was happy to finally feel cared for, but he feared it was all a dream, or that they would eventually betray or abandon him. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Felix made a decision. Since I've come to this world, I'll live my life well and take care of everyone from now on. From now on, they're all my family, he thought with determination in his eyes. Knock, knock, knock suddenly, and knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Big brother Felix, are you awake? A gentle voice called from outside. Felix smiled, recognizing the voice as Trinity's. Yes, I'm awake. You can come in, Felix replied. Trinity entered the room, followed by Zephyr, Brixton, Gwendolyn, and Nixie, making the room feel a bit crowded. Trinity held a bowl filled with white rice and a few vegetables. She placed the food on the chair and looked at Felix. Nixie immediately rushed to Felix's bedside, holding his hand with concern in her eyes. Hey, big brother Felix, are you feeling okay? Nixie asked with concern. Felix smiled when he saw Nixie's worried face that he ruffled her pink hair and replied, Don't worry, I'm good. Big bro, how's your body feeling now? Brixton asked, sounding worried. Felix turned to Brixton and nodded. I'm good. You guys don't have to worry, I'll be back on my feet in a couple of days. How are the children? Felix asked Trinity. Trinity nodded and said, The children are fine, they've had their bath and eaten. You don't have to worry. Felix sighed with relief and glanced at everyone present. According to his predecessor memories, all 5 of them were bought from the slave market. The previous Felix first bought Trinity from the slave market. He released the slave seal on her, freeing her. Trinity decided to stay and help take care of the children. The previous Felix also bought Nixie, Gwendolyn, and Brixton from the slave market and rescued Zephyr from being killed. Zephyr had been chased and beaten for offending a young master. The group of children were taken in from the streets and cared for by the adults. The previous Felix, Zephyr, Brixton, Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Nixie were the only adults in the group. They all had jobs to earn money to look after the children. Felix really admired his predecessor. Even he who was rich and powerful in his previous life didn't take in someone to take care of. Although he donates huge sums of money to charity annually. But his predecessor didn't have anything but was able to look After so many people, which is really admirable. All right, we should go find some jobs to do, Gwendolyn said, glancing at Felix. Okay, you guys can go. Just be careful on the road. Felix nodded, giving them a warning. Make sure to finish the food before it gets cold, Trinity said before leaving the room with the others. Zephyr, Brixton, you two stay. As they all left the room, Felix called out to Zephyr and Brixton, asking them to stay back. The two of them exchanged glances and stayed behind while the others left. Why did you want us to stay back? Zephyr asked, looking puzzled. Brixton also seemed confused. I have something for you guys to do, Felix said with a smile. 10 minutes later, Zephyr and Brixton walked out of Felix's room, still unsure about the task they had been given. They looked at each other, trying to figure out the reason behind it. Do you have any idea why Big Bro gave us this task? Brixton asked Zephyr. I'm not sure, but I trust that Big Bro knows what he's doing, Zephyr shrugged and replied. Okay, let's go and carry out what Big Bro told us to do. Zephyr waved his hand as he headed out of the building, with Brixton following behind. Back inside the room, Felix had a thoughtful expression on his face as he examined the holes in the roof. I hope Zephyr and Brixton can finish what I asked them to do, Felix pondered. Ding, system loading. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in Felix's head, causing him to snap out of his deep thoughts. Who? Felix shouted, his eyes widening as he looked around, but he couldn't see the person who spoke. Ding, a compatible host has been found. The cold voice once again rang in Felix's mind. He jumped to his feet with wide eyes, almost popping out of their sockets. Who is it? Come out. Felix shouted in a trembling voice. Ding, system is being bound to the host. 10%, 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, 99%. Ding, the business empire system has been successfully bound to the host. The voice continued to echo in Felix's head. Felix was in a daze as the cold and emotionless voice kept ringing in his head. It seems the voice is coming from my head, Felix thought with a trembling heart. Who are you? Felix took a deep breath and asked. Ding. Host, I'm the business empire system, the voice replied. The business empire system, Felix muttered silently. And how did you get into my head? Ding. Host, the system has already been bound to you in your previous life on Earth, the system explained. What the heck? If you were bound to me in my previous life, why didn't I notice you? Felix was dumbfounded, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. Ding. According to the system regulation, the host must meet a certain condition before the system can be activated, the voice continued. And what is the condition? Felix asked. Ding. The condition is for the host to die, the voice revealed. What the hell? What do you mean I had to die before the condition can be met? Felix yelled and cursed angrily. Wait a minute. You weren't the one who killed me, right? Felix suddenly asked. Ding. Negative, host. The system didn't kill you. It was by coincidence that you died in the plane explosion, the voice clarified. What if I didn't travel to this world? Wouldn't I have died completely? Felix shouted with a red face. At least the host didn't die. Look on the bright side. You're still alive and kicking. Why are you complaining like a little girl? Suddenly, the system's cold voice changed to one of disdain. Holy crap. How can you say that? Are you even listening to yourself? Demon, what's with that change of tone? Felix shouted. Felix took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. This system is really something else. Okay, system. Tell me who you are and what your functions are, Felix said as he sat down on the hard wooden bed. Standing up abruptly had worsened his injuries, causing the pain that had slightly subsided to once again rack his body. Ding. Host, I told you before, I am the business empire system, and my main function is to assist the host in building the strongest business empire in this world. The system replied in its cold and emotionless tone. Felix nodded, understanding the system's main function. Okay, go on, he said. Ding. Host must know that there are many industries in the business world. Each industry is huge and very profitable. The main mission of the host is to develop in every industry. You must bring every industry to its peak, the system explained. Felix nodded in understanding. According to the system, he must bring every industry in the business world to its peak in this world. Wait a minute, system. How am I supposed to be involved in every industry? There are hundreds of industries back on Earth. Do you expect me to get involved in each and every one of them? Felix asked in bewilderment. Back on Earth, there were hundreds of industries covering every aspect of human life. For instance, there was the food and beverage industry, hotel industry, catering industry, automotive industry, entertainment and media industry, fashion and cosmetic industry, arms industry, shipbuilding industry, textile industry, mass media industry, real estate industry, transport industry, agriculture industry, and many more. There were simply too many, even in his previous life. The number of industries he was involved in could not exceed 20. And besides, this world is different from Earth. Not all industries are suitable for this world, Felix added. Ding. The host does not need to worry. The host will not have to be involved in every industry. The system has selected industries that can be developed in this world, the system replied. Felix heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing what the system said, that if he had to be involved in every industry that were back on Earth, he really didn't know what to do. So, which industry should I get involved in first? Felix sank into deep thought. Ding. Host, you can't choose any industry on your own. The system's voice sounded. Felix was taken aback. What do you mean I can't choose the industry I want to be involved in? Ding. Host, according to the system regulation, the host must draw a lottery to get an industry. What the hell? You mean I have to draw a lottery even for industries? Diamin, what kind of system are you? Felix cursed. Seeing that the system was not replying, Felix shook his head. Okay, let me draw the lottery quickly, Felix impatiently said. Ding. All right, host, but host must first look at his status window. Status window? Oh, right, I seem to remember that those protagonists in the novels always have status windows when they get their systems, Felix mumbled. What do the protagonists always say to activate the status window? Yes, I got it. Felix kept muttering to himself. System status window, Felix shouted. Ding. Host, you don't have to shout, just silently say it in your heart, the system said in a speechless tone. Yeah, I got it. Now show me my status window. Felix impatiently waved his hand. Ding, a light blue floating holographic screen appeared in front of Felix's eyes. Felix looked at the floating holographic screen in amazement. System, is this holographic screen some kind of future black technology? Felix asked in awe. The system didn't bother to reply and kept quiet. Felix rolled his eyes when the system didn't reply to him. Felix shifted his focus back to the holographic screen displaying his status in the Business Empire system. Business Empire system, system status, host. Felix Morningstar age, 20 years old race. Human cultivation, knight/mage. Mortal bloodline, none talents. Knight cultivation, 8 stars. Mage cultivation, 9 stars. Management, 9 stars. Current industry, none. System shop. Locked. Main mission, develop every selected industry to the peak. Side mission, frowny face, none. Business Empire points, none. Wheel of Industries lottery, frowny face, 1. As Felix reviewed his status, he nodded in understanding. He was curious about the meaning of talents in the system. System, what does talents mean? Felix asked, feeling a bit confused. The system responded, Ding, talents are a measure of your potential, and the stars indicate the level of your potential. Realization dawned on Felix. So, my talents in both knight and mage cultivation are very high, he exclaimed with a mix of shock and excitement. The system confirmed, Ding. Yes, host, if you cultivate in both paths, you can reach the forbidden realm in both cultivation paths. Feeling a surge of excitement, Felix couldn't help but think, am I really that badass? Curious about his exceptional talents, Felix asked the system, how can I have such high talents in both paths? The previous Felix couldn't have been in such a miserable state with these talents, right? Ding. You're absolutely correct, host. The reason for your exceptional talents is that when you crossed over to the Sylphendal world, your abilities were enhanced, especially in mage cultivation in your previous life. You had a remarkable comprehension ability, which is crucial for becoming a mage. That's why you excel in mage cultivation at AS for your talents in knight cultivation being equally high. The system is unsure, explained the system. Felix nodded in agreement, accepting the system's explanation. Regarding his management talents, Felix naturally understood the significance that in his previous life, he was the boss of a large company with thousands of employees. Managing such a massive company requires strong management skills, and it seems those talents have carried over to this world. System, then what do the side mission means? Felix asked. Ding. The system will occasionally release missions apart from the main mission for the host to complete. Oh, Felix nodded in understanding. So what about the Business Empire points? BEP, what does it mean? Felix asked. Ding. The Business Empire points are points used to buy things from the system shop. Oh, so it's kind of like the system currency, right? Felix said. Ding. Yes, host. Felix nodded, understanding the functions of the system. Ding. Host, do you have any other questions for now? The system asked. No, Felix shook his head. Oh, and host, just casually chat with me in your head. I don't need to worry about looking like a lunatic to others. The system cold and emotionless tone changed as it said sarcastically. Ugh, this system is so arrogant, daring to mock its master, Felix muttered as he clenched his fist in frustration. Is that all, system? He asked, unclenching his fist. Yes, that's all, the system replied. No, I think you forgot something, Felix said, narrowing his eyes. No, host, I don't think I forgot anything, the system replied. You must have forgotten. Check your database, Felix insisted. No, host, I don't think I've forgotten anything, the system replied, sounding puzzled. What do you mean you haven't forgotten anything? Where the FCK is my newbie gift package. Felix roared. Oh, you're talking about that. Sorry, host, there's no newbie gift package for you, the system replied mockingly. What do you mean I don't have a newbie gift package? You must have stolen it, give it back. Felix shouted in frustration. No, host, the system didn't steal anything. Please don't slander me. There is no newbie gift package, and that's it, the system said unhappily. Damn it, what a broken system, Felix cursed under his breath. Other people's systems are so kind, giving them all kinds of amazing gifts, and here I am with no newbie gift package and stuck with a system that disdains and mocks me. I want to complain to the company that made you. How can they create a broken system like you? Felix exclaimed, feeling frustrated. Well, host, you can't complain. Just stick with it and stop shouting and cursing like a shrew, the system replied disdainfully. Felix almost vomited blood, feeling overwhelmed by how the system was treating him. Ugh, how can this stupid system bully its master like that? Ding. In view of the host's current injured and weak body, the system will heal the host's body. Felix stood in front of his bed in a daze as he clenched and unclenched his fist. His entire body was filled with energy. All the pain he had been feeling disappeared. His injuries, both inside and out, had miraculously healed. The system had healed him completely. Despite looking a bit malnourished and skinny, he no longer resembled someone who had been beaten up. The only thing bothering Felix now was the rumbling of his empty stomach. He snapped out of his daze and grabbed a bowl of rice and veggies, devouring it hungrily. He hadn't eaten since yesterday, so the taste didn't really matter to him. As he was engrossed in his meal, the door creaked open, and he saw a little girl peeking in. A big pair of clear and beautiful eyes looked at Felix with curiosity. Felix glanced at the little girl about 4 years old, peeking into his room in surprise. Big brother Felix, the little girl, opened her mouth, called out to Felix in a cute voice. Felix smiled brightly as he looked at the little girl. This little girl is Una. She is extremely attached to the previous Felix, and the previous Felix deeply loved this cute little girl as she was the first child he rescued from the streets. Come in, Una, Felix smiled and waved his to Una at the door. Una's little face lit up as she smiled brightly and immediately skipped towards Felix. He picked her up and placed her on his lap, admiring her porcelain doll-like features. Una had a cute little mouth, big blue eyes, chubby cheeks, and snow-white skin. Una, what are you doing here? Felix asked with a smile, ruffling her blue hair. I came to see if Big Brother is doing well, Una said with a pout. Felix smiled, feeling a warm current surge in his heart. Don't worry, Big Brother is completely fine. Look, Felix said, tried to show off his biceps, but only skin and bones were shown up. Felix's lips twitched as he looked at his skinny arm. Big Brother, there's muscle on your arm, Una said with a giggle. Felix's eyes twitched when he heard Una. Ahem, Felix coughed to hide his embarrassment. Una, you dare to laugh at Big Brother? Let's see how I'll punish you. Felix pretended to be angry and started tickling Una. Una immediately burst into laughter, twisting her little body in Felix's embrace. Ha, Big Brother. Una is ticklish, Una said between laughter. If you dare to laugh at Big Brother will punish you, Felix teased. Felix continued to tickle Una for a few minutes, enjoying the feeling of playing in his childhood. He had never played with other kids before, so he really liked this feeling. After a few minutes, both Felix and Una lay on the bed panting, especially Una, whose cute little face was flushed red as she breathed heavily. Una, let's go out and play with the others, Felix suddenly said. Una raised her little head with excitement. Really, Big Brother, you're going to play with us? Felix nodded with a smile. Yeah, I'm going to tell the others, Una said, jumping from his embrace and quickly running out of the room while shouting in a cute voice. Delphine, Thea, Lella, Zoe, Mike, Leon, Costa, everyone come out. Big Brother said he wants to play with us. Listening to Una's loud voice, Felix smiled and shook his head and made his way out of the room. Felix stepped out of his room and stood in front of it. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes, squinting at the huge sun hanging high in the sky. Taking his gaze away from the sun, Felix looked around and noticed a well a few meters away. He quickly made his way to the well and drew a bucket of water to wash his face. Yes, he looked at his reflection in the clear water. Felix was satisfied with his appearance. He wasn't ugly, but very handsome. He had short silvery white hair and deep silver eyes, with a perfect jawline and face. However, his pale and malnourished appearance somewhat reduced his charm. With a satisfied smile, Felix washed his face with the cold water and felt refreshed. Suddenly, hurried footsteps and the chattering of children's voices sounded behind him. turning around. Felix saw a group of children with Una in front rushing towards him. That I in no time, Felix was surrounded by 8 children, 5 little girls including Una and 3 boys, all between the ages of 4 and 9. Big brother Felix. Una said you're going to play with us? A little girl with short black hair tugged at Felix's clothes. Yes, big brother Felix. You haven't played with us for a long time now, a little boy said with a pout. Yeah, big brother Felix, you have to play with us today, another little girl chimed in. Yeah, big sister Gwendolyn is not here to stop us, a tall boy, the oldest among them, added. Please. All of them looked at Felix with pleading eyes. Felix was overwhelmed with all the children clamoring together to play. Okay, I'll play with you guys today, he said. Yeah, all the children cheered. Big brother Felix, what are we going to play? Una tugged at Felix's clothes, her blue eyes shining. Looking at Una's expectant eyes, Felix laughed and said, Children, today we are going to play the Princess and the Dragon. As the sun began to set, Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Nixie were walking towards Felix's house. Coincidentally, Zephyr and Brixton met them at an intersection in front of the house. They all smiled at each other before heading inside. Suddenly, a voice shouted, Ah, the monster is coming. Costa, quickly kill it with your sword. Another voice chimed in, Don't worry, Princess, I'm coming to rescue you. Trinity, Zephyr, and the others' expressions changed drastically as they dashed towards the house. Inside, Felix was lying on the ground with a group of energetic children on top of him. Darn, these little devils really have a lot of energy, Felix thought as he panted to bang. The wooden door was kicked open as Zephyr and Brixton rushed in, followed by Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Nixie. They all stood there, speechless, looking at Felix and the children on the floor. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, Big Sister Gwendolyn is here. Whoosh, with all the children disappeared in a blink of an eye, leaving Felix speechless. Damn, what a group of little traitors. Felix shook his head. Big bro, are you injuries all right? Why are playing with the children in your current state? Brixton said as he helped Felix up from the ground. Brixton's voice brought everyone from their speechless state. Yep, big bro, you know you're currently injured, but you're still playing with the children. Nixie grumbled from TH's side. I'm going to teach these children a little lesson, Gwendolyn said with a cold look while rolling her sleeves. Okay, you don't have to be so worked up. I'm completely fine, and besides, the children were bored and wanted to play with me, Felix said with a smile. Are you really okay? Trinity asked, concern evident in her golden eyes. Yeah, I'm good. You guys don't need to worry, Felix replied with a smile. Now that you guys are back, you should go take a bath and prepare some food. I'm hungry, Felix said, looking at everyone. Zephyr, Brixton, we'll talk after dinner, Felix said, addressing them specifically. Okay, big bro, Zephyr nodded, and as they all walked to their rooms, Felix sighed. Oh yes, system, are you there? Ding. At your service, host, the system's cold voice responded. Since you can detect my talents, can you scan and see if you can detect the talents of Zephyr and the others? Felix asked curiously. Ding. Affirmative, host. The system can detect the talents of others, the system replied. Then hurry up and scan their talents, Felix urged excitedly. Host, the system's the business empire system, not the talent scanning system, the system said unhappily. Just shut up and do it, Felix growled in a low voice. Ding. Scanning complete. The system notification rang as the blue holographic screen appeared in front of Felix's eyes, but this time the interface was different. Felix quickly glanced at the screen. Name, Zephyr race, human bloodline, none cultivation, mortal talent, night cultivation, 9 stars name. Brixton race, human bloodline, none cultivation, mortal talent, night cultivation, 8 stars name. Trinity race, human bloodline, sealed cultivation, mortal damage talent. Night cultivation, 9 stars management. 6 stars name, Gwendolyn race, half-human bloodline, elemental, elf bloodline, unawakened cultivation, mortal talent. Mage cultivation, 9 stars, elemental affinity. Ice element name, Nixie race, human bloodline, none cultivation, mortal talent. Mage cultivation, 9 stars, elemental affinity. Wind element, management, 7 stars. Holy esset! Felix's eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets. In the center of the large yard, surrounded by a stone fence, a long wooden table was set up with food being served. Zephyr, Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, and Nixie all had strange and uncomfortable expressions on their faces, constantly shifting. Every now and then, a strange and bitter gaze would glance at them, making them shiver slightly. Hey, big bro Felix, is there something on our faces? Nixie asked nervously. Felix, who was sitting across from them at the table, snapped out of his thoughts. and looked at Nixie puzzled. Ahem. No, there's nothing on your faces. Why do you ask? Then why are you looking at us like that? You've been staring at us weirdly for the past 20 minutes or so, Nixie pointed out. Zephyr and the others nodded, also looking at Felix with confusion. It's nothing, I was just thinking about something. Felix waved his hand dismissively. Big bro, are you really okay? Brixton asked, sounding worried. I'm perfectly fine. As I told you earlier, Felix said nonchalantly. Then why is your hand trembling? Nixie rolled her eyes, glancing at Felix's shaking hand. Zephyr and the others also noticed Felix's strange behavior since they sat down to eat. Felix coughed slightly, looking at his trembling hand with twitching lips. Don't worry, I'm just feeling a bit cold, he said. Is your injury acting up again? I told you that you weren't fine, but you're still being stubborn, Trinity complained in a concerned tone. I'm just feeling a little cold. Felix waved his hand, lowering his head to continue eating in silence. But deep down, he was feeling shocked and frustrated. Dang, how can I calm down when you guys are so badass? Felix grumbled inside. When Felix saw their talent statuses, he was shocked and speechless. He almost had a heart attack. He even suspected that the previous Felix had purposely rescued them because he knew about their talents. How else could he have gathered such a group of talented individuals just by buying slaves and rescuing people off the street? Especially Trinity and Gwendolyn. Trinity had a 9-star talent in Night Cultivation, and Gwendolyn had a 9-star talent in Mage Cultivation. What really blew his mind was that Gwendolyn was not fully human, but a half-elf and an elemental elf at that. Felix didn't know much about the division among the elven race, but he was sure that an elemental elf was quite powerful. That Trinity's talent status almost made his eyes pop out of their sockets. Her talent in Night Cultivation was even stronger than his own. She also had a bloodline that was currently sealed, Felix thought bitterly. According to the novels I've read in my previous life, characters with sealed or unawakened bloodlines are super talented and badass characters. The joy of knowing he had talents in both Night and Mage Cultivation disappeared. He was simply too shocked and speechless. Fortunately, they are on my side, Felix thought in relief. Narrowing his eyes, Felix thought about Trinity's talent status. Name, Trinity race, human bloodline, sealed cultivation, mortal, damage talent. Night cultivation, 9 stars, management, 6 stars. Felix was perplexed and confused about her damage cultivation status. He asked the system, and it explained that she might have been in a certain cultivation stage previously, but her cultivation had been damaged. It seems Trinity's background is mysterious, Felix mused, furrowing his brows. When the previous Felix took them all in, he didn't ask about their backgrounds. Currently, Felix doesn't know anything about their past, and he's not going to pry it. If they want to share, they will in their own time. Felix snapped out of his thoughts and continued eating his food. The table was alive with noise as the children chatted among themselves. Zephyr and the others also enjoyed their meal and conversation. Felix looked around with a bright smile, savoring the simple but delicious food. After dinner, Felix leaned back in his chair, satisfied, while picking his teeth. Gwendolyn and Nixie had already sent the children to bed, and Trinity was cleaning up. Zephyr and Brixton stood behind Felix, watching him with amusement. Let's go, Felix suddenly said, standing up and heading out of the yard. Zephyr and Brixton quickly followed. Where are you guys off to? A voice called out. Turning around, Felix saw Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Nixie looking at them suspiciously. Felix smiled. Just getting some fresh air. The air here is a bit stuffy, right, Brixton? Felix nudged Brixton. Yeah, big sister, just some fresh air. Brixton chimed in, looking at Zephyr for support. Zephyr hesitated for a moment, then said, Yeah, Trinity, just some fresh air. What's wrong with the air here? Trinity asked, narrowing her eyes. Nothing wrong with the air, we just want a change of scenery, Felix replied casually. Okay, then you guys should hurry back. With a shrug, Trinity let them go. All right then, Felix nodded, but he heaved a sign of relief. As Felix walked out of the house, he glanced up at the 3 huge, silvery white moons hanging high in the night sky. His silver eyes filled with coldness and killing intent. Let's hurry back before Trinity and the others start to suspect something, Felix said to Zephyr and Brixton, urging them to move quickly. Bix bro, what are you planning to do with the task you gave us earlier? Brixton asked, looking concerned and confused. You'll find out in a few minutes. Felix laughed creepily. Seeing Felix's strange behavior, Zephyr narrowed his eyes. Big bro, don't be impulsive. You know we can't go against them in our current state. Don't worry. Zephyr, I know what I'm doing, Felix said with a smirk. But big bro, you always said we shouldn't mess with them. Why are you suddenly going against them? Brixton asked, puzzled. Felix stopped and looked at Zephyr and Brixton with a serious expression. If we don't do something, they'll keep coming after us that we can handle their attacks. But what about the children? If they decide to target them, it'll be a disaster. We need to act before things get out of hand. Zephyr and Brixton thought about Felix's words, understanding his point. But big bro, we can't take them on right now. They have too many people on their side, Zephyr reasoned. Who said we're going to fight them head on? Felix smiled wickedly. What do you mean? Zephyr asked, confused. Did you guys figure out what I asked you to do? Felix didn't answer directly. Yeah, Brixton nodded. He nodded and motioned for them to follow as they continued on their way through alleys and small paths, moving quickly. In the heart of the slums of Bridgemore City, collapsed and run-down buildings littered the area. Beggars could be seen sleeping in these buildings, barely clothed and shivering on the cold floor, among the maze of alleys. A drunken man stumbled unsteadily down a road filled with potholes, cursing and tripping over the filth. Suddenly, the man heard faint footsteps behind him. Before he could even turn around to see who was following him, a heavy object struck him on the head, knocking him unconscious. Shadowy figures appeared beside his body, with Felix at the front. Tie him up, Felix commanded, as Zephyr nodded and followed through. Okay, let's bring him to the designated spot, Felix ordered, waving his hand. 10 minutes later, inside a collapsed building, Felix glanced at the man tied to a wooden pole and signaled to Brixton. Brixton immediately doused the man with a bucket of cold water, jolting him awake and sobering him up. The man looked around in fear, realizing he was tied to a pole. Stop struggling. You can't move, so quit wasting your energy, Felix said, watching the man's futile attempts to break free. The man looked at Felix with wide eyes, trembling as he asked, Who are you? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are, and I don't need to know, Felix replied with a smirk, unimpressed by the man's threats. Release me now. I'm from the Smoke Gang, and if anything happens to me, the Smoke Gang won't let you go, the man shouted. Felix chuckled at the name. What a lame name. The Smoke Gang, ha ha ha, he laughed. The man continued to struggle and shout, demanding to be set free. Well, mister, I can't do that, Felix said with a smile. You see, your tiny, worthless life is going to serve a greater purpose, Felix smiled with a wicked grin. The man looked at Felix's wicked grin and shivered. Fear gripped his heart. Please don't kill me. The man face paled as he begged Felix. Felix shook his head and slowly took out a small dagger out of his pocket, slowing walking up to man. Please don't kill me. I have a wife and children at home. Please don't kill me. The man struggled on the wooden pole with a paled face. His eyes were filled with deep fear and terror. Big bro. Brixton, who was behind Felix's face, also paled as he thought of what Felix was about to do. Although Zephyr's face was also pale, but he was much calmer than Brixton. Felix walked up to the man, and with a single slash, he slit his throat open. Blood immediately gushed out like a fountain. Fortunately, Felix was able to dodge from getting his body drenched in blood. Turning around, Felix looked at Zephyr and Brixton and said, You know what to do? Follow the plan. Our revenge starts now, Felix said with a grim smile. The next day, Felix woke up feeling refreshed. He walked out of his room, basking in the golden fingers of sunlight that scattered across him. The chirping and singing of morning birds echoed through the yard. As he looked around at the empty yard, Felix was surprised. It seems I woke up too early, he thought to himself. Walking towards the well, Felix drew a bucket of water. As he looked at his reflection in the clear water, he couldn't help but think back to what had happened the day before. Although his expression had been calm when he killed that man, deep down his heart was in turmoil. He had never taken another human life before, so the act of killing had shaken him. He even secretly vomited. He vomited all dinner he ate. But he knew that in the world of Sylfendel, where the strong preyed on the weak and the slightest mishap could lead to demise, he had to adapt. He washed his face with the cold water, rinsed his mouth, and shook his head to clear his thoughts that in this world, his old mindset from Earth wouldn't cut it, that if he wanted to survive, he had to be willing to do what was necessary. And for Felix, that meant no remorse for the man he had killed. Felix shook his head to clear his thoughts that he was standing in the yard, doing some simple exercises because his body was feeling weak. Looking at his skinny physique, he realized he was as thin as a twig. Just then, Felix heard the sound of doors opening. He glanced from the corner of his eyes and saw both Zephyr and Brixton walking out of their rooms. They didn't look too good, with dark circles under their eyes. Felix remained calm, knowing that what happened last night might have been too much for them to It was the first time they had seen someone being killed in front of them. Hey, you guys are awake, Felix said casually. Zephyr and Brixton didn't reply, but stood behind Felix, looking at him with complex expressions. They felt like Felix had changed since he came back 2 days ago, but couldn't quite put their finger on what was different. Do you guys think what I did last night was wrong? Felix asked lightly. Zephyr and Brixton were taken aback for a moment. With stunned faces, they both sank into deep thought. Was what Felix did really wrong? Is taking another person's life the right thing to do? They asked themselves, especially Brixton, who had never seen his big brother be so ruthless and take another person's life. It was a tough realization for him. It was last night that he learned that a human life can be so worthless and taken away from him with just a slash of a blade. You might think what I did last night was wrong. Taking a life from another human, even though that person begged for mercy, Felix said with a serious expression, his eyes narrowed. Turning around, he faced Zephyr and Brixton. Listen, this is the Sylphindel world, where the strong have the power to make the rules. The most unfortunate thing about this world is the lack of value people place on life. Your life can be taken away in an instant if someone stronger deems it necessary. Felix explained, waiting for his words to sink in. Zephyr and Brixton remained silent, their eyes fixed on Felix. You know, beggars and poor people like us are often viewed as insignificant by the powerful. They see us as ants that they can easily crush underfoot. They don't care about our families or our lives. All they see is our lack of value, Felix remarked with a chuckle, glancing at Zephyr and Brixton before continuing. Do you guys remember what the Smoke Gang said to me while they were beating me up 2 days ago? Felix asked, prompting Zephyr and Brixton to shake their heads in response. They said if I don't give in to their demands, they'll kill me, sell the two of you to the slave market. And after that, they'll send Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Nixie to the brothel to AS for the children. Do you know what they said they'll do to them? Felix continued to chuckle bitterly. They said they would cut off the limbs of the children and throw them into the Atmos forest to feed the wild beasts inside. What? Both Zephyr and Brixton exclaimed in shock. Their pupils shrunk, their faces turned pale. Looking at their shocked and dumbfounded faces, Felix continued. Now let me ask you, if you were in my place, will you rather let those close to you suffer a fate worse than death, or do what is necessary to protect yourself and your family, even if it means killing someone? Felix asked with a decadent face. So I choose the latter option, that I would rather be a devil in angel's clothing and do whatever it takes to keep my family safe, even if it means sacrificing the lives of others, Felix said with a cold, intense gaze. Zephyr and Brixton were taken aback by Felix's words, but they also felt a warm feeling in their hearts. Felix was determined to protect those around him at all costs. Zephyr, Brixton, in this world, the only thing you can truly rely on is your own strength, that if you have enough or become strong. So strong that if someone wants to mess with you, that person had to think it over 1 billion times over. Even if you eat acid, there will be people coming to explain the benefits of eating acid. Why? Because you are stronger than them. I realized this 2 days ago. Being a coward only leads to more suffering and eventually your downfall. I need to become strong to protect myself and all of you. I refuse to let others control my fate. I want to take control of my own destiny, Felix said with a determined look on his face. Upon realizing he was in a completely different world, Felix knew he had to quickly adapt. The main theme of this world was survival of the fittest. It was like a 100-meter race, with everyone rushing towards the finish line. If you fall behind and can't keep up, you might be eliminated. The Sylphindel world was no different. If you don't become strong, you might not survive. Felix patted Zephyr and Brixton on the shoulders and said, as long as I'm alive and kicking, I'll never let anyone harm my family. Zephyr and Brixton had blank looks as they gazed at Felix. They had never seen him talk so much, let alone use such shocking words. Big bro, don't worry, we will also become strong and protect everyone together, Brixton said with a determined expression. Yeah, all of us need to get stronger so we can keep everyone safe, Zephyr added. Nodding seriously, Felix's face lit up with a smile. Good. Felix breathed a sigh of relief deep down. Oh, you guys are awake? A gentle voice sounded from behind them. Turning around, Felix saw Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Nixie walking into the yard, closing the wooden gate behind them and carrying something. Felix was surprised. He thought he was the first one up, but Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Nixie had already woken up, and it seems they have returned from outside. Where did you three go? Felix asked curiously. Zephyr and Brixton stepped forward to take the items from their hands. We woke up early to buy some food. Our supplies are running low, so we want to stock up, Trinity explained, handing the items to Brixton. Oh, I see. Felix nodded in understanding. I overheard you guys talking. What were you discussing? Trinity inquired curiously. Oh, it was nothing. Just a casual chat. Felix waved it off. Okay. Trinity nodded, not pressing further. Big bro, I have exciting news. Do you want to hear it? Nixie skipped over to Felix with a smile. What's the news? Felix asked. Zephyr and Brixton also turned their attention to Nixie. Well, one of the Smoke Gang members was killed and left in front of their door, Nixie said, excitement shining in her eyes. Really? How did one of their members get killed? Felix looked surprised. Yeah, I heard that the Smoke Gang is pretty angry right now, especially their leader. Nixie nodded quickly. Did they find out who killed their member? Felix asked curiously. No, Nixie shook her head, but I heard that the Smoke Gang suspects their rival gang, the Fire Gang. Felix's lips twitched. Democrat, Minnesota. These guys really have terrible naming sense. And why do they think the Fire Gang did it? He asked. I heard that there were provocative words written beside the dead member on their door. Nixie said. Currently, both gangs are at odds with each other. The situation is not looking good. I think we better be careful, Gwendolyn said from the side. Gwendolyn is right. We can't go out unless it's important before all of this blows over. We don't want to get caught up in their fights. Trinity added. Felix's eyes flashed with intensity as he looked at Trinity and nodded with a smile. Big bro, isn't it great that a member of the Smoke Gang is dead? Nixie rolled her eyes. Why do you say that? Felix glanced at her. Since one of their members is dead, they will be preoccupied with the Fire Gang. Nixie said. So? Brixton asked with confusion. Rolling her eyes at Brixton, she said so. Right now, they don't have time to care about us and won't be causing trouble for us. Felix smiled when he heard Nixie. Yeah, that's a good thing. Okay, from now on, nobody is supposed to walk outside carelessly, especially the children. We can't let the children out. Do you understand? Felix said with a serious face. Yes. All of them responded with serious expressions. Okay, go and prepare breakfast. I'm really hungry, Felix while rubbing his rumbling stomach. Trinity nodded and led Gwendolyn and Nixie to start preparing breakfast. Felix glanced at Zephyr and Brixton, who quickly put the things they were carrying into a small storage room. Big bro, I think our plan is working, Brixton said, standing beside. Felix nodded and smirked. But I think the progress is too slow. What do you mean, big bro? Zephyr asked, looking confused. Why don't we add more fuel to the fire and make it stronger? Felix didn't answer. Narrowing his eyes, Zephyr and Brixton looked at each other, puzzled by Felix's words. The next morning, Nixie, the mischievous little girl, snuck out and returned, claiming a member of the Fire Gang had been killed and left on their doorstep with a provocative message. The Fire Gang also believed the Smoke Gang was responsible, leading to escalating fights. Over the next 3 days, 5 members of each gang were killed, with evidence pointing to both sides. The situation between the two gangs worsened, with small fights every 2 days and big fights every 3 days. The people in the slums were too scared to leave their homes, fearing they would get caught in the crossfire. Felix and the others stayed inside, stocked up on food. Felix, the mastermind behind the chaos, watched all the show from his yard. Almost every night, he, Zephyr, and Brixton snuck out to carry out their plans. Brixton and Zephyr even killed a gang member each. Brixton vomited all his dinner when he killed the gang member, while Zephyr was much calmer, but the uneasiness in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. In Bridgemore City at night, the 3 moons of Sylphindel world hung high in the sky, casting their light on the dark world below. In the slums of Bridgemore City, deep within the rundown area, a brutal and bloody fight was taking place between 2 groups of people. Bodies of the dead were scattered across the floor, blood spilling everywhere. The screams and battle cries reverberated through the dark alleys of the slums, especially where 2 burly men were locked in a fierce fight, exchanging heavy punches with each other. Mike, you dare to kill my nephew. Today, only one of us will walk away from this place alive, growled the burly man with one eye, his face twisted in anger. This man is the leader of the Smoke Gang. Democrat, Minnesota, you also killed my son. Today, it's either you live or I die. The other burly man cursed fiercely, and this man is also the leader of the Fire Gang, that a few meters away from the chaos. Felix, Zephyr, and Brixton stood behind a collapsed wall, observing the brutal fight with calm expressions on their faces. Big bro, do you think we can finally take them down today? Brixton whispered softly to Felix. Felix nodded. According to my calculations, today will be our chance to get rid of our troubles once and for all. Zephyr and Brixton nodded with cold light flashing in their eyes. As long as they can protect their family, then killing these people is necessary. Oh, Mike, you sneaky bastard, you dare to sneak on me. Suddenly a painful roar sounded. Felix immediately looked towards where both leaders were fighting. He saw that the Smoke Gang leader have a dagger stuck to his chest with blood gushing out, dyeing his clothes red. He who told you to be distracted while fighting me. The Fire Gang leader smiled ferociously. The Smoke Gang slowly slumped to the ground with wide eyes. The Fire Gang leader slowly walked up to the body of the Eye Man and started searching his body. Just then the Smoke Gang leader, who was lying on the ground, suddenly pulled out the dagger stuck on his chest and stabbed it on the neck of the Fire Gang leader. The Fire Gang leader looked at the Smoke Gang with incredulity in his eyes as he gripped his neck, which blood was gushing out like a fountain. He slowly slumped to the ground, dead. The smoke gang leader had a pale face as he lay on the ground, clutching his wounded chest. Felix, who was standing a few meters, saw all of this. He wickedly smiled. Looks like our chance have come. Let's go. With that, Felix walked out from behind the collapsed wall with Zephyr and Brixton following behind. The smoke gang leader, who was lying on the ground on his last breath, heard faint steps. Turning his head in great difficulty, he saw 3 people walking towards him and in a few seconds were standing beside him. Felix looked at the smoke gang leader with coldness and intense killing intent. Crouching down, Felix gazed deep inside the eye of the smoke gang leader. No one can never harm my family. In your next life, don't offend people you shouldn't have. With that, Felix stabbed the one-eyed man on the chest, completely ending his life. The smoke gang leader died with confusion and bewilderment in his eye, as he didn't know the person who killed him. Finish off the rest of those aren't completely dead. Try not to leave any evidence behind. Felix looked Zephyr and Brixton and instructed point 3 days later. It's been 3 days since Felix killed the leader of the smoke gang, and it's been over a week since he arrived in this world. The situation in the slums of Brigdamore City hasn't been great since the 2 rival gangs had a bloody battle, resulting in the deaths of over 100 people. The next morning, the people in the slums woke up to a gruesome sight of bodies scattered everywhere, including the leaders of the smoke gang and the fire gang. They were scared, but also relieved. These gangs had been terrorizing and exploiting them for years, so seeing them gone brought a sense of happiness. For the 10 years, the people in the slums have been caught in the crossfire of the smoke gang and the fire gang's feud, losing family members and living in fear. They were angry and resentful, but felt powerless to do anything about it. This is the harsh reality for the weak in this world. Over the past 3 days, some city guards finally showed up to investigate the gang violence that had claimed so many lives, but Felix knew they weren't really there to help. They were just putting on a show. The city officials didn't care about the struggles of ordinary people like them. It was a reminder of how little their lives were valued by those in power. Felix made sure to cover his tracks and leave no evidence behind that could point to him and the others. With the smoke gang and fire gang out of the picture, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now that both gangs are now gone, we won't be afraid anymore. Inside the house, Felix and the others were sitting around a table. All 6 of them chatted amongst themselves. It's a good thing we can go out without fear now, Felix said with a smile, his silver pupils gleaming. He didn't have to do much to get the 2 gangs to turn against each other. He had Zephyr and Brixton Tail, a member of the smoke gang, who was known to be a heavy drinker and lived in the slums. Felix planned to kidnap and kill him, framing the fire gang for the murder. But can an ordinary gang member incite 2 powerful gangs in the slums to engage in conflict? No, both gangs were simply angered by the perceived loss of respect. Felix understood that eliminating these ordinary members from both gangs would not provoke them to fight each other, let alone engage in a full-blown battle. Therefore, Felix strategically targeted individuals closest to the leaders of both gangs, individuals who were cherished by both leaders. Their family members, strategically targeting the family members of both gang leaders. Felix was able to escalate the tension between the 2 groups. With his high IQ and modern knowledge, he manipulated the situation to his advantage. Taking advantage of the leaders' love for their families, Felix orchestrated a deadly feud between the 2 gangs, which eventually led to the destruction of both gangs. They didn't even know that they died by the schemes and conspiracy of someone. The intricate web of deception and manipulation crafted by Felix showcased his cunning and strategic prowess. It's not like both gang leaders didn't want to investigate. Maybe they could have found out that someone else was behind it all. But instead, they just used the opportunity of their family members dying to accuse each other and try to take over the slums for themselves. Now that Smoke Gang is gone, we can finally relax, Trinity said, patting her chest. Yeah, it's a relief, Gwendolyn nodded. But I don't understand. What don't you get? Trinity asked, looking confused. Think about it. What would make these 2 gangs suddenly start fighting each other? They've been enemies for years, but they've never had such a big fight like the one a few days ago, Gwendolyn said suspiciously. Didn't you hear? Both of their sons and nephews were killed. Both gang leaders think the other had something to do with it, Brixton said casually. Yeah, I know that, Gwendolyn said. But if you look closely, you'll see that all their members were killed and left in front of their doors with threatening messages. That it seems like a provocation, Trinity suddenly realized. Yeah, a provocation. I think someone was trying to provoke these 2 gangs to fight each other, Gwendolyn said. And from what I've heard, all the members were killed in remote locations that are rarely visited by people. And they were all killed in the middle of the night. And by the number and frequency of the members being killed, it seems like they were being targeted by someone. But the gangs were too dumb to see it, Gwendolyn explained. The deaths of the sons and nephews pushed the gangs to fight each other. But I know those boys, they fought, but they wouldn't go to the extent of killing each other. It doesn't make sense for the gangs to turn on each other like this. Gwendolyn said. Felix's face shifted slightly, but quickly returned to its calm state. Deep down, he was surprised and shocked. He couldn't believe Gwendolyn had figured out that someone was behind everything with just a few clues. Democrat Minnesota. I shouldn't underestimate this girl, Felix thought to himself. Narrowing his eyes, he glanced at Zephyr and Brixton, who were both looking at him with grim faces. Well, we don't have to worry as long as we're safe that we don't need to meddle in other people's business. Felix waved his hand dismissively. Yeah, don't dwell on it. Look at the bright side. The Smoke Gang being destroyed is a good thing for us, Trinity chimed in, looking at Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn and Nixie nodded in agreement. Felix felt relieved that Gwendolyn wasn't pressing the issue further. He had made sure to cover his tracks, but who knew if she could still suspect them. Looking around at the happy faces of his new family, Felix felt grateful. It had only been a week since he arrived in this world, but he already felt like he had a family who cared about him. The loneliness he had felt in his previous life was fading away. Watching the children playing nearby filled his heart with joy. Felix suddenly stood up from his chair. Trinity and the others looked surprised as Felix stood up suddenly. Ahem, Una. Felix called out to Una, who was playing with the children. Yes, big brother. Una responded. You and the others should come here. I have something for you guys, Felix said with a smile that a few moments later, all the children ran up to the table, grabbed chairs, and sat down. Trinity, Zephyr, Brixton, Gwendolyn, Nixie, and the children looked curiously at Felix, who was standing in front of them. Looking at everyone in front of him, Felix opened his mouth slightly and said with a faint smile, Everyone, I've decided that it is time we have a surname. Trinity, Zephyr, Brixton, Gwendolyn, and Nixie's faces turned blank as their eyes widened in shock. Gwendolyn, Brixton, and Nixie looked the most shocked, with their jaws almost hitting the ground as they stared at Felix in silence and disbelief. Zephyr and Trinity remained calmer, but surprise was evident in their eyes. Big brother, is it really true? Can we really have a surname? Brixton asked in a trembling voice. Felix smiled and nodded. Yes, we can now have a surname. Really? We can have a surname? Nixie jumped in excitement and grabbed Gwendolyn's shoulders. Big sister Gwendolyn, we can have a surname. Gwendolyn nodded blankly, lost in thought. The children looked confused as they observed everyone's reactions. They didn't understand why Nixie was so excited. All they knew was that their big brother Felix was going to give them a surname, and suddenly everyone was thrilled. Big brother. Una, who was sitting beside Nixie, called out to Felix. Yes, Una. Felix glanced at Una and responded. What is a surname? Una asked with a pout and puffy cheeks. Felix smiled and explained, Well, Una, a surname is the name you share with other members of your family. Una and the children still looked confused, not fully grasping what Felix had said. Felix smiled and shook his head, knowing that the children couldn't fully understand. In the kingdom of Avalonia, it is against the law for slaves and orphans to have surnames unless they are taken in by someone with a surname, have the means to care for them, or are under the guardianship of someone over the age of 20 and are more than 10 people living together. Only under these circumstances are individuals permitted to have a surname. When Felix first learned of this, he was initially speechless. However, he understood that this realm operated under different laws and rules compared to Earth. Then, Big Brother Felix, what is our surname? Nixie asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. It wasn't just Nixie who looked at Felix with hopeful eyes. Everyone present did the same. Taking in the expectant gazes of those around him, Felix smiled and spoke slowly. From now on, our surname shall be Morningstar. It signifies one who resides under the morning star, a name that shines brightly and eternally in the sky. Our family name will be a beacon of light that never fades, standing out among the sea of stars as the brightest and most enduring. Felix's powerful voice echoed across the yard, leaving Trinity and the others with puzzled expressions on their faces. Morningstar, as if by some strange coincidence, they all muttered the name Morningstar at the same time. Morningstar, Morningstar, Morningstar. Nixie couldn't help but repeat the name under her breath, her face glowing with excitement. Haha! Finally, I have a surname. From now on, I am Nixie Morningstar. Nixie exclaimed, dancing around with joy in her eyes, her laughter filling the yard. Haha! Big sister Gwendolyn, you're now Gwendolyn Morningstar. Trinity, you're Trinity Morningstar. Zephyr, you're Zephyr Morningstar. Brixton, you're Brixton Morningstar. Haha! We all have a surname now. Nixie continued to dance and jump around, waving her hands in the air with excitement. Morningstar, not a bad name, Trinity said with a smile. Zephyr and the others also smiled, liking the new name. Felix watched Nixie's antics with amusement, but then felt a tug on his trousers. He looked down to see Una looking up at him with confusion. Big brother Felix, does that mean I'm in a Morningstar now? Una asked, tilting her head. Yes, Una. From now on, you're in a Morningstar, Felix confirmed with a smile. It's not just you, Felix announced to everyone. From now on, we are the Morningstar family. Late at night, Felix stood alone in the yard, gazing blankly at the three enormous silvery white moons. As he looked up at the moons in the sky, he was captivated by their beauty, and no matter how long he stared at them, he never grew tired of their enchanting glow. The three moons, shining brightly in the night sky, appeared to be surrounded by a mystical aura. Countless stars twinkled behind them, creating a breathtaking scene that seemed almost like a melody for anyone who dared to look up. Are you still not asleep? Just then, a gentle voice like an aureole sounded behind Felix, who was deeply mesmerized by the beauty of the moons. Snapping out his deep thought, Felix shook his head. Without turning around, he knew it was Trinity who was behind him. I'm not sleepy, Felix replied. Suddenly, there was silence between them. You were behind it, right? Trinity suddenly said. Felix's heart skipped a beat. Turning around, he looked at Trinity with a puzzled face. What do you mean? You were the mastermind behind the Smoke Gang and the Fire Gang fight, right? Trinity looked straight into Felix's eyes and said. Felix looked at Trinity silently with a calm face. Silence once again descended between them. How did you find out? Felix asked with a calm face. We found out a few days ago. For the past few days, you, Zephyr, and Brixton have been acting quite weirdly, Trinity said. And besides, don't think that we didn't know that the three of you would sneak out in the middle of the night. Trinity rolled her eyes and said. Felix smiled bitterly, as if thinking of something. He looked at Trinity in surprise and said, When you said we, you mean? Yes, Gwendolyn and Nixie already know, Trinity smiled. So why didn't you? Felix was puzzled. Why didn't we confront you guys, or try to stop you? Trinity smiled bitterly. Well, we also agreed with the approach you guys took. Besides, you guys weren't going head-on with them, so it was much safer that we just pretended not to know. Felix nodded and rubbed his nose with a faint chuckle. He thought he had hidden it well from Trinity and the other two, but he didn't expect they already knew. Turning around, Felix once again gazed up at the three moons and pondered aloud. Do you guys think what we did was wrong? Killing innocent people and involving other innocent lives to achieve our goals? Trinity was taken aback for a moment, then walked over to Felix and stood beside him. No, she said softly. Felix glanced at Trinity in surprise. No, I don't think what you did was wrong, Trinity continued. To be honest, it depends on one's own perspective. From my point of view, what you did wasn't wrong. You were just trying to protect yourself and your family. But from the perspective of others, they might say it was wrong because you sacrificed over 100 lives to get what you wanted without considering if they had families or were innocent in this world. There's no clear right or wrong, only strength. The Smoke Gang has strength, so they can do whatever they want. In our case, we had to do what we did to protect ourselves and our family. So, in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with what you did, Trinity explained. Felix looked at Trinity in disbelief. He was taken back by Trinity's unexpected words. He had anticipated criticism for involving innocent lives in his pursuit of vengeance. Thanks, he said sincerely. Trinity smiled back at Felix. I understand the rules of this world. Strength dictates one's actions, and the weak suffer the consequences. And I remember you saying something like, you would rather be a devil in angel's clothing, willing to do anything to keep your family safe, even if it means sacrificing others, Trinity added, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. Felix was taken aback. So, you overheard our conversation the other day, huh? He said with a smile. Trinity grinned and nodded in response. All right, don't dwell on it too much. Go get some rest. Tomorrow is a new day, Trinity said, waving her hand as she headed back to her room. Watching Trinity walk away, Felix sighed heavily and shook his head. Despite his initial surprise, he felt grateful and happy to in his past life on Earth. He had never had anyone to confide in when he was feeling down. He had always kept his worries buried deep within his heart. This was the first time he had someone to talk to and share his concerns with. Reflecting on Trinity's words, Felix suddenly felt a sense of clarity. He remembered the guilt he had felt after taking lives and involving innocent people in his schemes. Although he had claimed to feel no remorse, deep down, he had harbored a slight regret that Trinity's perspective on the world, where strength mattered more than right or wrong, resonated with him, but he didn't have any strength to confront the Smoke Gang directly. So what he can only do is to resort to manipulation and deceit to achieve his goals. With a sense of relief, Felix realized that the guilt he had carried was now lifted. As long as I can protect my family and ensure their well-being, I am willing to do whatever it takes, he muttered, determination shining in his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing a hidden mission. Reward: 10,000 BEP. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing another hidden mission. Reward: 50,000 BP. Suddenly, the long-lost system's cold voice sounded in Felix's mind. Two notifications popped up, catching Felix off guard. The system had been silent for days, only speaking up when spoken to. Felix had been too busy dealing with the smoke gang to bother talking to the system. Where have you been all this time, system? Felix asked, coming back to his senses. The system's tone changed as it replied, I was sleeping. Felix shook his head, annoyed by the system's attitude. So, what do these notifications mean? Have I completed some kind of hidden missions? He asked curiously. Ding, please check your status screen. The system replied in its cold and emotionless voice. Business Empire System. System status. Host. Felix Morningstar. Age frowny face, 20 years old. Race. Human. Cultivation. Knight/mage. Mortal bloodline. Frowny face. None. Talents. Knight. Cultivation. 8 stars. Mage. Cultivation. 9 stars. Management. 9 stars. Current. Industry. None. System shop. Locked. Main mission. Develop every selected industry to the peak. Side mission. Frowny face. None. Hidden missions. Status completed. Hidden mission 1. Frowny face. Eliminate the smoke gang. Description: as a young and promising businessman, how can you allow others to trample on your dignity? Destroy the smoke gang. Hidden mission 1. Frowny face. Eliminate the smoke gang. Reward: 10,000 BEP. Status: frowny face completed. Hidden mission 2. Unscrupulous. Description: as a businessman, you have to do anything in order to achieve your goals, even if it means sacrificing the lives of others without feeling guilty about it. Reward: 50,000 BEP. Status: completed. Business Empire points. BEP 60,000 BP. Wheel of Industries lottery. Frowny face. As Felix glanced at his status screen, he wasn't too surprised to see that not much had changed. However, he did notice 2 new panels indicating hidden missions and their rewards, as well as his BEP, which had increased from 0 to 60,000. A smile spread across Felix's face as he admired his growing BEP balance. But his smile quickly turned to shock as he read the descriptions of the hidden missions. He had no idea that seeking revenge on the smoke gang would earn him 10,000 BEP. All he wanted was to eliminate any threats to his life. The second hidden mission was even more surprising. Felix never expected that scheming against the smoke gang and putting the lives of over 100 people at risk would also come with a reward. Democrat, Minnesota. I like these kinds of missions, Felix grinned. System, can you give me a few hidden missions to complete? Felix asked the system in excitement. Ding. Negative host. Hidden missions are called hidden missions because they are hidden.as. For how the host can complete hidden missions, it depends on TH situation, the system replied. Felix listened to TH system explanation and nodded in understanding. Apparently, completely hidden missions depends entirely on different situations. Oh right, system. I remember I have 1 Wheel of Industries lottery. Can I use it? Felix suddenly said. Ding. Yes, host. Okay, then I want to use it right now. Felix rubbed his hands in excitement. Suddenly, his status screen disappeared, and a huge silver wheel appeared in front of his eyes. There were many sections on the silver wheel with many industries written in TH sections. There were entertainment industry, textile industry, mass media industry, real estate industry, transport industry, food and beverages industry, and many more. And in the middle of the silver wheel is huge golden button. Do the host want to use his lottery? The system asked. Yes, Felix immediately replied. Ding. Then host, please press the golden button in TH center of TH wheel. With a quick nod, Felix pressed the golden button, eager to see what industry fate had in store for him. Yes, Felix pressed the golden button. It disappeared, and the large silver wheel began to spin. Initially, it spun slowly, but as time passed, the speed increased. After 2 minutes, the wheel was spinning so fast that Felix couldn't distinguish the different sections. The wheel emitted a captivating silvery white glow as it continued to spin rapidly. After 5 minutes, the wheel started to slow down, revealing various industries passing by the pointer. Felix watched intently, feeling nervous inside. He was open to any industry, as long as it required minimal capital to start. The wheel spun at a slower pace, with different industries passing by, until it finally came to a stop. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the food and beverages industry. Ding. The system shop has been unlocked. Felix was in a daze as the system notifications continued to ring in his ears. The next morning, Felix walked out of his room with a tired face and dark circles under his eyes. It seemed like he didn't get enough sleep the night before. He yawned and stretched lazily, gazing up at the rising sun. The sun cast a rosy hue across the morning sky, with golden fingers of sunlight lighting up the scene. Just then, he heard a flurry of noises and saw Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Zephyr, and Nixie walking out of their rooms, all yawning and stretching. "Big bro, you're awake?" Nixie waved excitedly at Felix. Ever since she got a surname last night, she had been beaming with happiness and excitement. Looking at her face, Felix was sure she hadn't slept much due to her excitement. Felix nodded at the others and said, "Good morning, everyone." They all responded with a cheerful, "Good morning, big bro." "Big bro, did you not get enough sleep last night?" Nixie asked, noticing the dark circles under Felix's eyes. Felix shook his head. How could he fall asleep when he had just drawn his first industry? He was both excited and worried. Excited to start his own business, but worried about which sector to choose within the food and beverages industry. There were many sectors to consider, such as restaurants, specialty restaurants, coffee shops, and fast food outlets. Fortunately, not all of the sectors are very suitable for this world, leaving a few sectors he can choose. Currently, he was stuck between choosing fast food outlets or opening a restaurant. Both were profitable, but fast food outlets might be a different concept in this world. He can't just open a fast food outlets. You have to do a market research to see if the concept of fast food can be applied in this world, and whether if the people can accept it or not. Transitioning from the restaurant industry. The concept of opening a restaurant already exists in this world, making it seem like a feasible venture. However, embarking on this endeavor comes with its own set of challenges. Currently, there is no foundation in place to start, requiring everything to be built from scratch. Opening a restaurant also demands a significant amount of capital, including expenses such as purchasing land for the establishment, hiring staff like waiters, chefs, and security personnel, as well as other operational costs. This accumulation of expenses amounts to a substantial initial investment. Moreover, navigating this new world poses additional complexities. Fortunately, the presence of a system that reduces costs brings a sense of relief to Felix. Felix smiled when he thought back to what he saw in the system shop. Although possessed a high IQ and modern knowledge that could potentially lead to financial success, but it will take a long time. Fortunately, he already have a backup plan. Felix once again smiled when he thought back to what was in his room. Business Empire System, System Status, Host Frowny Face Felix Morningstar, Age Frowny Face 20 years old race, Human Cultivation, Knight/Mage, Mortal Bloodline, None Talents, Knight Cultivation, 8 stars, Mage Cultivation, 9 stars. Management, 9 stars. Current industry. Food and beverages industry completion rate, Frowny Face, 0%. System shop, unlocked. Main mission, develop every selected industry to the peak. Side mission, Frowny Face none. Business Empire points, BEP, 60,000 BEP. Wheel of Industries lottery, Frowny Face none. Reflecting on his status screen and the changes it displays, Felix shook his and made his way to well. He washed his face, rinsed his mouth, and took a cold bath to wash away the fatigue and sleepiness. After a brief period, Trinity and the others have also completed their morning routines. With breakfast being served as they gather around the table to enjoy a simple meal of hot broth and bread. Genuine smiles adorn their faces, reflecting their contentment. Felix, too, partakes in the meal with a sense of satisfaction. "Big bro, I've noticed that you've been in a daze. What are you thinking about?" Trinity asked as she looked at Felix. The others also looked at Felix. Felix looked at Trinity in surprise and put down the bowl in his hands on the table. Felix looked at everyone with a serious face. "Guys, I think we can start our own business and work for ourselves, and instead of doing menial jobs that pay too little, the children are growing up and our expenses will continue to increase, so I think we can start something." Felix shared his thoughts. Trinity and the others were taken aback. They were surprised. "Since the smoke gang is gone and there is no one to threaten us anymore, we can start something new," Felix continued. "But big bro, starting a business is not easy. Do we need a large amount of money?" Gwendolyn said. Trinity and Nixie nodded in agreement. They knew starting a business required a lot of capital, careful planning, and good management. Felix smiled when he heard Gwendolyn and the others' worries. "Everyone, follow me," Felix said as he stood up. Zephyr and Brixton looked at each other and smiled. Knowing what Felix was up to, they also stood up and followed Felix, with Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Nixie close behind. Felix led them to his room. Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Nixie were curious but didn't say anything. After entering the room, Felix closed the door. He smiled lightly and bent down to pull out 2 huge wooden chests from under the room. Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Nixie were curious about what was in the chests. Without further ado, Felix opened the two chests at the same time. A golden light blinded everyone's eyes. Blinking rapidly, Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Nixie were in shock. Ah! Nixie screamed, quickly covering her mouth but still wide-eyed. Gwendolyn and Trinity were equally stunned, rooted to the spot. Only Zephyr and Brixton remained calm, with bright smiles on their faces. They were also shocked when they first saw what was in the chests. Felix looked at Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Nixie and smiled. The two chests in front of them were filled with glittering gold coins. These two chests filled with gold coins were taken from the headquarters of both the Smoke Gang and the Fire Gang. After both gangs were destroyed, Felix, along with Zephyr and Brixton, ransacked their entire base and gathered two chests filled with gold coins. Felix was quite excited at that time, even though his wealth in his previous life was much greater. Now, in this world, he is as poor as a church mouse. So, seeing so much money got him quite excited. Zephyr and Brixton were also shocked and amazed by the huge amount of money in the chests. It was the first time in their lives that they had seen so much money. The currency in the Sylphindle world consists of gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. 100 copper coins equal 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equal 1 gold coin, and vice versa. 0.1 gold coin can feed an ordinary household for an entire month. So the sight of so much money left them all shocked. Big bro, how much is in the chests? Nixie asked in a trembling voice. Felix smiled and replied, there are 100,000 gold coins in both chests. Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Nixie were once again shocked. That Nixie's cute face flushed red, and her big eyes were shining with intense excitement. Huff, huff, huff. I need to calm down, otherwise I'll have a heart attack, Nixie said, patting her chest while taking deep breaths. Trinity and Gwendolyn were also trying to stabilize their hearts with deep breath. 10 minutes later, Trinity looked at Felix and asked, don't tell me you got all this money from the two gangs. Yes, Felix nodded with a smile. Zephyr and Brixton were shocked and puzzled as to why Trinity knew about this. But Felix quickly told them that Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Nixie already knew about it. They were shocked and relief at the same time, but they didn't expect Trinity and the others to know what they were up to a few days ago. So, big bro, with so much money, what business do you want to go in? Trinity asked Felix. I've been considering our options, and I believe that starting in the restaurant business would be a good choice, Felix stated confidently. Trinity and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing the potential for success in opening a restaurant. While the initial investment may be significant, the long-term profitability of a well-operated restaurant is promising. Big bro, if you're planning to open a restaurant, you'll need a master chef that I know just the person, Nixie said with a smile. However, she quickly added, but you'll have to pay me, eyeing the pile of gold coins in the chest with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Trinity playfully flicked Nixie's forehead. Ah, big sister, it hurts. Nixie pouted her lips with grievance in her eyes. Felix chuckled at the interaction, amused by Nixie's antics. Ding. Congratulations to the host for choosing the restaurant sector in the food and beverages industry. Ding. The restaurant shop section have been opened. Ding. A new mission have been issued at Ding. Congratulations to the host for choosing the restaurant sector in the food and beverages industry. The restaurant shop section have been opened. Ding. A new mission have been issued. Felix was stunned for a moment when he heard the system notifications. He immediately opened his status screen. Business Empire System. System status. Host Frowny Face Felix Morningstar. Age Frowny Face 20 years old. Race Human. Cultivation Knight/Mage. Mortal bloodline None. Talents Knight Cultivation 8 stars. Mage Cultivation 9 stars. Management 9 stars. Current industry food and beverages industry. Completion rate Frowny Face 0%. System shop unlocked. Main mission develop every selected industry to the peak. Side mission 1. Open a restaurant in Brigdamore City. Duration 7 days. Punishment for failure. Host won't be able to draw another industry for 1 year. Rewards 10,000 BEP and a mysterious package. Business Empire Points BEP 60,000 BP. Wheel of Industries Lottery. Frowny Face none. Felix was taken aback when he saw the mission the system had assigned him. He had to open a restaurant in Brigdamore City in just 7 days. The consequences of failing were pretty harsh. He wouldn't be able to start another business for a whole year. But hey, at least it was within acceptable range. The rewards were pretty good. He would earn 10,000 BEP and a mysterious package for successfully completing the mission. Hey system, what's in the mysterious package? Felix asked with curiosity. Ding. No comment, the system responded. Big bro, big bro. Felix felt a gentle nudge and quickly withdrew his attention from the system panel to look at Nixie in confusion. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly space out? I've been calling you, but you weren't responding. What's on your mind? Nixie asked, still rubbing her forehead. Felix scratched his head and replied, nothing. Nixie, you said you know where we can find Chef. right? Nixie nodded and said, "Yeah, I do." "Great. Then take me there after we finish breakfast," Felix said with a smile. Nixie was surprised. "Big brother, we haven't even opened a restaurant yet, and you're already looking for a chef?" Felix explained, "Since we plan to open a restaurant, we need to start preparing in advance. What if we open the restaurant and can't find a chef? We need to ensure that everything goes smoothly." Understanding Felix's reasoning, Nixie, Trinity, and the others agreed with his approach. "Okay, let's go," and finished our breakfast, Felix said as he led everyone out of the room. 20 minutes later, all of them have finished their breakfast. The children were playing in the yard while Felix, Zephyr, Brixton, Gwendolyn, Nixie, and Trinity stood at the entrance of the house. Felix announced, "Nixie and I will go see if we can hire the chef." The others nodded in agreement. Felix then instructed Trinity and Gwendolyn, "Take some money and buy decent clothes for everyone. We need to appear presentable since we're opening a restaurant. Zephyr, Brixton, the two of you should stay here and look after the kids. Do you understand?" "Yes, big brother," they replied. Felix nodded with a smile. "All right, Nixie and I will be going now," after saying that he signaled Nixie to follow him as both of them left the house. "Both of you should be careful on the road," Trinity's gentle voice floated from behind. Felix smiled and Simple waved his hand to show he got it. A few minutes later, Felix and Nixie found themselves leaving the slums behind as they strolled along a wide road that stretched into the distance. The sun had risen, casting a soft glow over the streets of Brigdamore City and ushering in a flurry of early morning activity. This was Felix's first glimpse of Brigdamore City since arriving in this world. While he had some knowledge and images of the city from his predecessor's memories, his initial arrival had been in the dead of night, and he had been injured, limiting his exposure to the city to the slums. Now, as he took in the sights of Brigdamore City for the first time from his own perspective, Felix's expression was one of curiosity. The streets were exceptionally wide, bustling with pedestrians moving to and fro, carriages pulled by massive horses thundering down the thoroughfares, and shops of all sizes lining both sides of the street with vendors calling out to potential customers. The scene was vibrant and lively, a stark contrast to the desolate slums Felix had previously known. "Nixie, how did you come to know this chef?" Felix asked curiously, looking at Nixie. Nixie scratched her head. "Well, I once worked at his house as a maid for 1 month." "Oh, I see," Felix nodded. "So what's his name?" "His name is Gideon Ashford, but I prefer to call him Chef Gideon," Nixie replied. "And how is his personality?" Felix inquired once again. "Well, Chef Gideon is quite approachable and amiable, but sometimes he loses control of his emotions," Nixie said. "And oh, Big Bro Chef Gideon is a 1-star spirit chef." "Oh, a spirit chef? Wait, what?" Felix suddenly stopped and stood rooted on the spot with wide eyes as he looked at Nixie. Nixie was smiling and giggling, seeing Felix's stunned face that a few seconds later, Felix came back to his senses. "You mean that Chef Gideon is a 1-star spirit chef?" Nixie nodded. Felix took a deep breath. Darn, how can a 1-star spirit chef live in this remote city? In the Sylphenal world, apart from night cultivation and mage cultivation, there are other secondary occupations such as formation masters, blacksmiths, alchemists, rune masters, and spirit chefs. These secondary occupations are divided into stars from 1 star to 9 stars. They all play a crucial role in assisting knights and mages. For example, weapons forged by a blacksmith can amplify the attacks of knights or mages by several folds, or increase their defenses. A pill or potion refined by it. Alchemists can heal grave injuries, allowing a knight or mage to break through their bottleneck. And much more. As for a spirit chef, it is also a highly respected secondary occupation. The role of a spirit chef is a highly esteemed secondary occupation. The dishes prepared by spirit chefs are renowned for their exquisite taste and divine quality, infused with rich mana. These dishes not only satisfy the palate, but also aid in the cultivation process. The ingredients utilized by spirit chefs are far from ordinary, often sourced from rare and exotic sources. Spirit chefs take great pride in their craft, and their occupation is highly sought after by many. This sense of pride and accomplishment can sometimes manifest as arrogance, but it is a testament to the skill and dedication required to excel in this esteemed profession. Even a 1-star spirit chef commands respect wherever they go, and no one dares to offend them. Felix was shocked and confused as to why such a esteemed chef would choose to live in this remote city. "Nixie, if Chef Gideon is a 1-star spirit chef, then why is he here in this remote city?" Felix asked, narrowing his eyes. Nixie fell silent for a moment, then looked up and sighed. "Well, big bro, Chef Gideon's life is extremely pitiful." Felix's eyes gleamed with interest. "Well, You can tell me all about it as we walk, he said as they continued down the bustling street. Gideon Ashford, also known as Chef Gideon, was a renowned spirit chef in the Kingdom of Avalonia Point 20 years ago. As a teenager, he became a one-star spirit chef while living in the capital city. Despite numerous offers from restaurants, nobles, and even the royal family, he refused and chose to open his own restaurant. His dishes were so exquisite and delicious that people traveled from far and wide to taste them. What set Chef Gideon apart was that he became a one-star spirit chef at the young age of 19, making him the youngest spirit chef in 1,000 years in the Kingdom of Avalonia. His unique cooking style and divine dishes made his restaurant a must-visit destination in the capital city. People were drawn to his indigenous dishes and the variety of flavors he offered. Knights and mages, esteemed individuals in the kingdom, frequented Chef Gideon's restaurant to savor his exquisite dishes. Initially, everything seemed to be going smoothly for him. He achieved success as a spirit chef and even found love, leading to a blissful life. However, as the saying goes, with success comes envy and those who seek to bring about your downfall. Chef Gideon fell victim to a conspiracy orchestrated by his jealous enemies and competitors. Due to his accomplishments, Chef Gideon attracted the jealousy of a rival one-star spirit chef who challenged him to a bet to determine whose dishes were superior. Initially hesitant, Chef Gideon was goaded by his adversary and encouraged by his girlfriend to accept the challenge. Against his better judgment, he agreed to the bet, with many assuming he would emerge victorious. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned, and Chef Gideon suffered a devastating loss. Unbeknownst to him, the entire ordeal was a carefully orchestrated scheme. Upon discovering the truth, Chef Gideon was left feeling both enraged and heartbroken, especially upon realizing that his beloved was complicit in the conspiracy. His once thriving career and reputation crumbled, and the consequences of losing the bet were severe. He was stripped of his spirit chef title and cursed, preventing him from advancing in his cultivation. As a result, he was condemned to remain a Tier 1 knight indefinitely, unable to progress in either his knight cultivation or spirit chef realm. Despite the curse placed upon him, Chef Gideon retained his culinary skills. However, due to the tainted reputation resulting from the bet, no one dared to eat his food. Feeling despair and heartbreak, he fled from the capital and sought refuge in Brigdamore City, where he has resided ever since. Chef Gideon has been living in a state of sadness and agony since then, expressed Nixie said with sorrowful, red eyes. Felix was deeply engrossed in thought as Nixie recounted Chef Gideon's life story. He sighed, contemplating the tale of a culinary genius who had once reached the pinnacle of success only to be brought down by jealousy and betrayal. That it was a tragic reminder that success can be fleeting, and even the most talented individuals are not immune to the pitfalls of life. Chef Gideon's downfall was particularly poignant, as it was fueled by his lack of powerful connections and his humble background. Despite his exceptional talents, he was ultimately unable to withstand the forces working against him. Felix shook his head in disbelief at the twists and turns of Chef Gideon's life. It was both a mix of fortune and misfortune. Damn, what a pitiful and sad life. Even a romance action-packed novel wouldn't dare to write something like that, Felix hissed and muttered under his breath. Oh, Nixie, how did you come to know all of this? Felix asked with curiosity. Big bro, Chef Gideon told me himself. Nixie giggled. Felix nodded, but he was surprised. He didn't expect this guy to be so broad-minded that he can share his tragic life story with someone. Big bro, do you think you can convince Chef Gideon to work for you? Nixie asked while looking ahead. Felix shook his head. I don't know, but at least we need to try. Felix knew that the chances of him being able to hire Chef Gideon is low after hearing his story from Nixie. Even when he was in his peak, he rejected nobles, and it's even said that he even rejected the royal family. How can he, a poor bastard with nothing and lives in the slums, able to recruit a one-star spirit chef, even though his past glory is gone, but still he is a one-star spirit chef, and spirit chef are very known for pride. Narrowing his eyes, Felix's eyes flashed with faint light. Even if my chances are low, I'll still have to try, and maybe I'll... Big bro, we are already here. Just then, Nixie's voice drew Felix out of his thoughts as he looked ahead. Felix gazed down the path and spotted a grand, yet solitary mansion looming in the distance. Surprised, he scanned the area and realized they had left the busy streets far behind, finding themselves in a remote part of the city with only the mansion in sight. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the sounds of birds and insects breaking the silence. This part of the city seems pretty remote. People rarely come here, Nixie remarked casually. Why is that? Felix inquired. Well, the land within a 20-mile radius has all been bought up by Chef Gideon. Nixie chuckled. Felix nodded, not too shocked that one person owned such a vast expanse of land. In his previous life, he had encountered people who owned even larger plots. All right, big bro, let's go. And when you meet Chef Gideon, watch your words, Nixie warned playfully, skipping ahead with her pink hair fluttering in the breeze. Felix smiled and followed closely behind. After a few minutes, they reached the imposing gates of the mansion, surrounded only by a few weathered statues. Nixie stood before the gates, turned to Felix, and gave a slight nod. Felix returned the gesture. Nixie took a deep breath and pounded on the gates. After a couple of minutes with no response, she tried again, but still no one appeared. Maybe he's not home. Felix frowned. Nixie shook her head. No, Chef Gideon is always at home. As Nixie raised her fist to knock once more, the gates suddenly swung open. She took a step back, and Felix's expression turned serious as a figure emerged from the mansion. Who's banging on my door? Do you want to destroy it? A raspy voice called out. Felix eyed the figure with a weird look in his eyes. The man who appeared before them was in his 30s, with long, unkempt black hair and a messy beard. He was wearing loose black clothes and holding a bottle that seemed to contain wine. His eyes were gray, his face pale with a few wrinkles, and there were streaks of white hair mixed in with his unkempt hair. His entire body reeked of wine. Who are you? The man asked, seeming a bit out of it. I'm Nixie, the maid who worked for you a few months ago, Nixie replied. This man was Gideon Ashford, the one-star spirit chef, or Chef Gideon. He seemed to snap out his daze for a moment and said, Oh, I remember you. You're the jumpy and mischievous little girl. Mr. Gideon, you remember me? Nixie's eyes lit up when Chef Gideon recognized her. She knew he didn't like being called Chef Gideon, so she only used that name when he wasn't around. How could I forget you? Chef Gideon smiled. Mr. Gideon, this is my big brother Felix. Nixie quickly introduced Felix, who was standing nearby. Nice to meet you, Mr. Gideon. Felix greeted Chef Gideon, who nodded in response. My big brother wants to talk to you about something, Nixie said. Oh, then please, come inside, Chef Gideon said, opening the gate for them. As Felix entered the mansion, he looked around curiously. The inside of the mansion was large, with other buildings in a dilapidated state. Despite that, the surroundings were clean and tidied. It was clear that Chef Gideon took good care of his house, aside from the rundown buildings. Chef Gideon grabbed both of them and settled under a tree a short distance from the entrance. So, what's on your mind? He asked, leaning back in his chair. Felix took a deep breath. Mr. Gideon, I want to hire you, he said, staring directly into Chef Gideon's eyes. Chef Gideon was taken aback for a moment, but then regained his composure. Ha ha ha. You wanted to work for you? Look at me. I'm a drunkard. What could I possibly have to offer? He chuckled, taking a swig of wine. Felix narrowed his eyes, a glint of determination in them. Mr. Gideon, I know you have something valuable, a talent that people would kill for, your cooking skills. Chef Gideon was shocked, his face slowly turning red. Get out, he yelled, standing up in a fit of rage. Felix was surprised by Chef Gideon's sudden anger. Mr. Gideon, Nixie began, looking worried. I said get out. I don't want to repeat myself, Chef Gideon bellowed, pointing towards the door. Felix frowned at Chef Gideon's outburst. He didn't expect just the mention of the word cooking talent, and this Immerucker just started roaring like an angry beast. But then his expression softened. Mr. Gideon, if you want us to leave, we will. But first, let me tell you a story that I promise it'll only take 10 minutes. Chef Gideon, still panting, slowly sat back down. Felix smiled, relieved to see Chef Gideon calming down. Felix took a deep breath. He looked into the distance with vacant and sorrowful eyes. His expression was that of extreme sadness. I was born in a small mountain village. There were only about 100 households in our village, but everyone was honest, simple, and hardworking. My parents were hardworking too. I have 2 older sisters and 2 older brothers. I was the youngest. When I was just 5 years old, I was very mischievous that I would sometimes play pranks on the other children in the village, making them cry. I loved running off to the small river in our village to catch fish and play with the other kids. Life was simple and happy back then, Felix said, his eyes getting slightly red as he reminisced. Chef Gideon, who was angry with a red face a moment ago, looked at Felix in silence, and Nixie also stared at Felix with a blank look. Felix continued, but one fateful day, a group bandits raided our village. They killed everyone in the village. The men were killed on the spot, while the women were raped. They didn't even let the children go. They brutally killed everyone. I was quite lucky at that, because I was in the river playing, so I wasn't killed. But when I heard the screams coming from the village, I thought there was a celebration going, so I hurriedly run back. But what I saw left me chilled. I saw my entire village filled with blood and corpses. The children I used to play with were all killed. All the people I know in the village were all lying in a pool of blood. I saw my mother and two elder sisters being dragged on the grounds. My two older brothers were killed and dismembered. My father was tied up on a pole. Da-dee. Oh, you know what the bandits did? The Felix's eyes were filled with tears and rage, deep killing intent brewing in his eyes. They raped my mother and elder sisters in front of my father. They took turns on them. My two sisters were just 11 years old. A group of grown-up men ganged raped two 11-years-old girls. Tears continued to float out of Felix's eyes as he narrated his tragic story. Chef Gideon and Nixie were stunned as they listened to Felix recount his harrowing tale. But Nixie's eyes welled up with tears, her hand covering her mouth as she sobbed. I felt so helpless, like a pathetic, cowardly little BTCH, that I couldn't do anything as I watched my entire family and village being massacred before my eyes. I managed to escape, but I was captured by a slave caravan and sold into slavery. From then on, my life became a living nightmare. Felix wiped his tears and said, his expression was one of extreme sadness. It was really heartbreaking. Felix shook his head. It has been more than 15 years since that incident. I can't sleep. Whenever I close my eyes, all I can see is my family and village being massacred. He looked at Chef Gideon and continued, but I still continue on with my life as long as I'm alive. I will one day take revenge. When a nobleman takes revenge, 10 years is not too late. When a nobleman takes revenge, 10 years is not too late, Chef Gideon whispered in a daze. Our situations are both alike and different at the same time, that I see the similarities between us. Felix paused for a moment before continuing. We both run away from our fears and problems instead of facing them head-on. However, what sets us apart is that I have chosen to keep living and eventually seek revenge on those who have wronged me. Felix locked eyes with Chef Gideon. But what about you? You've chosen to live a pathetic existence, drowning your sorrows in alcohol and wasting the talents bestowed upon you by the heavens. Don't you want to seek revenge against those who have wronged you? Don't you want to show those who have betrayed you what you're capable of? Instead, you hide in this mansion like a coward. Where has the #1 genius spirit chef of Avalonia kingdom gone? Felix said with disdain. Do you want to continue hiding out in this sad excuse for a mansion for the rest of your days? Or do you want to seek revenge? Felix asked Chef Gideon with a glint in his eye. Chef Gideon found himself lost in thought as Felix's words echoed in his mind. Was he really a coward, choosing to hide away instead of facing his enemies head-on? Did he truly desire revenge? The answer was clear. He was done living a pitiful life and was ready to take action. Since that day, he has been living a life devoid of purpose, feeling like a mere shell of his former self. Meanwhile, those who wronged him are living in luxury and comfort. Basking in their glory, it's like he's stuck in a never-ending nightmare while they are living the dream. With newfound determination, Chef Gideon looked up at Felix and declared, I choose revenge. A grin spread across Felix's face at Chef Gideon's response. Then Mr. Gideon, or should I say Chef Gideon, from now on you work for me. And don't worry about that curse hanging over you. I can take care of it. It'll just take some time. Felix reassured him as he stood up. Chef Gideon was taken aback. You can remove the curse? He exclaimed in disbelief. Felix nodded. Yes, but it will take some time. Are you willing to wait? He asked. Excitedly, Chef Gideon nodded. I can wait. When can I start working? He inquired eagerly. Felix cleared his throat. Well, the restaurant isn't open yet, he admitted. Chef Gideon was shocked. What? Your restaurant isn't open yet? He was speechless. Felix quickly reassured him. Don't worry, the restaurant will be open in 7 days. Just be patient. Felix stood in front of the massive gate, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He had finally secured a chef, and now all that was left was to open the restaurant. Once that was done, everything else would fall into place. Suddenly, Felix felt someone hug him from behind. Startled at first, he quickly calmed down and turned to see Nixie with red eyes. Why are you crying, Nixie? Felix asked gently. Big bro, you've suffered, Nixie said, tears streaming down her face. Confused, Felix asked, what do you mean I've suffered? Nixie continued to sob, saying, I didn't expect your childhood to be so tragic. Stunned, Felix burst into laughter. You're crying about the story I told earlier? Nixie nodded, looking at him with pitiful eyes. Felix smiled as he walked forward. Well, don't take that story seriously, I made it up. What? Nixie's ear-piercing scream sounded behind him. Felix immediately covered his ears, and just Nixie appeared in front of him with wide eyes. What do you mean you made that up? You mean all that crying and emotion was fake? Felix nodded. Yep, I did. FCK, you big bro. You made me waste my precious tears for nothing. Nixie said, gritting her teeth and looking angry. Felix shook his head. Nixie, do you think if I hadn't told that tragic story and used it to manipulate Chef Gideon, he would have accepted the job? Nixie fell silent. Realizing Felix was right, that by appealing to Chef Gideon's pride and desire for revenge, Felix had successfully convinced him to work for them. Chef Gideon was once a one-star spirit chef. Naturally, his pride and arrogance wouldn't allow him to be compared with Felix, a youngster. He was much older then, and also by arousing his desire for revenge buried deep in his heart. This prideful and arrogant chef would naturally chose to work for him in order to get his revenge. That it was a clever move that had paid off in the end. Nixie stared at Felix in disbelief. Big bro, you're so sneaky. You lied to Chef Gideon. You have no morals at all. Felix sneered with a cold glint in his eyes. Morals? Nixie? What good are morals? Can they make you rich? Can they make you strong? Can you eat morals? In this world, you have to do whatever it takes to survive. Felix locked eyes with Nixie and said, let me teach you something, Nixie. Survival is winning. Everything else is mnerucking bullshit. Felix and Nixie have already left Chef Gideon's mansion and were currently strolling down the streets of Brigdamore City. This city is massive, divided into many districts, with a population of about 2 million people in addition to the locals. The city sees a lot of visitors every day. Brigdamore City has 4 main entrances in each direction, but what really sets it apart is the vast expanse of forest and tall mountains located about 1,000 miles away. This forest, known as the Atmos Forest, is both dangerous and full of opportunities. That it is home to magical beasts, creatures that can also absorb mana and cultivate that as they grow stronger, their intelligence increases. Magical beasts are divided into different ranks from Tier 1 to Tier 9. These magical beasts are more powerful than humans at the same rank due to their strong defenses and vitality. Because of the presence of the Atmos Forest, many adventurers venture into the forest to hunt magical beasts and search for treasures. This has made Brigdamore City a popular destination and boosted its economy. The city's markets are filled with materials, herbs, and treasures from the forest. Despite its size and population, Brigdamore City is still considered a small, remote city compared to others in the Avalonia Kingdom. Felix glanced at Nixie, who was walking beside him with a pout. He couldn't help but chuckle. Nixie, are you still mad at me for telling that fake story? He asked, shaking his head. Nixie turned away, her cheeks still puffy with grievances. Bad big brother. You made me waste all my tears for nothing. Okay, I'm sorry, Felix said with a smile, but Nixie continued to sulk, her angry expression still evident on her face. All right, I'll tell Trinity to give you 10 gold coins for wasting your precious tears. How about that, huh? Felix scratched his head. Nixie, who was sulking with an angry look, immediately turned her head and looked at Felix with shining eyes. Big bro, are you really going to give me 10 gold coins? Nixie asked with glittering eyes. Felix nodded. Consider it as payment for your tears. Nixie nodded. That's right. Since I gave my precious tears for your fake story, then I'll reluctantly accept this money. Felix was speechless, shaking his head in amusement. This little girl was really greedy for money, her face changing faster than flipping a book when she heard about the money. Big bro, where are we going next? Are we going back, or? Nixie asked with a happy smile. Well, Felix looked at the sun in the sky and thought for a moment. There's plenty of time left. Why don't we go and look for a suitable place to open the restaurant? Felix suggested. Whatever, Nixie nodded absent-mindedly, her mind seemingly on something else, a silly smile plastered on her face. Felix was once again speechless. He knew this little girl was probably thinking about the gold coin she was going to receive. Shaking his head, Felix and Nixie continued strolling around the city. They visited a lot of districts looking for a suitable place to open the restaurant. The city was huge, and they cannot travel the city in one day. They just explored a few districts where most of the business of the city is centered. After 3 hours of continuous walking and searching without much rest, Felix and Nixie were already dead tired. After a long time, they still didn't find a good place for the restaurant. Hey big bro, I'm really exhausted, Nixie said as she collapsed onto a boulder, sweat dripping down her forehead and her face flushed red. The sun was beating down on them, making the heat unbearable. What kind of place are you even looking for? None of the places we've been to seem to satisfy you, Nixie asked, trying to catch her breath. Felix joined her on the boulder, equally tired from the long walk in the scorching sun. He shook his head in response to Nixie's question. Nixie, finding a good location for the restaurant is key to attracting customers, Felix explained. But the places we've seen so far have been great locations and cheap. Why aren't they good enough for you? Nixie asked, puzzled. Felix remained silent, shaking his head. The locations they had visited were decent, but Felix was looking for something more, a place with high foot traffic where wealthy people spent big bucks. Do you know of any districts or business areas where rich and powerful people hang out? Felix asked Nixie, who was trying to cool herself off with her hands. Nixie shook her head. No, wait. I think I know of a place that fits your criteria, she said, her eyes lighting up. Really? Tell me where it is. Felix exclaimed eagerly. You've actually been there before, big bro, Nixie revealed. Felix was surprised. I have. I don't remember. You might have forgotten, but that place is exactly what you're looking for, Nixie said casually. Then let's go there right now. Felix said, energized. Hey, big bro, can we take a break for a few minutes? I'm really tired, Nixie complained. Felix rolled his eyes. Come on, get up. Let's hurry before the sun sets. No, I'm not moving, Nixie shook her head. Felix was speechless, a playful look on his face. And here I thought I was going to give someone 10 gold coins after she took me there. Huh. It seems I have to find someone else, Felix said as he pretended to look for someone. Nixie, who was lying on the boulder like a dead dog, immediately shot up to her feet. Big bro. My dear big bro, I'm not tired anymore, I'll take you there, Nixie said with a grin. Felix smiled and turned around. Really, you'll take me there? Nixie rapidly nodded her head. Don't worry, big bro, I'll take you there. But you said you were very tired and couldn't walk anymore. Felix pretended to be worried. I'm not tired one bit. Nixie immediately waved her hand to deny it. Chuckling, Felix said, Okay then, let's go. Ahem. Big bro, what about the money? Nixie asked with a cheeky grin. Don't worry about it, I'll give it to you now. Hurry up and take me there, Felix shook his head. Okay, follow me, big bro. Nixie skipped forward with a silly grin on her face. Brigdamore City is divided into many districts, with about 20 in total. Some districts serve specific purposes, like one for guards and military, another for entertainment and business, and so on. The district Nixie and Felix were in is one of the 3 biggest districts in Brigdamore City, known as the Audaz District or the Wealthy District. This area is where the rich and powerful in the city like to hang out. With high-class gambling dens, brothels, and fancy restaurants, it's basically a playground for the elite. The poor and commoners don't really come here, not because they're not allowed, but because they know it's way out of their league. Everything in the Audaz district costs a pretty penny, with every inch of land worth a small fortune. After wandering through the streets of Brigdamore City for a while, Felix and Nixie finally made it to the Audaz district. Felix was pretty impressed just by the entrance alone. It was super fancy. He could see all these rich folks in their fancy clothes, looking all snooty as they strolled in. There were also these huge, luxurious carriages being pulled by beautiful horses and other creatures Felix couldn't even identify. Taking a deep breath, Felix squinted his eyes and a big grin spread across his face. Can't you smell it, Nixie? He asked with his eyes closed. Nixie was confused and closed her eyes to take a whiff. After a moment, she opened her eyes and shook her head. I don't smell anything, big bro, she said, pouting. Felix chuckled. You're still young that I can smell the scent of money in this district. It's intoxicating, he said with a dreamy look on his face. Nixie rolled her eyes. You're so dramatic, big bro. All right, let's go check it out, Felix said, walking forward with big strides. As Felix and Nixie entered the Audaz district, they were greeted by tall, elegant buildings lining the wide street. Unlike the previous districts they had visited, where garbage littered the streets, Audaz was impeccably clean and luxurious. Even the bricks used to pave the streets is elegant. The luxurious atmosphere was evident everywhere they looked, from the fancy clothes worn by the people walking by to the bricks that paved the streets. Felix and Nixie walked around with curiosity in their eyes, attracting strange looks from the well-dressed locals who probably didn't expect 2 commoners in their midst. But they brushed off the stares and continued looking around with curiosity on their faces. Okay, Nixie, let's start searching for a good location for our restaurant, Felix said to Nixie. After strolling around for a while, they realized that most of the good spots were either already taken or the shop owners were not interested in letting them in because of their appearance. Big bro, these people are too much. How can they treat us like that? They didn't even bother to let us explain our purpose, Nixie pouted and complained. Felix shook his head. No matter which world, there's always the discrimination against the poor. Felix sank into deep thought. If this goes on, they can't buy suitable land or shop to open their restaurant. Should I go and buy a few fancy clothes before coming back here? And oh, this is a waste of time, Felix thought. As Felix was lost in thought, he inadvertently looked around and was immediately captivated, his eyes shining with excitement. Nixie, I think I found the perfect location for our restaurant, Felix said eagerly. Where? Show me. Nixie skipped over to Felix and looked around. Over there, Felix pointed in a direction. Nixie followed his gaze and saw a 3-story building standing there. Look, Nixie, there are 5 streets intersecting nearby, indicating good traffic flow. There's plenty of space around the building, and if you look a few meters away, there's a brothel and an auction house across the street, Felix explained, pointing out various details. Nixie confirmed everything he said. And a few kilometers away is the Adventurer Guild in Audaz District to the left of the building. There's a gambling den. With all the people and carriages passing by on a wide street nearby, I'm sure we'll have plenty of customers if we buy this building for our restaurant location, Felix said with a grin. Wow, big bro, this building is in a great location. Nixie nodded with a smile. But do you think the owner will be willing to sell it to us? Nixie asked anxiously. Why not? Look at the notice on the door. It says it's for sale, Felix pointed out. But will the owner let us in? Previous owners wouldn't even let us near their shops. Nixie worried. Who knows, but we have to try. Come on, let's go. Felix waved his hand and headed towards the building, with Nixie close behind. At a few moments later, Felix and Nixie arrived in front of the building, with the door wide open. Felix looked around but didn't see any signboard or plaque. He peeked inside, but the building was empty with nobody in sight. Hello, is there anyone inside? Felix called out, but received no response. He tried again. Hello, is there anyone inside? Suddenly, a raspy and aged voice floated from inside the building. Who are you looking for? Felix looked towards the voice and saw an old man walking out from what seemed to be a back room. Hello, are you the owner of this building? Felix asked politely. Yes, I'm the owner. And who might you be, and what do you want? The old man scrutinized Felix. Can we come in first before answering your questions? Felix asked. The old man nodded slightly, and Felix and Nixie entered the building. My name is Felix Morningstar, and this is my sister Nixie Morningstar. Felix introduced themselves. I saw the notice on the door saying this building is for sale, and I want to buy it. Oh, you want to buy this building? The old man looked at Felix with interest. Can you afford it? Looking at you, I doubt that you can afford this building. The old man smiled as he sized up Felix. Old man, what do you mean we can't afford? My big brother have money. Nixie retorted from Dice with an unhappy look. Nixie, keep quiet, don't talk, Felix immediately warned. Nixie pouted and turned her face away with a snort. Please, sir, forgive us, don't take my little sister's words seriously, Felix apologized. Don't worry about it. I'm not going to get angry with a little girl. The old man waved his hand. Felix heaved a sigh of relief and shot a threatening look at Nixie. Excuse me, SIR.AS I mentioned earlier. I'm interested in purchasing this building. Are you willing to sell it to me? Felix asked the old man with a serious expression. Well, I was actually planning to sell it anyway, but you do realize that things are quite pricey in the Audaz district, right? The old man replied casually. Yeah, I'm aware of that, Felix nodded. So what's the price for this building? The old man gave Felix a scrutinizing look and replied. The price for this building and the surrounding space is 10,000 gold coins. What do you mean 10,000 gold coins for this building? Why don't you just go rob someone? Nixie's sharp voice interrupted from the side. Felix turned to Nixie with an angry glare and said, Nixie, please be quiet. Nixie snorted in response, shooting Felix an angry look. Sir, please excuse her behavior. Felix quickly apologized. It's all right that I understand that the price may seem steep, but it's a good location and worth it, the old man reassured. I'll take it, Felix declared. Oh, you're willing to pay 10,000 gold coins for it? The old man seemed slightly surprised. Yes, Felix confirmed. Aren't you going to try to negotiate the price? The old man inquired. Nope, I think the current price is fair, Felix replied with a smile. All right, then. When can we complete the formalities? The old man asked. How about tomorrow? I'll bring the money and we can finalize everything, Felix suggested. A hint of excitement in his eyes, Felix and Nixie strolled out of the building, with a wide grin on Felix's face while Nixie still wore a pout. Felix glanced at Nixie and shook his head. Okay, stop sulking, you're not a child. But big bro, thanks to the old man, he sold his building to us for 10,000 gold coins, which is a lot, Nixie pouted. And big bro, why didn't you negotiate the price with him? She asked, looking confused. Nixie, like I said before, the location of the building is perfect. The foot traffic here is 10 times more than other places in the district. The building is closer to the entrance, and if you look closely, there are no restaurants or food places within a 50-kilometer radius. Plus, the surrounding land belongs to the owner, and he sold both the land and building together for 10,000 gold coins, which is a great deal. Felix explained with a smile. But it's still expensive, Nixie muttered. Felix tousled her pink hair. Don't worry, we'll make more money than that. And the old man was really nice. He was the only one who welcomed us into his shop. Nixie nodded and smiled. Let's hurry back before Trinity and the others start to worry, Felix said, glancing at the setting sun. He hadn't realized they had been out for so long. An hour later, Felix and Nixie finally returned to the slums and headed to their residence as the sun began to set. Inside, Trinity and Gwendolyn had already come back from buying clothes. What's taking them so long? Trinity paced back and forth in the yard, looking worried. Zephyr, Brixton and Gwendolyn were also concerned but remained calmer. Hey, big sister, just relax. Maybe they're on their way right now. Zephyr tried to reassure her. Yeah, big sis, you need to calm down, Brixton added. How can I calm down? Look, the sun is almost setting. Maybe something bad happened to them, Trinity said, her golden pupils filled with worry. I'm going to look for them, Trinity said as she immediately headed towards the entrance. Okay, Trinity, you need to calm down. Nothing will happen to them, Gwendolyn said as she held her back. Just then, the wooden door at the entrance creaked open as Felix and Nixie walked inside, talking and laughing. Felix looked surprised. Oh, everyone is here. I have something to tell you, he said with a smile. Big bro, you guys are finally back. Brixton smiled and playfully punched Felix's shoulder. Zephyr and the other sighed with relief when they saw Felix and Nixie return. We've been worried about you guys. Big sis even wanted to go look for you, Zephyr said. Felix was both surprised and touched. Where have you two been? Huh? Do you know how worried I was? Trinity broke free from Gwendolyn's grasp and approached them. Good, both of you are still intact. Trinity patted her chest and sighed in relief. Felix was speechless. What do you mean still intact? Did you expect us to be missing an arm or leg? He thought with amusement. Sorry for letting you guys worry about us. Something else came up. Felix scratched his head. Did something happen? Trinity asked. I'll tell you guys later. Felix shook his head. Big brother Felix. Suddenly, a cute and childish voice sounded as Una came running towards Felix with her short legs. Felix smiled as he opened his arms, and Una immediately jumped into his embrace. Big brother, where did you go? Una misses Big brother, Una said with a pout. Big brother also misses Una very much. Felix smiled as he held Una in his arms and kissed her cheeks. Una immediately broke into a cute smile. Felix truly loved this little girl, as she gave him a special feeling that always calmed his heart when she was near. It was a feeling he cherished deeply. It's not like you have some weird fetishes. Please get that thought out of your mind. All right, you guys should go and take your bath. Dinner will be ready in 30 minutes, Trinity smiled and said. Felix nodded, put down Una, and headed toward his room. What? You big bro cried. PFTTH ha 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 ha. Brixton burst into laughter. Trinity and Zephyr were also smiling. Even Gwendolyn, who usually have an expressionless face, was also giggling. Currently, all of them were sitting around the table eating dinner while talking, and Nixie, this little girl, was telling Trinity and the others about the story he told to Chef Gideon and all the emotions he made, which is why all of them is now laughing. Big bro, I didn't expect you to be shameless as to lie to Chef Gideon. Brixton shook his head and remarked. Yeah, you are truly evil to use such tactics to deceive such an old man. Zephyr also chimed in. Trinity giggled. I really wanted to see your crying face. Dan would have been very interesting to look at, while Gwendolyn's lips curled up in a rare smile as she looked at Felix. Felix looked helplessly at Trinity and the others as they made fun of him. Shooting Nixie a glare, Nixie simply smiled and stuck out her tongue playfully. Could you please refrain from laughing at me? I have an important announcement to make, Felix stated firmly. Trinity and the others ceased their laughter and turned their attention to Felix. Although they struggled to suppress their smiles, Felix shook his head at their reaction. I have already secured a prime location for the restaurant. Tomorrow morning, I will finalize the necessary arrangements with the owner, Felix informed them. Oh, you've already found a location for the restaurant. Where is it? Trinity inquired with curiosity. It's in the Audaz district, Felix replied. What Audaz district? Trinity and the others, except for Nixie, looked at Felix in disbelief. What's with that reaction? It's just the Audaz district, Felix remarked casually. Brother, just the Audaz district? That area is for the wealthy. How can ordinary people like us open a restaurant there? Not to mention, purchasing property in that area is exorbitantly expensive, Brixton expressed speechlessly, with the others nodding in agreement. Come on, we're not opening a regular restaurant, we're aiming for the high-end market. We're going to establish a high-class restaurant catering to the affluent and powerful, Felix declared with a wide grin. How much did you pay for the building? Trinity inquired. 10,000 gold coins, Felix stated nonchalantly. What? You bought a building for 10,000 gold coins? Are you out of your mind? Trinity exclaimed, rising to her feet and glaring at Felix. Please, let me explain. Felix's heart skipped a beat as he quickly responded to Trinity's glare. Okay, you better explain yourself. Trinity snorted and sat back down. Felix rapidly nodded and wiped the sweat on his forehead and heaved a sign of relief. Damn, how can this girl be scary when she is angry? Felix thought. Felix immediately came to his senses and proceeded to outline the advantages of the building's location and the surrounding land, which justified the hefty price tag of 10,000 gold coins. Trinity and the others fell into deep thought after hearing Felix's explanation. Yes, they looked at their pensive faces. Felix confidently stated, "We have a one-star spirit chef on our team, so it won't be long before we not only recover this amount of money, but also earn even more." Trinity narrowed her eyes with a cold glint and warned, "You better make this work, or else." Felix quickly nodded and replied, "Yeah, I believe this will work." FCK, how can a grown man like me be scared of this girl? Just you wait, Felix gritted his teeth as he thought. The next morning, Felix woke up early and took 10,000 gold coins to the Audaz district to complete the formalities. This time, he bought a carriage pulled by an ordinary horse, which made his journey to the district quick and easy. Upon arriving at the old man's building, Felix called out, "Hello, old man, are you there?" The old man's voice floated from inside the building. "Yes, come in." Felix smiled as he entered the building and saw the old man leaning on a chair with a subtle smile. The old man greeted him. "Young man, you are here." Felix replied, "Yes, I've brought the money." The old man stood up and handed Felix the deeds of the building and surrounding land. After inspecting the papers and finding no faults, Felix handed over the 10,000 gold coins. The old man smiled and said, "Okay, young man, from now on, this building and the surrounding land are yours." "Thank you, old man," Felix said. "Okay, I'm going to help you take care of this place." The old man took one, looked around, and signed softly before leaving the building. "Don't worry, old man, I'll take good care of this place." Felix sent the old man outside the door. The elderly man slowly walked away into the distance, blending in with the crowd passing by. Felix watched as the old man disappeared and then turned his attention back to the building. As Felix turned back to the building, the old man glanced back one last time, smiled softly, and slowly vanished as if he had never been there at all. Inside the building, Felix looked around with a satisfied smile. "System, show me my status window." Felix called out his mind. Business Empire System. System status. Host Frowny Face Felix Morningstar. Age Frowny Face 20 years old. Race Human. Cultivation Knight/Mage. Mortal bloodline. None. Talents Knight. Cultivation 8 stars. Mage. Cultivation 9 stars. Management 9 stars. Current industry food and beverages industry. Completion rate Frowny Face 0%. System shop unlocked. Main mission: develop every selected industry to the peak. Side mission 1. Open a restaurant in Brigdamore City. Duration 7 days. Punishment for failure: host won't be able to draw another industry for 1 year. Rewards 10,000 BP and a mysterious package. Business Empire points BP 60,000 BP. Wheel of Industries lottery. Frowny Face none. Looking at his status, he saw that not much had changed. System open the system shop, Felix said eagerly. His status window disappeared, replaced by a new holographic screen. The system shop appeared, showing the food and beverages industry. Felix clicked on the restaurant section, and another screen popped up in the restaurant section. He saw options for buildings: waiter's uniform, waitress uniform, chef uniform, valet uniform, and wine. Felix clicked on the buildings section. Rows of beautiful and luxurious restaurant buildings appeared before him. Felix was excited as he looked at the hundreds of models. There were luxurious buildings, elegant and classy buildings, simple buildings but exuding grandeur, and others, and divided into 1 star to 9 star. 9-star restaurant buildings, 100 million BEP. 8-star restaurant buildings, 50 million BEP. 7-star restaurant buildings, 20 million BEP. 6-star restaurant buildings, 10 million BEP. 5-star restaurant buildings, 5 million BEP. 4-star restaurant buildings, 2 million BP. 3-star restaurant buildings, 500,000 BP. 2-star restaurant buildings, 100,000 BP. 1-star restaurant buildings, from 100,000 BP to 10,000 BP. Felix was left speechless as he gazed at the exorbitant prices of the restaurant buildings. His eyes widened in disbelief as he saw the price tag on the 9-star restaurant buildings. "Huff, don't look at the price, or I'll have a heart attack," Felix muttered to himself, trying to calm his racing heart. As he scrolled down, each subsequent price left him at a loss for words. However, when he reached the 1-star restaurant buildings, he felt a glimmer of hope. With 60,000 BEP in his possession, he could finally afford a building. Clicking on the 1-star restaurant buildings, Felix was presented with various models, all boasting 5 floors. After browsing through the options, he finally found one that caught his eye. The building was a luxurious sight, with a white exterior accented by golden lines, radiating grandeur and elegance. Priced at 50,000 BEP, fortunately the building came with all the necessary facilities. Without hesitation, Felix selected the building. "System, I choose this restaurant building," he declared. Ding. "Do the host wants to go ahead and purchase this building?" "Yes," Felix replied. Ding. 50,000 BEP have been deducted. Building will be completed in 4 days. Felix closed the holographic screen system with a smile on his face that he let out a sigh of relief, knowing he had finally secured the perfect location for his restaurant. All he had to do now was wait for the system to finish building the restaurant in 4 days, and then he could be able to handle the rest. He was well aware that opening a restaurant wasn't easy. It wasn't just about building the physical space that he needed to hire waiters, waitresses, chefs, and other management staff. Since the restaurant was going to be quite large, he knew he would need to hire a lot of people. Luckily, he had enough money to cover all the costs. Felix looked around the building and nodded in satisfaction. Even if the system didn't provide a fully built restaurant, the building itself was more than enough to get started. Curiously, Felix asked the system, "How are you going to build the restaurant? Will it magically appear or what?" "No, host. The system will build the restaurant in a reasonable and efficient manner." "No need to worry," the system replied. Felix nodded. Feeling relieved by the system's answer, he didn't want anyone to suspect him of anything fishy. A high-grade restaurant popping up out of nowhere in the upper class and rich people's hangout spot could raise some eyebrows that he needed to keep a low profile and avoid attracting any unwanted attention. Just as Felix was lost in thought, a commotion outside caught his attention that he looked towards the entrance with surprise and confusion. "Ding! Host, the construction workers have arrived." The system chimed in. "Construction workers?" Felix was puzzled. "Ding. They're the ones who will be building the restaurant." The system clarified. "Ah, got it," Felix said, understanding the situation as he made his way towards the entrance of the building. As he stepped out of the building, Felix was greeted by a sight that took his breath away. Enormous carriages were being pulled by giant magical beasts that he had never seen before. They resembled wolves, but were 3 times larger and had crimson fur and black horns. Felix was amazed. It was his first time seeing magical beasts, and he was truly impressed. There were 50 of them pulling the carriages, which seemed to be filled with materials. "Are these the construction workers you mentioned before?" Felix asked the system. "Ding. Yes, host." Felix nodded as he watched the carriages come to a stop around the building. People began unloading the materials. "Ding. I suggest the host leave the construction premises. The system will update the host on the progress of the construction process," the system said to Felix. Felix agreed and hopped onto the carriage he had purchased earlier. With a crack of the whip, the horse began pulling him towards the entrance of Audas District. As he rode through Brigdamore City, he felt a sense of relaxation. The bustling streets and sound around him brought a smile to his face. Instead of heading straight back to the slums, Felix took a different route. This route leads towards another district. The road began to widen. The bricks were of higher quality, and the scenery became more pleasant. As he continued on the road, he passed by fountains and also saw exotic and beautiful flowers along the waypoint. 10 minutes later, a tall white wall appeared in front of him. The wall was quite luxurious, with a huge golden gate glittering under the morning sun that a few minutes later, Felix quickly arrived at the huge golden entrance. "Stop!" a loud voice rumbled. Felix immediately pulled the reins of the horse and stopped. 4 guards wearing black armor appeared in front of him, with long swords sheathed on their waists. They exuded a powerful aura that even made the horse pulling the carriage continue to neigh. At a guard who seemed to be the leader stepped forward. "Stop! Please step down from the carriage," the guard said with a serious face. Felix didn't hesitate and immediately alighted from the carriage. "Greetings." The moment Felix alighted, he greeted the guard. "Who are you, and what are you doing here in the Edel district?" the guard asked with vigilance in his tone. The Edel district is one of the 3 biggest districts in Brigdamore City and the largest among the other 2 districts. It serves as the residences for the nobles, rich, and powerful figures in Brigdamore City, acting as a high-class residential area for the city's elite. Ordinary people are barred from entering this district unless brought in by a resident. The Edel district is the most luxurious place in the city. Felix had come to the Edel district to buy a mansion. While you can purchase a residence in the district, some buildings cannot be bought with money alone. The district is divided into 3 layers, the first for the wealthy, the second for the wealthy and powerful, and the third for the most influential individuals. Those guys living in the third have powerful cultivation bases and long heritages. Despite being a place for the rich and powerful, the Edel district is a fascinating place with its layers of hierarchy. You can only purchase a mansion in the first layer of the Edel district. For the second and third layers, mansions cannot be bought with just money alone. It requires deep connections, power, and authority to be able to stay in these layers. "My name is Felix Morningstar, and I want to buy a mansion in the first layer of the Edel district," Felix said to the guard. "You want to buy a mansion here?" the guard asked in surprise. "Yes," Felix nodded. The guard curiously sized up Felix. This time, Felix learned his lesson and didn't wear his old and tattered clothes. Instead, he wore the clothes Trinity and Gwendolyn bought for him. He was wearing long gray pants, a black leather jacket made from unknown beast hide with delicate gold patterns, a light shirt under the jacket, and finely crafted black boots. His entire appearance exuded comfort. Coupled with his tall stature, finely defined face, and silvery white hair, he was truly handsome and charming. "Okay, you can go in." The guard nodded and signaled the other guards to open the golden gate. "Thank you." Felix thanked the guard and hopped back on the carriage, immediately entering the Edel district. As Felix entered the district, he was amazed by the scene. Long and winding brick roads extended in all directions, with a huge main road that stretched into the distance, interconnected with other smaller winding brick roads. There were huge and delicate white statues, fountains spouting water, ponds, lakes, exotic flowers, green grassy plains, streams, and beautiful green hills. The scenery was truly breathtaking, surpassing even the high-end residential areas back on Earth in terms of beauty. Felix let out a sigh of amazement as he tore his gaze away from the breathtaking scenery and headed down a small path to his left. A towering six-story building stood just a few meters away. Moments later, Felix reached the building, hopped off his carriage, and quickly entered. The interior was beautifully decorated and surprisingly spacious, with a few people moving inside the building. "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" A gentle female voice chimed in behind Felix. He turned to see a delicate girl with a warm smile. "I want to buy a mansion in the first layer. Can you help me?" Felix asked eagerly. The girl's eyes lit up and she nodded. "Yes, please follow me." She led Felix out of the building. Naturally, this building serves the same purpose as a real estate agency, and the girl acted like a real estate agent back on Earth. But the difference is that their service was much simpler and does not involve so many paperworks and cumbersome procedures back on Earth. As long as you had the money, you could buy a house on the spot. They hopped back into Felix's carriage and drove down a different road. Along the way, Felix saw grand mansions resembling castles, elegant smaller mansions, and many other luxurious properties. Luxuriously carriages pulled by magical beasts passed by. After 20 minutes, they arrived at a large mansion with a red iron gate. "Sir, this is the type of mansion you're looking for," the girl said with a beaming smile. Felix smiled back, his eyes sparkling. "Trinity and the others are going to love it here," he chuckled. "More power stones and votes for the author, please." Rumble with a loud rumble. The iron red gate swung open. "Please, sir, follow me inside," the girl said with a gesture. Felix smiled and followed her, and a light blue stone path stretched out before them, lined with flower beds, delicate female stone statues, and small interconnected paths. Felix looked around and nodded, satisfied with the entrance. "Sir, may I ask how I should address you?" the girl respectfully inquired. "My name is Felix Morningstar." Felix chuckled. "Hello, Mr. Felix. My name is Claire." The girl introduced herself. Felix turned to Claire and said, "Miss Claire, can you introduce the basic information of the mansion?" "Of course, Mr. Felix." Claire smiled and led Felix on a tour. The mansion is 77,000 square feet with a 30-foot-high wall made of high-quality and extremely hard materials. Even a Tier 2 knight will find it very difficult to break down the wall. There is one main villa, 7 secondary villas, and other small houses, a lake with a pavilion, ponds, statues, and exotic flowers that made the mansion visually appealing. Additionally, there are 3 cultivation rooms with a 1-star mana gathering formation, 2 50-meter training grounds, and all the basic necessities for living comfortably. Felix was impressed with the mansion, especially learning that the walls could withstand attacks from a Tier 2 mana cultivators. He was even more thrilled to hear about the cultivation rooms equipped with a mana gathering formation. Although this mansion was one of the more basic ones in the first layer of the Edel district, for him and the others, it was already enough. "Miss Claire, I'm extremely satisfied with this mansion, but I don't know about the price." Felix chuckled. "Don't worry about it, Mr. Felix. The price is very low and it's not expensive," Claire hurriedly said. "So how much is it?" Felix asked. "Mr. Felix, this mansion is priced at 150,000 gold coins," Claire said with a nervous look as she glanced at Felix. It was her first time selling a mansion since she was hired, and she didn't want her first client to be scared off by the price. Felix felt his heart shake when he heard the price. His face changed slightly. 150,000 gold coins. He didn't expect this mansion to be so expensive, but fortunately, he can still afford it. He have 2 chests filled with 100,000 gold coins each, totaling 200,000 gold coins. Previously, he bought a building in the Audaz district for 10,000, and now this mansion costs 150,000 gold coins, adding up to 160,000 gold coins. Felix took a deep breath when he calculated in his heart that he spent 160,000 of the 200,000 gold coins, leaving 40,000 gold coins left. It Trinity is going to kill me. Felix sweated a little as he thought about it. He smiled bitterly as he looked at Claire. Claire's face changed slightly when she saw Felix's expression. Oh no, my first client is gone, she thought bitterly. Miss Claire, I'll take this mansion. Suddenly Felix's voice sounded. Okay, Mr. Felix, you can come be a... Wait, what? You're going to buy the mansion. Claire shot a shocked look at Felix. Yes, Miss Claire, Felix nodded. Claire was thrilled when she heard from Felix that they had a deal. She never thought Felix could afford the mansion, but turns out he was loaded with 150,000 gold coins to spare. The commission she would get from this sale was going to be massive. If Felix knew what Claire was thinking, he would have rolled his eyes. Miss Claire, when can we finish up the paperwork? Felix asked. Mr. Felix, please follow me so we can get everything sorted. Claire said eagerly. They hopped into a carriage and headed back to the 6-story building. After grabbing the necessary papers, Felix handed over the 150,000 gold coins and received the deed for the mansion. It stung a bit to see all that money go, but Claire happily accepted it. Nice doing business with you, Mr. Felix, Claire beamed. Likewise, Felix forced a smile. Whenever you want to do business again, please come back and I'll be ready to help, Claire said warmly. FCK, who wants to do business with you? Felix cursed under his breath. Oh, Mr. Felix, we also offer services to hire staff for your mansion. Interested? Claire called after him. Felix's lips twitched in annoyance. Thanks, but not right now, he replied without looking back. Damn, do this girl want to empty my pockets? Claire's disappointment was evident in her eyes as Felix hurried out of the building. It seemed like he was practically running. Felix quickly jumped onto the carriage, and with a crack of the whip, the horse sped off into the distance. His lips kept twitching when he thought about the money he had spent on the mansion. His heart was practically bleeding. Even though the mansion was expensive, Felix believed it was worth it. He had his reasons for buying such a lavish property and had thought it through carefully. He was planning to open a high-class restaurant in Brigmore City, knowing that it would attract attention, that if people found out he lived in a poor area, it could cause trouble to S.O. Buying the mansion in the Edel district seemed like the right move. It was in the first layer of the district, so hopefully no one would suspect anything. Felix was even preparing fake backgrounds for himself and others to avoid any connections to his past. He knew that if his true background was exposed, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Greed is an original sin, and he didn't want to be chased by a bunch of powerful people. The human heart is a complex thing, but it's hard to understand what goes on in someone's heart. You never know when someone with bad intentions might come along and cause harm. Felix knew that he doesn't have the strength or any powerful background to rely on, so he has to be careful in everything he does until he has the strength to protect himself and the others. One wrong move could be deadly for him and those around him. Although he had the system to rely on, Felix knew he couldn't depend on it entirely. He had to be cautious and avoid drawing any unwanted attention to himself. So, despite the high cost, buying the mansion was a necessary step to keep himself and others safe for the time being. P.S. I will be renaming Night Cultivation and Mage Cultivation to Mana Cultivators, as both systems utilize the same type of energy. Using Night Cultivation and Mage Cultivation is unnecessarily lengthy. Thinking up to here, Felix shook his head. He knew he'd have to tread carefully. As long as he ate things slowly and carefully, he will be able to stay safe. With a crack of the whip, the horse sped up as Felix drove the carriage out of Edel district. A few minutes later, he was completely out of the area. Navigating through the busy streets, Felix soon reached the slums. Looking at the rundown buildings, he couldn't help but feel sad about the stark contrast between the slums and the Edel district. The slums looked like a dumping ground, with garbage and trash everywhere and a terrible smell lingering. The IT was a large area where the poor, beggars, and outcasts lived. The city officials didn't pay much attention to the place, viewing the residents as worthless. In their eyes, the commoners being able to live in the slums is even a kind of grace to them. Felix once again sighed. This is how the world works. The weak are treated as ants that can be crushed by the strong with a stomp of their foot. Having strength and powerful background is the green card to live peacefully in this dog-eat-dog world. Being weak means being subjected to the rules of the strong. Felix shook his head. In this world, the weak are treated as expendable by the strong. With a heavy heart, Felix drove the carriage into the slums, maneuvering through the dirty alleyways until he arrived home. Looking at the building a few distance away, a gentle smile appeared on his lips. He parked the horse and carriage and entered the house. When Felix walked into the house, Trinity and the others were already up and gathered around the table. The kids were there too, eagerly eyeing the food that had been set out. As soon as Felix entered, all eyes turned to him, and a collective sigh of relief seemed to escape from everyone. They all smiled at him. You're back already, Felix, Trinity said with a smile. Felix nodded and returned the smile. Right on time for breakfast. It seems that I'm starving, he replied as Trinity gestured for him to join them at the table. Chuckling, Felix took a seat, and soon enough, plates of food were being passed around. Everyone dug in, enjoying their meal with happy expressions. Did you finish up everything with the old man, big bro? Nixie asked, her mouth full of food. Felix nodded. Yep, all done, and I've even hired workers to start renovating the building. You already did that? Zephyr asked, surprised. Felix grinned. Sure did. How long until the renovation is finished? Trinity inquired. For days, that it'll be done in 4 days. Felix stretched his fingers and replied confidently. Wow, that's fast, the group chimed in. Yeah, money talks, Felix joked. I can't wait to see the finish the building, Trinity said eagerly, her eyes shining with anticipation. The others shared her excitement, eager to see the transformation. Don't worry, guys, it'll be worth the wait, Felix assured them. Excited for what was to come, Trinity and the others nodded in agreement. Oh, before I forget, I have some news to share, Felix said, catching everyone's attention. What is it? Zephyr asked. Taking a deep breath, Felix revealed, I bought a mansion in the Edel district. He locked eyes with Trinity, his hands clenched under the table, a hint of nervousness in his expression. Okay, wait, what did you say? Trinity exclaimed, jumping to her feet and staring at Felix with wide eyes. PFFTTT. Gwendolyn sputtered water out of her mouth in shock, while Nixie, Zephyr, and Brixton all turned to look at Felix with astonishment. YTH. And again, I didn't hear you correctly, Trinity asked, her voice trembling. I said I bought a mansion in the Edel district, Felix repeated. Are you F-kin out of your mind? Trinity roared, causing the children to jump in surprise. Bye. GB.RO, don't tell me this is true. Zephyr's voice trembled. Yeah, big bro, how can you buy a mansion in the Edel district? You know how expensive that is, Brixton said, clearly astonished. Can you guys calm down and let me explain? I didn't buy the mansion on a whim, Felix said, looking helpless. Explain. What do you want to explain? You think just because you have money you can act recklessly? Trinity glared at Felix, her golden eyes flashing with fury. Big sis, calm down. Let big bro explain, okay? Gwendolyn quickly interjected, trying to diffuse the situation. Taking a deep breath, Trinity snorted and sat down with an angry look, continuing to glare at Felix. Felix, slightly afraid of Trinity's anger, took a deep breath before speaking. As I said earlier, I didn't just buy the mansion on a whim that I thought about it and felt that I should buy it. I'm sorry I didn't tell you guys before I bought it. But think about it, Felix paused, gazing at everyone. We're planning to open a fancy restaurant in the Audaz district where all the high-class and powerful people in Brigdamore City like to hang out. But here's the thing. If someone digs into our background and discovers that we're actually a group of poor orphans, we could be in big trouble. Trinity and the others were shocked by Felix's words. If our secret gets out, our lives could be at risk. How could a bunch of poor folks like us afford to open a restaurant in the Audaz district? And what if someone with bad intentions decides to come after us? We could end up in serious danger, and it wouldn't just be us. The kids would be affected too, Felix explained. Trinity and the others fell silent, their faces showing concern. That's why I bought the mansion in the Edel district, Felix said. It can help cover up our background, that if people see that we live in the Edel district, they'll be less suspicious of us, that we won't attract as much attention. Felix explained. Trinity and the others thought about Felix's plan. Big sis, I think what Big Bro said makes sense. Gwendolyn spoke up, looking at Trinity. Trinity nodded in agreement. Gwendolyn continued. If people find out about our poor background, we could be in danger. But with the mansion in the Edel district, it'll seem more believable that we can afford a fancy restaurant. Trinity agreed with Gwendolyn. But we can't hide our background completely if someone powerful decides to investigate, she said, looking at Felix. That's why I'm preparing to create fake identities for all of us. That IT may not be perfect, but it will at least cover our backgrounds for a while, Felix explained. I understand, Trinity replied. But next time, you need to let us know if you have to do something like this. Okay, Felix nodded. I'm sorry for my earlier outburst, Trinity apologized. Don't worry about it. I don't blame you, Felix reassured her. So, big bro, when are we moving? Zephyr asked, as everyone turned to look at Felix. Now, Felix announced. Now, they all exclaimed in surprise. Yes, we need to move right now. We have to quickly get to the mansion before the restaurant renovation is completed, Felix said seriously. Trinity, Gwendolyn, Nixie, you three should start packing our belongings. Just pack our clothes, we won't need anything else. The mansion already has everything we need, Felix instructed the girls. Turning to Zephyr and Brixton, he added, both of you should go by 2 large, luxurious carriages. Everything needs to be done in 1 hour. Yes, they all responded, quickly getting up from the dining table to get busy. Felix narrowed his eyes, knowing they had to move as soon as possible to avoid trouble. 30 minutes later, Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Nixie had packed all their belongings, leaving behind any unnecessary items. 20 minutes later, Zephyr and Brixton returned with the carriages. Big bro, we've bought the carriages, Zephyr informed Felix. Okay, everyone, let's go, Felix said, leading the way out of the house. 3 carriages were waiting outside, 2 large and luxurious, pulled by 2 horses with crimson fur. The third carriage was the one Felix had purchased earlier. Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Nixie placed their belongings in the third carriage that Felix had purchased earlier. After helping the children into one of the carriages, Felix turned to look at the house. Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Zephyr, and Brixton also gazed at the house, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over them. Let's go, Felix said, hopping onto the coachman's seat. Trinity and the others took one last look at the house before boarding the carriages. Zephyr took the reins for the carriage with the children, Brixton for the carriage with their belongings, and Felix for the last carriage. Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Nixie sat in the carriage driven by Felix. With a crack of the whip, the horses pulled the carriages, speeding off into the distance. As they left the house behind, Felix stole one final glance at it. From the corner of his eye, a few minutes later, Felix and the others had already left the slums behind. Since it was still morning, not many residents had woken up yet, so there weren't many people around to notice them leaving. The 3 carriages rumbled along the city streets, heading toward the Edel district. Felix was driving the first carriage, with Zephyr and Brixton following behind in their own carriages. The carriages they had bought were large and luxurious, able to accommodate 10 people at once. The horses pulling the carriages were also quite large, twice as big as ordinary horse, and their speed was quite fast as well. As they made their way toward the Edel district, everyone had serious expressions on their faces, except for the children who were still making noise in the carriage. They were clueless about what was happening, only knowing that they were moving to a new house. After 30 minutes, they arrived at the Edel district and approached the huge golden gate. Stop! The guards from before stopped him. Felix quickly leaped from the carriage and approached the guards. It's you. The captain of the guards immediately recognized Felix. Felix smiled and nodded and took out a small square black wooden token the size of a palm and gave it to the captain. The captain took the black token and his eyes flashed with surprise when he saw the black token. This black token served as an identity token for those living in the first layer of Edel district. With this token, one can enter and leave first layer of Edel district without much obstruction from the guards. You can enter. The captain gave the black token back to Felix and waved his hand. With a nod, Felix smiled and got back on the coachman's seat and drove the carriage through the gate. Felix skillfully guided the carriage through the golden gate, with Zephyr and Brixton urging the horses to keep pace. As they entered the Edel district, the group was met with a breathtaking sight that left them in awe. Zephyr and Brixton's eyes widened as they took in the beauty around them, while Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Nixie eagerly peered out of the carriage windows, marveling at their surroundings. The scenery in the Edel district was a stark contrast to the slums they were accustomed to, resembling a slice of heaven. Felix remained composed as he steered the carriage down the main road, eventually veering onto a smaller path that led to a grand mansion with a striking red iron gate. The carriages came to a halt, and Felix announced their arrival. We are here, Felix declared as he disembarked from the carriage. Zephyr and Brixton followed suit, assisting Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Nixie as they stepped out with the children in tow. The group stood in awe before the massive mansion, their faces reflecting a mix of shock and wonder. The mansion's sheer size, highlighted by its imposing gate, left everyone speechless. The children, including Una, Delphine, Zoe, Thea, Lela, Costa, Leon, and Mike, were equally captivated by the sight before them. Among the children, Costa was the oldest, while Una was the youngest, their eyes wire-filled with a sense of excitement and curiosity as they stood together, taking in the grandeur of their new surroundings. A sense of anticipation filled their eyes. Big bro, this is the mansion you bought, Brixton exclaimed, taking a deep breath as he looked at the impressive building. Felix grinned, showing off his pearly white teeth. Pretty good, right? Nixie jumped in excitement. Pretty good. Big bro, this mansion is like a palace. The others nodded in agreement, feeling the same way about the grandeur of the mansion. Nixie couldn't contain her curiosity. Oh yeah, big bro, how much did this place cost? Felix's eyes flickered as he revealed. This mansion cost 150,000 gold coins. The group was shocked by the price, especially Trinity, who clenched her fist in disbelief. But this mansion is worth every penny, Felix assured them. The mansion is quite big as you see from the size. The walls are made from extremely high-quality materials. Even a Tier 2 mana cultivator will find it difficult to break it down. There's one main villa and 7 secondary villas, 3 cultivation rooms equipped with 1-star mana gathering formation, 2 50 meters wide training grounds with complete facilities, and the environment is quite nice and pleasant. Felix explained with a smirk as he looked at them. Gwendolyn and the others were shocked and amazed by the mansion's amenities and security. Felix chuckled. With this, our safety can be guaranteed. Now, did you think the price is worth it? Worth it? This mansion is F-kin. Worth the price. Brixton clenched his fist in excitement. The others also nodded. They felt this mansion really worth the price. Costa, the oldest among the children, asked eagerly, "Big brother, are we going to live here?" Felix smiled at the children's excitement. "Yes, Costa, from now on, this is our home." "Wow, big brother, are we really going to live in this huge house?" Thea's eyes sparkled with excitement. Felix smiled and nodded, causing the children to erupt into cheers and excitement. "This house is so big and beautiful," Lela exclaimed, jumping up and down. "From now on, this is our house," Zoe added, also filled with excitement. "With this big house, we can play a lot," Mike said with a silly grin. The children were thrilled to learn they would be living in such a grand place. Felix chuckled at their excitement. Feeling a tug on his trousers, Felix looked down to see Una looking up at him with her big blue eyes. He chuckled as he picked her up. "Big brother, is Una going to live in this big house with you?" Una blinked innocently. "Yes, Una, from now on, all of us are going to live here. Are you happy?" Felix asked, rubbing her head. Una nodded and smiled cutely. "Okay, guys, let's go inside," Felix said. The others eagerly nodded, excited to see the inside of the mansion. Felix used the black token to open the iron gate, revealing the grand mansion. As they entered, gasps of amazement escaped their mouths as they took in the beautiful scenery. "Wow, this place is amazing," Leon exclaimed, with stars in his eyes. The other children agreed, feeling the same way. "You haven't seen anything yet," Felix grinned, leading them on a tour of the mansion. As they explored, they gasped and shrieked in surprise, amazed by everything they saw. An hour later, they had already toured around the mansion, feeling shocked, bewildered, and astonished as all kinds of emotions filled their hearts. "Wow, big bro, I have to say this mansion is really beautiful," Nixie said. The others also agreed. Currently, they were sitting inside the pavilion in the mansion beside the small lake. The children were playing by the lake with happy smiles on their faces as they splashed water against each other, their innocent laughter echoing in the surroundings. "Yeah, big bro, this mansion is really big and luxurious," Zephyr added with a sigh. "And this is not even considered a big mansion in the Edel district," Gwendolyn said. "Yeah, I wonder how the other mansions in the second and third layers look like," Trinity sighed. "Big bro, this place is really big. How can we live in such a big mansion with just a few of us?" Brixton said. "Yeah, and also taking care of such a huge mansion will be really tiring," Gwendolyn said. Felix waved his hand. "Don't worry about that. The remaining space in the villa, I'm sure it will come in handy in the future today as for how we're going to take care of the mansion. I'll think about it." The others nodded. "Okay, guys, we have to settle everyone and our belongings in the mansion," Felix said. The others nodded and quickly busied themselves. Felix grinned as his eyes flickered. Just like that, time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 4 days had gone by. During these 4 days, Felix and the others have been quite relaxed, enjoying the environment and pleasant scenery of the mansion, sometimes playing with the children. During these 4 days, they had only gone out once, and that was when they were going to buy some groceries to stock up. Apart from it, they didn't do nothing else. Their days was quite enjoyable and relaxed. During these 4 days, the system also noted Felix about the progress of the renovation, so he always know the status of the renovation of the restaurant. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The construction of the restaurant building has been successfully completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The construction of the restaurant building has been successfully completed. Felix was having a blast playing with Una and the other kids in the small lake when he suddenly heard the system notification. He was momentarily stunned, but then excitement lit up his eyes and a wide grin spread across his face. "System, has the renovation been completed already?" Felix asked eagerly. "Host, are you pretending to be stupid, or what? Didn't you hear the notification?" The system replied in a disdainful voice. Felix was left speechless, shaking his head and no longer paying attention to the system. "Big brother, why did you stop? Costa and the others are going to win." Una, perched on Felix's shoulders, said anxiously. Felix quickly looked ahead and saw Costa and the kids already at the shore of the lake. He shook his head, grinned. "Una, hold on." With that, Felix sped up, swiftly swimming in the lake and catching up to Costa and the others. Go, 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 big brother. Una's going to win." Una's excited voice rang out as Felix increased his speed, leaving Costa and the others behind and reaching the shore in no time. Yeah, big brother, we won. Una exclaimed with excitement. A few minutes later, Costa and the others reached the shore, panting. Big brother is really fast, Costa said, lying flat on the ground. Yeah, big brother is strong, but we couldn't even win when he gave us a head start, Leon added, panting as well. The kids, all drenched from swimming in the lake, nodded in agreement. The lake wasn't deep, so playing and swimming in it was safe. Costa, you guys lost, and Una is first. Una waved her hands in the air excitedly. Una is so strong, Delphine rolled her eyes. The other girls giggled, and Felix shook his head, chuckling at the playful banter. Felix turned his head and gazed at the pavilion a few meters away from the lake. Inside, Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Zephyr, and Nixie were enjoying some fruit and watching Felix and the kids by the lake with smiles on their faces. They hadn't felt this relaxed and happy in a long time. Since moving to the mansion, they had been living a life of luxury with no worries about food or money. Their meals had gone from simple to extravagant, and they were all content and at ease. Felix shifted his gaze back to the kids. All right, everyone, let's call it a day. We'll play again another time. Big brother has some things to take care of. Go take your baths and come back for dinner. All right, big brother, the kids responded enthusiastically, running off with laughter trailing behind them. Felix smirked and headed towards the pavilion. All right, guys, I'm going to freshen up and change, Felix announced as he entered the pavilion. I'll watch the kids while they bathe, Nixie volunteered, heading out of the pavilion. Wait for me, Brixton chimed in, following after her. Gwendolyn and I will start on dinner, Trinity said as they both left the pavilion. Soon, only Felix and Zephyr remained. Felix glanced at Zephyr, who just shrugged. What about you? Don't you have something to do? Felix asked with a smile. Zephyr thought for a moment before replying, I'm going to feed the horses. Felix chuckled, waved goodbye, and left the pavilion, disappearing from Zephyr's view. Zephyr grinned and headed off in a different direction. 2 hours later, inside the main villa of the mansion, in a hall the size of 2 basketball courts. The hall was brightly lit. In the center of the hall stood a long, elegant table. Above it hung a huge crystal chandelier, while 6 tall stone pillars supported the hall on either side. The floor was paved with white tiles, adding to the grandeur of the setting. The table itself was covered with exquisite velvet violet lace, surrounded by 10 elegant chairs and a slightly taller white chair at the head. On the table, a variety of dishes were laid out, from side dishes to the main course to dessert. Felix, Zephyr, Brixton, Gwendolyn, Nixie, Trinity, and all the children were seated around the table. Felix sat at the head, with Trinity on his right, Zephyr on his left, and the others seated accordingly. Felix looked around at everyone and smiled, feeling truly happy. The meal before them was more luxurious than what they were used to back in the slums. Everyone was enjoying the dinner. Felix was really impressed by the cooking of Trinity and Gwendolyn. If 2 wasn't for something else, Felix would have allowed to work as chefs in the restaurant. Guys, the restaurant renovation is complete, Felix announced between bites. It's already done. Zephyr exclaimed, surprised. The others also looked at Felix with wisp of surprise flashing in their eyes. Felix nodded. It's been 4 days already. Time really moved fast, Zephyr sighed. The others also nodded, agreeing with Zephyr. They didn't expect 4 days to pass by in a blink of an eye. Excitedly, Nixie asked, so big bro, when can go and see it? Felix chuckled. Tomorrow we'll go and see it early tomorrow morning. Brixton, Nixie, the 2 of you go and inform Chef Gideon after dinner and take the carriage. He glanced at both of them and said. The siblings nodded in agreement. Gwendolyn then asked about the children, wondering if they would be left behind. Felix shook his head. No, we'll bring them along tomorrow. Gwendolyn nodded. That's good. I can't wait to see what the restaurant looks like, Trinity said with a grin. Felix looked at her and grinned back. Yeah, me too, I'm sure we won't be disappointed. The others also looked at each other and grinned. They were filled with anticipation, eager to see the restaurant and excited about owning their own business together. Their eyes burned with great anticipation as they thought about it. Felix was smiling from ear to ear. He was also filled with anticipation and looking forward to it. Just then the system cold notification rang in his ears. Ding. Host, a new mission has been issued. Early the next morning, Felix slowly opened his eyes to the faint golden sunlight seeping through the French windows of the house. Accompanied by the gentle chirping of birds, he used his hand to shield his eyes and squinted as he gazed at the huge and luxurious ceiling. His vision was momentarily blurry, but quickly cleared up. Feeling the softness beneath him, Felix's lips formed a comfortable grin. Felix was currently in his bedroom. He was lying on a huge, soft, and luxurious king-size bed with plush plios and elegant blankets. Him, Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Zephyr, and Nixie were currently residing in the main villa of the mansion with all the children. Felix and the others have their own rooms. The villa boasted 5 floors in total, with the 5th floor housing not only him, but also the others and the children. There were 10 rooms on the 5th floor, each occupant having their own space. The girls shared a bedroom, while the boys did the same. After lazily rising from the bed, Felix made his way to the balcony, allowing the morning glow to fill the room. As he stretched and took in a view of the rising sun, he withdrew his gaze and looked into the distance, and from the balcony, he can even see the entrance of the Edel district in the distance. Felix pondered for a moment before opening his status window. Business Empire System. System Status. Host Frowny Face Felix Morningstar. Age Frowny Face 20 years old. Race Human. Cultivation Knight/Mage. Mortal Bloodline None. Talents Knight. Cultivation 8 stars. Mage. Cultivation 9 stars. Management 9 stars. Current industry food and beverages industry. Completion rate Frowny Face 0%. System Shop Unlocked. Main mission: develop every selected industry to the peak. Side mission: 1. Open a restaurant in Brigdamore City. Duration: 7 days. Punishment: for failure, host won't be able to draw another industry for 1 year. Rewards: 10,000 BEP and a mysterious package. Side mission: 2. Get the restaurant up and running. Duration: 1 month. Punishment: the reward of the first side mission will be void. Reward: 100,000 BEP. Business Empire Points BEP 10,000 BEP. Wheel of Industries Lottery. Frowny Face none. The system had assigned him a new mission yesterday. As he read through the details, Felix found himself deep in thought. The mission required him to get the restaurant up and running within a month. Although the building was already completed, he needed to hire staff and train them on various operations. Additionally, he had to find talented chefs to help Chef Gideon, who couldn't handle all the dishes on his own. The pressure of it all made Felix's head ache just thinking about it. But the rewards were definitely enticing. Felix squinted as he read that he would receive 100,000 BEP upon completing the mission. A smile crept across his face at the thought of the reward. Hey system, why is the previous mission incomplete? Felix asked, puzzled. Ding. Host, please when visit the completed restaurant and the mission can be considered as completed. Felix nodded in understanding and closed the status window. An hour later, Felix descended the stairs and entered the dining hall where Trinity, the others, and the children were already seated for breakfast. With a smile, Felix greeted them and took his place at the table. Good morning, everyone, Felix said warmly. Good morning, big brother, they all responded in unison. Big brother, you're so lazy. Una woke up earlier than you, shame on you, Una said with a cute pout, sitting on the chair with her short legs dangling. Wow, Una is so punctual for waking up earlier than big brother. Big brother is ashamed, Felix smiled at Una. Hee 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 hee. Una giggled, her big blue eyes flashing with excitement. 30 minutes later, they had all finished breakfast and were standing in front of the mansion gate. 2 carriages pulled by huge crimson horses were waiting. Felix looked at the group with a smile. They were all dressed in their best clothes. Felix in black trousers, black leather boots, a blue shirt, and a brown leather jacket. Zephyr wore all black. Brixton had on red pants and a patterned shirt with red leather boots. Nixie wore a long pink dress. Trinity wore a long blue dress, and Gwendolyn wore a black dress. The children were all dressed elegantly as well. Okay, guys, get into the carriages and let's go, Felix said, waving his hand. That he got into the first carriage with Una in his arms, along with Delphine, Thea, Lela, and Trinity. Nixie, Gwendolyn, and the rest of the children got into the second carriage. Zephyr and Brixton took the reins to drive the carriages. With a crack of the whip, the horses neighed and pulled the carriages as they rumbled along the road, leaving the Edel district behind. The 2 carriages rumbled along the bustling morning streets, speeding up as they navigated through the busy streets and roads. Half an hour later, they reached the entrance of the Audaz district and swiftly entered. Inside the carriage, Felix was lost in thought while Una sat his arms. Delphine, Thea, and Lela stuck their heads out of the window, looking around with curiosity and excitement in their eyes. Ever since Felix rescued them and took them in, they had rarely gone out, except for a few days ago when they moved to their new house. This was only the second time they had ventured out, so naturally, they were curious and excited. Big brother, where are we going? Una looked up at Felix and asked. Felix snapped out his thoughts and looked at Una, rubbing her head. Big brother is taking Una to a very good and fun place. Una's eyes lit up. Really? Yeah, Una, you will be very happy and like this place, Felix assured her. Una's eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked forward to this fun place Felix was talking about. Is there something tasty there, big brother? Una asked. That Felix's lips twitched. Yeah, there's something very tasty there. Really, big brother? Una's eyes lit up even more. Hmm. Felix nodded and rubbed her head. Big brother, we are here. Just then Zephyr's voice sounded, slightly trembling. Felix flickered when he heard Zephyr's voice. Oh, we're already here. Let's get out and see our restaurant, he exclaimed with a grin. Trinity and the others smiled and nodded eagerly, anticipation flickering in their eyes. They hurriedly exited the carriage, impatience evident in their expressions. Felix chuckled at their eagerness. Ah! Suddenly, a scream and gasps of breath filled the air, startling Felix. His expression changed slightly as he quickly grabbed Una and exited the carriage. What's happening? What's going on? He asked urgently. Looking at Trinity, who appeared bewildered and have a blank look on her face, that Brixton's voice trembled as he questioned, Bye, GBR. Oh, are you sure this is the place? By this time, Nixie, Brixton, and the others had already gotten out of their carriage, and all of them were standing outside the carriages. What do you mean? Of course this is the place, asked Nishi. Holy Esset, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Felix looked confused as he said, and slowly turned to the building they bought. The moment he turned his head, Felix's eyes widened with deep shock. His mouth was wide open. His eyes widened, mouth agape, as he took in the sight. Zephyr, Brixton, Gwendolyn, Nixie, and Trinity all shared the same look of disbelief and confusion. System, where are you? Get the FCK out of here. Felix roared in his mind. Host, please be respectful and refrain from using such language. The system responded disapprovingly. Felix was incredulous. Respect? You want respect? Then tell me what the heck is that thing on my property, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Host, what do to mean? Of course, this is the restaurant you chose to be built, the system answered. What the hell? This building looks nothing like the one I selected, he growled. The system calmly replied. There may be differences, but this is indeed the building you chose. Please understand the distinction between the model and the final product. Felix took a deep breath and gazed ahead of him. Standing before him was a tall and imposing white building, completely adorned with faint golden elegant lines. The massive golden door was so huge that 20 people could walk through it side by side, without any trouble. 3 white, elegant stone stairs, with guardrails made of finely crafted gold metal, led up to the entrance. 1 in the middle and 2 on both sides. At a few meters away, there was a 10-meter-wide fountain with an elegant female statue holding a vase from which water continuously flowed. Surrounding the fountain was a flower bed filled with beautiful flowers. On either side of the fountain were empty spaces marked like parking spots, with tall, elegant pillars standing nearby. The entire scene was simply breathtaking, and even Felix, coming from modern-day Earth, couldn't help but be in awe. Dang, this restaurant is absolutely stunning, Felix thought to himself as he admired the building. The reason why he was initially taken aback by the grandeur of the structure was because it was quite different from the model he had seen in the system shop. He had expected a beautiful white building, but the reality far exceeded his expectations. Hey, big bro, are you sure this is the building you bought? Trinity asked, taking a deep breath as she turned to Felix. Zephyr, Brixton, Gwendolyn, and Nixie also shifted their gaze from the restaurant to Felix, with Nixie looking the most confused. Is this really the building we purchased, big bro? How did it end up like this? Nixie questioned, clearly puzzled by the transformation. And how on earth was such a magnificent building completed in just 4 days? Gwendolyn added, narrowing her eyes as she looked at Felix. Felix felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead as Trinity and the others bombarded him with questions. How could he possibly explain that there was a system inside him capable of miraculous feats, and that the beautiful building before them was a result of its power? He wouldn't be surprised if they thought he was possessed by an evil spirit. Although he was in this fantasy world full of bizarre things, he couldn't risk revealing the existence of the system. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but he knew the world was complex and dangerous. Who knows what kind of person with ill intentions might to use some kind of weird and bizarre method to find the existence of the system. It was better to be cautious. System, give me a plan, some ideas, hurry up. Felix called out to the system, feeling the pressure. This is your problem, not mine. Deal with it. The system replied indifferently. Democrat Minnesota U. System. Felix muttered through gritted teeth. He glanced nervously at Trinity and the others, who were still eyeing him suspiciously. Ahem. Ha ha ha. Felix coughed and laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. Well, I pay the construction workers a hefty sum, and they're some of the best in Brigdamore City. Since we're opening a high-class restaurant, we needed a luxurious building to match its status. Trinity and the others pondered for a moment before nodding in understanding. They looked back at the grand building, still in awe. Passers-by also stopped to admire the restaurant, surprised to find such a stunning establishment in the Audaz district. The tall white building stood out in the surrounding area, catching the eye of anyone within 100 meters. Felix couldn't help but wonder if the restaurant only had 4 floors. As the building seemed taller than a typical story building, Felix let out a huge sigh of relief when he realized they weren't going to question him again. He was really nervous. Looks like I'll have to come up with all sorts of excuses in the future, he thought bitterly. Mr. Felix. Just then, a mild voice interrupted Felix's thoughts. Surprised, he looked to his left and saw a middle-aged man in green clothes with meticulously styled hair and a fine mustache. The man's eyes were full of vitality and spirit. Are you calling me? Felix asked, pointing to himself. Yeah. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. Excuse me, do I know you? Felix asked, puzzled. Trinity and the others turned to look at the middle-aged man with curiosity. Oh, Mr. Felix, have you already forgotten about me? I'm Gideon Ashbluff, the chef, the middle-aged man said, touching his nose to Felix's eyes widened. You're Chef Gideon, but I realized I couldn't continue like that. So when Nixie told me yesterday that the restaurant was completed, I decided to clean myself up and look my best, Chef Gideon explained. Felix nodded, feeling relieved. Wow, Chef Gideon, you look really handsome. Nixie exclaimed with a cheeky grin. Chef Gideon laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Guys, let me introduce you. This is Chef Gideon, the one who's going to be our head chef in our restaurant, Nixie smirked. Chef Gideon, this is Big Sister Trinity, Gwendolyn, Big Bro Zephyr, and Brixton. Nice to meet you, Chef Gideon. Trinity and the others quickly greeted Chef Gideon. Chef Gideon didn't put on airs as he smiled and nodded at them. He turned and looked at the restaurant with surprise in his eyes. Although he was impressed, he wasn't shocked. He had seen many beautiful and grand buildings than this one. Nice restaurant, Chef Gideon said, looking at Felix. Felix grinned widely in response. Okay, guys, let's go in and see how the inside of the restaurant looks like. Felix smirked. The anticipation in their eyes was palpable when Felix mentioned the restaurant. The exterior was stunning, but what about the interior? They were all eager to see what awaited them inside. Let's go, Felix said, waving his hand as he held Una in his arms. Trinity and the others quickly followed behind as they climbed the stairs and reached the massive golden door. Felix handed Una to Trinity, took a deep breath, and slowly pushed open the door. Rumble, with a loud rumble. The door swung open, revealing a sight that left them all in awe. The interior of the restaurant was extravagant and luxurious. The floor was spacious, adorned with white and black stone tiles that felt comfortable underfoot. A magnificent crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting a soft glow over the room. White stone pillars added to the elegant atmosphere, while elegantly crafted tables and chairs filled the space. Large, meticulously crafted white clay pots brimming with exotic flowers adorned the floor of the room. Adjacent to these elegant displays were expansive French glass windows draped in luxurious velvet curtains. Positioned a few meters from the entrance was a stunningly designed white stone desk. Nixie couldn't contain her amazement. Big bro, this place is beautiful. Brixton chimed in with a silly grin. I'm not convinced this is actually a restaurant. The others nodded in agreement, marveling at the beauty surrounding them. Even the children were wide-eyed with wonder, their faces filled with stars. Wow, this is truly stunning, they all exclaimed in unison. Hey, big brother, what's that? Zephyr asked with curiosity, pointing towards the distance. Felix and the others followed his gaze and saw a large wooden, circular platform surrounded by tall wooden pillars that reached up to the ceiling. What's that system? Felix asked, intrigued. That's a wooden mechanism that can lift people to the other floors. In short, it's like an elevator, the system explained. Oh, really? Felix was surprised by the system's response. Yeah, it's a wooden mechanism that can carry people to the other floors, Felix explained to the others. Wow, this is really useful. I wonder who came up with this idea, Brixton said, nodding in agreement with the others. Hey, there's another one over there. Nixie pointed to the side. Felix and the others looked over and saw another wooden elevator in the distance. And there's another one there, Trinity pointed. Hey, there's another one here too, Gwendolyn added. And another one here, Chef Gideon chimed in. Oh, big bro, there are a total of 4 of them, Zephyr observed. No, there are 5, Felix corrected, pointing towards a slightly larger wooden elevator in the distance behind the white stone desk. The others were surprised. According to the size, this thing can carry 10 people at the same time, Chef Gideon noted, rubbing his mustache. Hey, big bro, how do you work this thing? Nixie asked, already exploring the wooden elevator with curiosity. Felix shook his head and joined the others on the platform. He noticed 3 long wooden handles that looked like levers. After a moment of thought, a smile spread across his face as he reached out and pulled the second lever. With a slight and faint creaking noise, the wooden platform slowly rose up. Wow, big brother, we're going up. Delphine clapped her little hands in excitement. The others also had a faint excitement in their eyes, as they had never seen such an invention before. Up, up, up. Una was also very excited as she waved her little hands while in Felix's arms. The wooden elevator continued to ascend, and a few moments later, they left the first floor. After a few minutes, the wooden elevator stopped, and Felix and the others walked out onto the platform. Now they were on the second floor of the restaurant. The second floor was not much different from the first, just a little more luxurious with fewer tables. They proceeded to the third floor, and when they arrived, Felix was surprised, as were the others. The third floor was completely different. There were rooms that could accommodate 10 people, all luxuriously decorated with elegant couches and tables, in addition to the rooms. The kitchen was also located on the third floor, along with a huge banquet hall that was luxuriously decorated and also quite large, the size of 2 basketball courts. Guys, you take the children and go to the fourth floor. I'll take Chef Gideon to show him around the kitchen, Felix said to Trinity and the others. Big bro, how can we get to the fourth floor? There are only 3 levers here, Zephyr asked. Felix thought for a moment before his eyes lit up. Go back to the first floor, you'll see the 5th wooden elevator behind the stone desk. I think that elevator leads directly to the 4th, Felix explained. The others nodded and took the wooden elevator back down to the first floor. Chef Gideon, let's go and see the kitchen, Felix said with a smile to Chef Gideon. Chef Gideon smiled and nodded as Felix led him towards the kitchen at the end of the third floor. Mr. Felix, I have to say, you really surprised me. Your restaurant is completely different from any others I've seen, Chef Gideon said, his eyes filled with praise. Felix chuckled slightly in response. I'm sure your restaurant can stand out if you manage it well, Chef Gideon added. Yeah, I'll manage it well. With you by my side, I'm confident it won't be long before the restaurant becomes the #1 spot in Brigdamore City, Felix said confidently. Chef Gideon roared with laughter. I like your confidence, he said with a smile. Felix wasn't joking. With his high IQ, modern knowledge, and a 1-star spirit chef like Chef Gideon, he was sure the restaurant would soon rise to the top in Brigdamore City. We're here, Felix said, looking at the light brown door. He wasted no time and pushed it open, entering the kitchen. Chef Gideon stood at the entrance of the kitchen. A complicated look appeared in his eyes. Chef Gideon, are you coming in? Felix poked his head out of the door, addressing the silent Chef Gideon. Chef Gideon sighed and shook his head, then smiled at Felix and followed him into the kitchen. The space was spacious and spotlessly clean, with cupboards and stoves lining the walls, and every tool and equipment a kitchen could need. Chef Gideon stood in the center, feeling lost and overwhelmed. You know, I haven't been in a kitchen for the past 2 decades, Chef Gideon sighed. Felix sighed in response. Chef Gideon's experience was quite pitiful. You can familiarize yourself with the kitchen. I'm going to the 4th floor, Felix said as he left the kitchen, leaving Chef Gideon alone in the kitchen. Felix rode the wooden elevator back down to the 1st floor and quickly made his way to the other wooden elevator behind the white stone desk. This elevator was different. It had 4 levers and was slightly larger than the other wooden elevators. He pulled the 4th lever and the elevator started ascending, passing the 2nd and 3rd floors. It finally stopped at the 4th floor. Stepping out, Felix observed that the 4th floor was slightly smaller and simpler in decoration compared to the others. Walking down the corridor, he soon reached a door. Upon entering, he saw Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Zephyr, Nixie, and the children chatting on elegant couches. The children were exploring the room with curiosity. The room was spacious, with a large desk, luxurious chair, and glossy marble floors. Potted plants adorned the corners, adding to the elegance of the space. Felix's eyes flickered as smiled. So the 4th floor serves as an office space, huh? The whole floor serves as an office space for the management of the restaurant. To be honest, the system really thought everything through. That's why the other 4 wooden elevators don't have access to the 4th floor. Only the 5th one behind the stone white desk have access to the 4th. It's like an exclusive elevator for the CEO. Hey, big bro, you are here. Where is Chef Gideon? Nixie asked, standing up and looking behind Felix. He's taking a look around the kitchen. You know, this guy hasn't stepped inside a kitchen for the past 2 decades. Felix glanced at Nixie and said, That's true. Nixie nodded. Felix shook his head and sat down beside Trinity on the couch. I think Chef Gideon's life is really pitiful, Nixie said with a sad face. Sigh, a once talented chef has been reduced to such a state, Brixton sighed. Luckily, he met Big Bro. If it wasn't for Big Bro, I think he would still be in a mess. Yeah, Big Bro is really good. He lied to Chef Gideon, which in turn convinced him to work for him. Nixie giggled. Darn you, girl. How can you say that? I didn't lie to him. I convinced him with unmatched goodness and virtue, Felix angrily glared at Nixie. Nixie was stunned speechless. Big bro, I now know one of your unmatched qualities, Nixie said. What is it? Is it my handsomeness, my intelligence? Felix grinned. No, your shamelessness. I now know your skin is quite thick. You have no shame at all. Nixie smirked. Felix's smile gradually faded. Darn you. Little girl, just you wait. Felix glared at her. Okay, can you two stop? Trinity rubbed her temples and said helplessly. Felix continued to glare at Nixie, while Nixie stuck out her cute pink tongue. Big bro, I think we may be in trouble. Gwendolyn, who was sitting beside Zephyr, suddenly said with a serious face. What do you mean? Felix took his gaze from Nixie and looked at her. The others also looked at her with puzzlement. Hey, big sister Gwendolyn, why do you think we're in trouble? Nixie asked. Gwendolyn looked at everyone and explained, just think about it. The restaurant we built is one of the most beautiful, if not the most luxurious, in Brigdamore City. I'm sure by now some people have noticed it and started investigating that. I believe we're already under investigation since the moment we arrived here and opened the restaurant. Felix's expression changed slightly when he heard Gwendolyn's words. Yeah, Gwendolyn is right. We might have some trouble in the future. Just like Gwendolyn said, we might already be under investigation. I think the moment this restaurant was being built, the investigation might have already begun. Zephyr added with a serious face. I think you guys are right. I almost overlooked this. From now on, we have to be careful in exposing ourselves until we have the strength to protect ourselves, Felix said with a grave expression. All of them also had serious and grave expressions. Luckily, you were able to discern all of this and made us move from the slums. Otherwise, Trinity said, a trace of fear in her eyes. Yeah, big bro, if we were still in the slums, then I don't know what would have happened to us. Brixton's face was quite pale. Zephyr, Gwendolyn, and Brixton's countenances were quite unsightly too. If they hadn't moved out of the slums and were still living there, their lives would be completely over. This is a world where the strong eat the weak. If they were investigated and found out to be a bunch of orphans with no powerful backing or strength, then they would have died without knowing how. They died, and the restaurant would have fallen into someone else's hands. Felix felt a cold chill run down his spine when he thought of this. Luckily, they were able to quickly move out of the slums before all of this happened. Darn, I need to be really careful. I don't want to die again after coming to this new world, Felix thought. Hey system, you will protect me if I encounter danger, right? Felix transmitted his voice to the system with expectation in his eyes. Host, please don't have any expectations from the system. The system is just here to help the host build his business empire. So you have to solve your own problems, the system said. If I die, I can't build a business empire, right? So you have to protect me. Otherwise, if I die at the hands of some greedy person, you'll die too, Felix transmitted his voice. You're wrong. Host, that if you die, the system will look for a new host, the system replied with a hint of ridicule in its voice. FCK, what a useless system, Felix's eyes widened slightly, leaving him speechless. After a few moments, he took a deep breath and said, looks like I can't place my hope on the system. As Felix narrowed his eyes in thought, he realized, I have to find a way to become stronger. Big brother, how are we supposed to protect ourselves? I know that for now. We've avoided suspicion and investigation, but our current identity won't keep us safe for long. Without much strength, we can't protect ourselves. We're just temporarily safe, Zephyr said. Trinity and the others nodded in agreement, understanding that their current identity and background wouldn't protect them for long. I think we need to find ways to become stronger, Trinity said solemnly, with the others nodding in agreement. I think I have an idea that could keep us safe and protect us for a while, Felix said. Trinity and the others looked at Felix, waiting for him to continue. We can use Chef Gideon, Felix said with a glint in his eyes. The others looked at each other, puzzled by Felix's suggestion. How? Brixton asked. Think about it. Chef Gideon is a spirit chef, and you all know the special status they have. They enjoy privileges, and nobody dares to offend a spirit chef. Instead, they try to curry favor with them that if we spread the news that our restaurant has a one-star spirit chef, what do you think will happen? Felix said with a smirk. Trinity and the others were lost in thought when they heard Felix speak. Their eyes lit up as they continued to ponder his words. If news spreads that our restaurant has a one-star spirit chef, we can avoid suspicion and investigation. Plus, our restaurant will attract more customers and become famous in Brigdamore City, Trinity said, a realization dawning on her. Felix looked at her and smiled. Exactly. With the special status of a spirit chef, we can keep ourselves safe. People will think the restaurant belongs to Chef Gideon, and we're just managing it for him. It's like killing two birds with one stone. With Chef Gideon, we can stay safe, and make our restaurant famous in Brigdamore City. The others smiled at the idea and breathed a sigh of relief. But guys, this won't keep us safe forever. Our background might be exposed one day, so we need to find ways to strengthen ourselves, Gwendolyn said. Felix and the others nodded in agreement. But for now, we're safe. Let's take it one step at a time, Felix said, waving his hand. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Felix glanced at the door and said, "Come in." The door opened, and Chef Gideon entered the room. "Oh, Chef Gideon, you're here. How was it? Did you like the kitchen?" Felix stood up and greeted Chef Gideon with a smile. "Yeah, I liked it. Your kitchen is one of the largest and most complete I've seen," Chef Gideon replied. "Thank you for the compliment," Felix said, smiling. "Come and sit down. We were just discussing our next plan for the restaurant," Felix said, leading Chef Gideon to one of the couches. Felix sat back down, a smirk on his face. "Ding. Congratulations, host. The first side mission has been completed. Guys, please support with more power stones." "Ding. Congratulations, host. The first side mission has been completed." "Ding. Rewards have been issued." The cold system notification suddenly rang in Felix's mind that he was stunned. For a moment before smiling, he had almost forgotten about this mission. The rewards were quite generous, but he was curious about the mysterious package. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to open it right now. Felix snapped back to reality and looked around at everyone, his expression turning serious. "Okay, everyone. The restaurant is complete. Now we need to hire staff. And I mean a lot of staff," Felix said as the others listened. "Based on the size of the restaurant, I estimate we need to hire about 80 waiters and waitresses. Each floor will have its own staff. The first and second floors will have about 30 each, and the third floor will have 20. We'll also need people for cleaning, washing dishes, and maintaining hygiene. Plus, we need 10 front desk ladies and valets on Rash floor," Felix explained. The others listened intently, but were a bit confused. Big bro, what's a front desk lady?" Nixie raised her hand and asked. Felix was momentarily stunned before realizing that this world was completely different from Earth. "Oh, a front desk lady is responsible for greeting guests, seating them, handling complaints, and providing excellent customer service," Felix answered. "Wow, I didn't know this kind of job existed. It's so different from other restaurants," Nixie exclaimed. Trinity and the others nodded in agreement, surprised by the new information. "And big bro, what's a valet?" Brixton asked, also with curiosity. Felix shook his head. "Well, a valet is an employee responsible for guiding and helping guests park their carriages and retrieving them. Their presence helps cultivate a welcoming environment in the restaurant and contributes to creating a helpful and positive atmosphere," Felix explained. Nixie and the others had interesting looks on their faces as they listened to Felix's explanation. "Do you guys remember those marked spaces at the front of the restaurant?" Felix asked. They all thought for a moment and nodded. "Those marked spaces served as parking spaces for carriages," Felix said. "Wow, big bro. How did you come up with this kind of idea?" Nixie's eyes were filled with stars as she looked at Felix in admiration. Felix chuckled. "Well, since we're going to open a restaurant, we need to be completely different from other restaurants. That we have to take a different approach compared to others. So I came up with this kind of idea. Mr. Felix, with this kind of operation, I think your restaurant will be one of a kind." Chef Gideon looked at Felix with praise in his eyes. Felix simply smiled. "Sorry, Earth, but I have to take credit for this," he thought. "We also need to hire chefs as well," Felix said. He turned to Chef Gideon. "Chef Gideon, according to your estimate, how many chefs do you think we need for the restaurant?" Chef Gideon thought for a moment. "I think we need to hire 20 experienced chefs, 10 for the first and second floor. As for the third floor, I'll take care of it." Felix nodded, trusting Chef Gideon's judgment. "Okay, everyone, just a heads up that we'll be kicking off the hiring process tomorrow," Felix announced. "Gwendolyn, Trinity, Nixie, you three will be in charge of the hiring. And Brixton, Zephyr, I've got a special task for you too." They all nodded in agreement. "All right, after we hire everyone, we'll start training the staff on their duties and responsibilities," Felix explained. "Does anyone have anything else to add?" Felix asked, looking around the room. Gwendolyn raised her hand and asked, "When will the restaurant be open and running?" "We'll be opening in about a month. We'll use that time to train the staff," Felix replied. Gwendolyn nodded, and the others didn't have anything else to say. "Since there's nothing else, let's call it a day. Tomorrow we'll be busy," Felix said as he stood up. The others followed suit. "All right, kids, time to head home." Gwendolyn called out to the children still playing in the room. 10 minutes later, they all left the restaurant and headed back to their mansion. Chef Gideon also made his way home. Meanwhile, in a dark room in Brigdamore City, a conversation was taking place. "Have you found out who owns that building?" a gentle voice asked. "No, master. We haven't figured out the owner yet," a hoarse voice replied. "What do you mean?" that the gentle voice inquired. Early this morning, our men saw a group of people entering the building. They were young, in their teens and 20s, and there were even children with them. There was also a middle-aged man, the hoarse voice explained. Do you know who they are? That the gentle voice asked. No, we don't have their exact identities, the hoarse voice admitted. It's strange that someone would build such a luxurious building in Audaz district, and it was built in just 4 days. Keep investigating their backgrounds and identities, the gentle voice instructed. Yes, master, the hoarse voice replied. Little did Felix and the others know their speculations was correct. He and the others were already under investigation. 1 hour had passed, and by this time Felix and the others had already arrived at their mansion. They were all enjoying their lunch. 30 minutes later, they had finished eating and went off to do their own things. Felix headed back to his room. He quickly took a bath, changed his clothes, and opened the curtains too, let in the sunlight. After doing all of that, he sat on his bed, feeling excited. System, open the mysterious gift package, he said eagerly that a notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 mana awakening stone, 3 tier, 2 mage cultivation techniques, and 5 tier, 2 knight cultivation techniques. Holy Mother of Jesus! Felix exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock and astonishment. He was rooted on the spot, his entire body trembling. MG, please vote with more power stones. I need encouragement. Felix shot up to his feet, his whole body trembling with shock. His eyes were wide, his mouth gaping open. Moments later, excitement filled his eyes and a wide grin spread across his face. Ha 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 ha! He burst into wild laughter, the sound echoing in the room as he jumped around and waved his hand. He even did Michael Jackson moonwalk dance. His laughter continued to reverberate across the entire room. Luckily, the room was soundproof, or Trinity and the others would have thought he had gone mad. Felix continued to dance and jump in excitement for a few minutes before calming down, sitting back on the bed. Felix took a deep breath, but his body still trembled with excitement. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this, he said, his eyes flickering with excitement. The system had truly surprised him with a huge and priceless reward. Don't be so excited by this little rewards, you country bumpkin, the system mocked. Felix didn't mind this time. You did good this time, system. Maybe you're not so useless after all, he said with a grin. Of course not. Who do you think I am? The system replied proudly. Felix shook his head, but he was still shocked by the reward. He looked at what the system had given him. 1 mana awakening stone, 3 tier 2 mana cultivation techniques, and 5 knight cultivation techniques. His heart raced as he took it all in. With this, I can't be in a passive position anymore. Felix laughed, his eyes narrowed in excitement. I in the world of Sylfendel. Strength is everything. Without it, you could easily be taken out without even realizing how it happened. I in this world. Mana is everywhere. It's in the air, in the ground, everywhere. But in order to harness mana and become a mana cultivator, you need to have a cultivation technique to draw mana into your body that I in the Sylfendel world. Now let's talk about the Avalonia Kingdom. All the resources for cultivation, like techniques and skills, are controlled by the powerful and authoritative figures, the aristocratic and noble families, the royal family, and other super strong individuals. This makes it really tough for ordinary people to cultivate, since these powerful groups keep all the good stuff to themselves. And talent plays a big role too. If you don't have enough talent, even if you're given a cultivation technique, it's pretty much useless. Becoming a mage cultivator is especially tough. Only about 10 out of 100 people have the talent for it. That's why mages are so highly respected compared to knights. Mages can also master all kinds of knowledge and are responsible for crafting formations and runes, which is why they're admired and respected more than knights. Previously, Felix and the others were just ordinary people living in a world with a strong preyed on the weak. Even with the system in place, you still have to be cautious. Why? Because if he didn't keep a low profile, he and the others could face severe consequences and put their lives in danger. But now, with the rewards provided by the system, they were no longer just ordinary people. As long as they could successfully cultivate these techniques, they had nothing to worry about. As for talents, Felix smirked. Trinity and the others already have 9-star talents. Their talents can be said to be the best in the kingdom. With this kind of monstrous talents, how can they be mediocre if they cultivate? Felix couldn't help but grin at the thought, his eyes shining with excitement. I can't reveal these cultivation techniques right away, or Trinity and the others will get suspicious, he thought, narrowing his eyes. Despite his eagerness to start cultivating, he knew he had to be patient and find the right time to introduce the techniques to everyone. No rush, let's take it one step at a time. Felix smirked, still buzzing with excitement. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was the next day. Felix and the others woke up early, took their baths, and had breakfast. Standing in front of the mansion gate, Felix addressed Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Nixie. Trinity, Gwendolyn, Nixie, as we discussed yesterday, head of the Carleos district and hire people according to the criteria I gave you, Felix instructed. Okay, Trinity nodded. Take the carriage and go quickly. Once you're done, bring the hired workers to the restaurant, Felix added. All right, we'll head out now, Trinity said as they hurried into the carriage and made their way out of the Edel district. It didn't take long for the carriage to disappear into the distance. Felix turned to face both Zephyr and Brixton. You two head to the restaurant and wait for me there, Felix said. Zephyr and Brixton nodded. But what about you, big bro? Brixton asked. Don't worry about me, I have something to do. After I'm done, I'll head to the restaurant. Felix waved his hand nonchalantly. Okay, big bro Zephyr, let's go. Brixton nodded as he and Zephyr also took one of the carriages and immediately vanished into the distance. Felix went back into the mansion, where the children were sitting in the pavilion playing. The moment Felix entered the pavilion, Una jumped into his arms. Felix rubbed her head with a smile and gazed at the other children. Okay, kids, big brother and the others have things to do, so you should stay here and play. Costa, you are the eldest. Make sure you take care of the rest, you understand? Felix turned to Costa and said, Yes, big brother. Costa immediately stood up and said in a loud tone. Felix nodded. Okay, kids, Costa is now in charge. Make sure to listen to him. Do you guys understand? He glanced at the children and said, Yes, big brother. All of them responded in unison. That's good. Felix nodded and chuckled. Big brother, can you take Una with you? Una, who was in his arms, said with a pout. No, Una, you can't come with big brother. Big brother has something important to do. Felix looked at her and said, But Una will miss big brother, Una said with a sad face. Be good. Una, that I promise I won't take long. Big brother will come home right after I'm done, okay? Felix said. Okay. Una nodded. That's my girl. Felix smiled, pinching her cheeks and making her giggle. Felix set her down and made his way out of the pavilion. It didn't take long for him to take the last carriage and quickly vanish from the Edel district. While driving the carriage, Felix gazed ahead, but was also engaged in a conversation with the system. System, can you make flyers for me? Felix asked curiously. What do you take me for? I am the omnipotent business empire system. How can you disrespect me like this? The system said in displeasure. What omnipotent system? You are just a useless system. Just tell me if you can do it or not. Felix rolled his eyes. No, I don't make flyers, the system said in a resolute voice. 100 BEP, Felix suddenly said. Ding. Nice doing business with you. Host, 1,000 flyers have been successfully made. The system notification suddenly rang. Felix was stunned speechless. System, I didn't think you would be this shameless. Ding. 100 BEP have been deducted. The system notification rang again. Democrat, Minnesota system. You have no shame at all. Felix was speechless at the system. The system didn't reply, but remained quiet. Felix shook his head. So where are the flyers? I can give them to you anytime you need them, the system said. Felix nodded. I hope the flyers are satisfactory. Otherwise, you can take them back and refund my BEP. Don't worry, host. The system's products are of high quality and excellent, the system said with a proud tone. It better be. Okay, send the flyers inside the carriage and give one to me, Felix said. Suddenly, Felix felt something in his pockets. He reached inside and pulled out a piece of folded paper. Unfolding it, Felix looked at the contents of the flyer and felt satisfied. The system was really good at its job. The flyer was made in a way that wasn't too shocking to this world, that IT was made to the standard of this world. Even the pictures and writing looked like they were done by hand. Felix was satisfied. With the flyer, but system, I want you to add. Felix told the system some of his ideas to add to the flyer. Okay, host, that will cost an additional 50 BEP, the system said. System, you are too greedy, Felix shook his head. Just take it. Felix removed his attention away from the system. Felix drove the carriage around the streets. He didn't have a specific destination. Had just going around the city visiting many places he haven't been there. And the reason why he's doing this is because of the flyers. When he told Zephyr and Brixton to wait to go ahead and go to the restaurant, he was just finding an excuse so that he make the system make the flyers for him. If he suddenly took out a bunch of flyers out of nowhere without much evidence, they would be suspicious that, he just have spent at least 2 hours or 3 before heading to the restaurant. So when they ask, he will just say he got a painter to do it for him. Just like that, Felix spent close to 3 hours roaming across the streets of Brigdamore City. Let's head to the restaurant, Felix thought as he quickly made his way to Audaz district. Half an hour later, Felix reached the restaurant and quickly went to office on the floor. Zephyr and Brixton were already in the office looking quite bored. Big bro, you are finally here. What took you so long? Brixton said when he saw Felix enter the office. I was busy doing something. Sorry about that, Felix chuckled as he put the bunch of flyers he holding on the table. So what were you busy with? Zephyr asked while looking at the flyers. This, Felix said as he pointed to the flyers on the table. So what's that? Brixton asked. Felix smiled as he took 1-2 of the flyer and gave them to Zephyr and Brixton. Zephyr and Brixton have surprised in their eyes as they looked at the flyer. Big to who did this? It's beautiful, and thought, Brixton asked. Well, I found a good painter to do it, Felix chuckled. This painter is really talented to be able to paint such vivid images, Brixton praised. Of course, who do you think I am? The system-proud voice echoed in Felix's mind. Felix was quite speechless. He decided not to pay attention to the system. Okay, this is what I want you guys to do. Felix knocked on the table. Zephyr and Brixton eagerly awaited Felix to continue speaking. You see these papers? I want you to distribute them or post them on walls and buildings across the city, Felix explained. Zephyr and Brixton nodded in understanding. But big bro, I don't think these will be enough, Zephyr said. Don't worry, you just have to post them where the traffic flow is best in the city. I'll provide another batch tomorrow, Felix reassured them. Okay, Zephyr nodded. Then big bro, we are heading off. Felix nodded in agreement as Zephyr and Brixton grabbed the flyers and quickly left the restaurant. Taking a deep breath, Felix sat behind the desk, lost in thought. Time passed by, and in a blink of an eye, 3 hours passed by. Big bro, I'm back. Suddenly, Nixie's voice broke the silence as she entered the office. Oh, guys are already done. Felix stood up from his chair. So how was it? Were you able to recruit the required individuals? Felix asked. Yeah, although your requirements were too harsh, but we were still able to find the right people, Nixie nodded. Okay, so where is Trinity and Gwendolyn? Felix asked. Both of them are at the first floor, taking care of things, Nixie answered. Big bro, where's Zephyr and Brixton? Nixie glanced around. I sent them on a different job, Felix shook his head. Okay, let's head down. Both of them quickly made their way down the first floor. Meeting with the hired workers, Felix introduced himself and briefed them about the restaurant. He also instructed them to arrive early the next morning for basic training so that they can know their duties and responsibilities. The day flew by quickly, and the following day, Felix and his team arrived at the restaurant to begin training. The staff on their assigned tasks and duties. The chefs familiarized themselves with the menu, which included dishes from Earth. With a 1-star spirit chef like Chef Gideon leading the training, the chefs found the process much easier. Upon learning of Chef Gideon's prestigious title, they were shocked and amazed, but quickly became excited at the opportunity to learn from such a skilled professional. Being trained by a 1-star spirit chef meant that the chefs had the chance to perfect their craft. Under Chef Gideon's guidance, despite their years of experience, some having worked as chefs for 20 to 30 years, Felix initially had concerns about their expertise. However, with Chef Gideon's mentorship, he was confident that they would quickly adapt and excel as the days passed. The training of the waitstaff and valet staff continued seamlessly. In a blink of an eye, 3 weeks passed by. In just more than 3 weeks, the team had made significant progress and were well on their way to becoming a cohesive and efficient unit. Over the past 3 weeks, Felix has been busy training all the employees to ensure they perform perfectly. The chefs, in particular, have been undergoing intense training with Chef Gideon, who is very strict but effective in familiarizing them with the menu. In addition to work training, Felix has been dedicated to exercising and even dragging the others to join him in early morning workouts, with a combination of high-quality food and regular exercise. Everyone has seen improvements in their physique, with Brixton standing out as the most muscular of the group. He became more burly. Felix didn't understand why this guy would suddenly gain such muscles. As for Felix, he has also seen significant changes in his body, gaining more muscle and even developing faint six-pack abs. Zephyr has also shown improvements, becoming taller and more toned. The girls have not been left behind, with their skin becoming more radiant and beautiful. Currently in the Edel district, Felix is entering through a 6-story building where he had purchased a mansion. The building is nearly deserted, as not everyone has the means to buy property in this exclusive area. Felix walked towards one of the desks placed across the room. As Felix approaches the desk, he notices a young girl dozing off with one of her hands supporting her chin, bringing a smile to his face. Felix stood in front of the desks, observing the girl. Sleeping with a silly smile on her face, he shook his head and lightly knocked on the table, startling the girl awake. Who? The girl murmured, rubbing her eyes as she tried to focus on the person disturbing her beauty sleep. Hello, Miss Claire. Felix smiled as he waved his hand in front of her eyes. This young girl was Claire, who had sold the mansion to Felix when he first arrived. A mug, who are you and what do you want? Claire said with a yawn. Miss Claire, have you already forgotten about me? That makes me quite sad, Felix said, pretending to be hurt. Huh, Claire was taken aback for a moment. She took a closer look at Felix and was silent before finally recognizing him. "It's you, Mr. Felix, right?" Claire exclaimed. Felix chuckled and nodded. "I thought you had forgotten about me." "No, no, no, Mr. Felix. How could I forget about you? You were my first client, after all," Claire said with a smile as she stood up from her chair. "So, how have you been doing? Do you like the mansion?" Claire asked. "Yeah, I've been doing well. That I also quite like the mansion. It's perfect," Felix answered. "So, what brought you here? Are you looking to buy another mansion?" Claire asked eagerly, with shining eyes, that Felix's lips twitched at Claire's question. "No, Miss Claire, I'm not here to buy a mansion." "Oh, what a pity." Claire's eyes dimmed with disappointment that Felix's lips kept twitching. Did this girl think money grew on trees? "So, if you're not here to buy a mansion, what do you want?" Claire asked. "Miss Claire, didn't you mention before that besides selling houses, you can also assist with hiring staff to manage the mansion?" Felix inquired. "Oh, so that's what you're looking for?" "Yes, what I mentioned earlier is true. We do provide those services," Claire confirmed. "Well, Miss Claire, I would like your help in hiring staff to take care of my mansion," Felix requested. "All right, let me know what you need so I can find the right people," Caller said as he pulled out a piece of paper, ink, and a quill. "I'm looking to hire around 50 people, cooks, cleaners, gardeners, and coachmen, that I also need experienced child caretakers," Felix explained. Carr took detailed notes of Felix's requirements. "Is that all you need, Mr. Felix?" Carr asked. Felix thought for a moment and then nodded. "That's pretty much it." "Okay, Mr. Felix, give me 3 days and I'll find the perfect candidates for you," Carr said with a professional smile. "As for the salary, you'll need to set the amount, but it won't be cheap." Felix agreed. "Don't worry about the salary, Miss Card. I want the best and most professional staff, so I'll double the standard rate." "Don't worry, Mr. Felix, that I'll make sure to deliver satisfactory results in 3 days. Just be patient," Carr assured with a smile. "Thank you, Miss Carr, but I'll be on my way then," Felix said, nodding. "Goodbye, Mr. Felix," Carr waved as Felix left the building. The reason Felix needed to hire staff is to take care of the mansion because the restaurant was opening soon, and he wouldn't have time to manage everything, especially with the children. They needed help with the carriages too, as they were now well off and could afford a coachman. Felix couldn't imagine the owners of the most luxurious restaurant in Brigdamore City driving their own carriages. It would be embarrassing. With these thoughts in mind, Felix shook his head and headed back to the mansion. Time continued to slip by as another 5 days passed. During this time, Felix and the others followed their usual routine of waking up early, doing their morning workouts, having breakfast, and heading off to the restaurant to train the staff. The hired workers had mastered their duties and responsibilities, while the chefs had become experts at cooking each dish to near perfection. Tomorrow will be the opening day for the restaurant, Felix announced to Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Zephyr, and Nixie. Currently, they were all gathered on the training ground at the mansion, showing faint excitement in their eyes. They had been eagerly anticipating the restaurant's grand opening. "But before that, I have something to show you guys," Felix said. Ash pulled out a small crystal clear stone from a box on the ground. The stone was the size of a fist and flickered with starlight, looking particularly beautiful. The group looked at the crystal with curiosity and confusion. "Wow, big bro, what's that? It's so beautiful," Nixie exclaimed, stepping forward to get a closer look with sparkling eyes. "Big brother, let me see it," Trinity said suddenly, reaching out for the crystal. Felix handed it to her, and she examined it closely. After a few seconds, her eyes widened in shock. "Is this an awakening stone?" she asked Felix, astonishment in her voice. "What, an awakening stone?" Zephyr exclaimed, clearly shocked. Felix looked at Trinity and Zephyr with bewilderment, wondering how Trinity had known what the stone was. Zephyr's reaction indicated that he also recognized the awakening stone. Felix narrowed his eyes as he observed them both. Not everyone is familiar with what an awakening stone looks like, although most people have heard of it. The reason for this is that awakening stones are rare and only mages and powerful factions possess them, even if you wanted to purchase one. It would require a significant amount of money and connections. It seems these two are more than meets the eye, Felix thought as he studied them. "What's an awakening stone?" Brixton asked, scratching his head in confusion. Gwendolyn also appeared puzzled, unsure of what an awakening stone was. Zephyr took a deep breath and explained, "An awakening stone is a rare and magical stone used to test and awaken one's mana affinity. IT determines if someone has talent in mage cultivation and reveals their specific affinity to the elements. It's not something that can be easily purchased, as it is both rare and expensive." "What?" Brixton and Nixie exclaimed in shock, their astonishment evident in their eyes. Though Gwendolyn's face remained expressionless, the shock in her eyes betrayed her emotions. Felix confirmed, as Zephyr said, "This is indeed an awakening stone. How did you manage to get an awakening stone, big bro?" Zephyr mentioned it was extremely expensive and rare. "With the amount of money we have, I doubt you could afford it," Gwendolyn questioned. Trinity and the others turned to Felix with suspicion, especially Trinity, whose clenched fist emitted crackling sounds. Felix nervously gulped and adjusted his collar, noticing Trinity's clenched fist. "I purchased it from the black market. The price wasn't too high, and the seller seemed to be in a hurry, so he sold it to me cheap." Felix explained nonchalantly that of course Trinity and the others couldn't believe a Felix lame excuse, but they knew everyone had secrets. "Let's just focus on the fact that we have an awakening stone," Felix said, dismissing their suspicions with a wave of his hand. The group agreed, realizing that how Felix got the stone didn't matter as much as the fact that they now had it in their possession. "So, who's going to test it out first?" Felix asked with a smile. Everyone hesitated, nervousness plastered on their faces, except for Trinity, who was quite calm. Even Gwendolyn, who usually had a stoic expression, looked nervous. Seeing no one step forward, Felix shook his head. "If no one is coming, then I'll go first." With that, he placed his hand on the awakening stone and closed his eyes. The surroundings suddenly fell silent as they watched. After a few minutes, the stone began to emit a bright light that grew more intense. Flames and lightning erupted from the stone, surprising everyone. As Felix felt a mysterious force entering his body, he was overcome with a sense of comfort. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted the moment, and Felix opened his eyes to see the flames and lightning surrounding the stone. "By GBRO, you have dual affinity, fire and lightning," Zephyr said in a trembling voice that it was not only him. Trinity also had a shocked and dazed expression on her face. "Wow, big bro, you are such a monster to have dual affinity," Brixton also said in amazement and shock. "Ha, my big bro is a mage, ha ha ha." Nixie burst into uncontrollable laughter, her eyes flashing with intense excitement. Felix shook his head when he saw Nixie jumping around. "Okay, who is next?" Felix said as he looked at everyone. Me. Nixie immediately raised her hand with deep expectations in her eyes. "Okay, come," Felix said as he handed the awakening stone to her and stood aside. Nixie took the awakening. Taking a deep breath to calm down, she placed her hand on the awakening stone and followed what Felix did previously and closed her eyes. After a few minutes, the stone reacted, emitting bright lights and cyan-swirling energy. A gentle wind blew through the training ground. That a few moments later, Nixie opened her eyes and looked at the awakening stone with a lost expression. "Big bro, what element did I awaken?" she asked. "Congratulations, Nixie. You have affinity to the wind element," Felix smiled. Nixie's eyes were wide open. "Wow," she exclaimed in excitement. "Ha ha ha ha. From now on, Nixie Morningstar is a wind elemental mage." "Okay, Gwendolyn, come, it's your turn," Felix said as he handed the awakening stone to Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn nodded expressionlessly, but her clenched hand betrayed her nervousness. She took the awakening stone, placed her hand on it, and closed get eyes. 5 minutes passed. "Why does it feel cold?" Nixie said as she rubbed her shoulders. It was not only her, the others also felt a slight chill in the air. "Look at Gwendolyn," Felix smiled. Nixie looked at the awakening stone and found out that frost were quickly covering the awakening stone and spreading across Gwendolyn's hand. Gwendolyn opened her eyes and looked at the awakening stone with excitement evident in her eyes. "Congratulations, Gwendolyn. You have affinity to the ice element," Felix smiled. Gwendolyn smiled and nodded. If she said she was excited, then she was lying. She was really excited. Gwendolyn was really excited. How could she not be excited when she had such high talent in mage cultivation? She even had an affinity to the rare ice element. "Okay, guys, it's your turn." Felix smiled and turned to Zephyr, Brixton, and Trinity. Brixton stepped forward and tested, but after a few minutes, there was no reaction from the awakening stone, indicating that Brixton had no talent in mage cultivation. Disappointment filled his eyes, and the others shared in his disappointment. Zephyr also tested, with the same result as Brixton. No reaction from the awakening stone. Trinity tested as well, but again, there was no reaction. All of them wore disappointed expressions. They had hoped they would have talents in mage cultivation, but the reality was different. "Don't worry, big sis, that if you don't have talents in mage cultivation, you might have talent in other areas," Nixie said, taking Trinity's hand and offering comfort. Felix still had a smile on his face. He knew that although Zephyr, Brixton, and Trinity didn't have talents in mage cultivation, the three of them had high talent for night cultivation. "Don't worry, guys. Just as Nixie said, you might not have talent for mage cultivation, but who knows, you might have talents in other areas," Felix reassured them. "That's why I got you this," he said, taking out 3 finger-length thick books made from unknown materials from a box on the ground. Trinity and the others looked at the books in Felix's hand with curiosity. Big bro, is that what I think it is? Zephyr asked with surprise. Felix smiled and nodded. Yes, these are night cultivation techniques. They all gasped in surprise. Astonishment evident in their eyes as they looked at Felix in shock. Don't give me that look. Okay. I bought all of them with awakening stone from the black market, grumbled Felix. Trinity and the others were left speechless. Okay, just take them. Felix shared the 3 books to Trinity, Zephyr, and Brixton. Brixton, Zephyr, and Trinity eagerly took the cultivation techniques with trembling hands. They knew these techniques were incredibly expensive, but they didn't question how Felix had obtained them. Everyone has their secrets, after all. Okay, study it and see if you can cultivate them, Felix said. Trinity, Zephyr, and Brixton nodded in agreement. They sat down cross-legged on the ground and delved into the cultivation techniques. Luckily, the explanations and diagrams provided were easy to understand. Felix then pulled out another thick book from the box and handed it to Gwendolyn and Nixie. They were surprised to receive mage cultivation techniques. These are for you too. Study them and cultivate them, Felix instructed. Gwendolyn and Nixie nodded and joined the others in studying the techniques. Felix also began studying a mage cultivation technique himself. Both knights and mages used mana as their source of energy. They drew mana into their bodies to harness its power, allowing them to perform incredible feats like flying and launching long-range attacks. However, the way knights and mages used mana differed. Knights used mana to strengthen their bodies and gradually increase their power. They could also use mana to launch long-range attacks and had affinities to elements. But their affinity to the elements and use of the elements is quite different from mages. For instance, a knight can launch an attack using a specific element, but the knight can only use specific skills for each element in their attacks. When it comes to mages, their use of mana differs from knights. Mages draw mana into their bodies and store it just like knights, but instead of using mana to strengthen their bodies, they use mysterious incantations called spells to launch attacks. Mages utilize the surrounding mana to cast spells. Some may think that mages have an infinite amount of mana, but that's not the case. The amount of mana a mage can use depends on their strength. For example, a Tier 1 beginner mage can't continuously use surrounding mana because their mind can't handle it. There's a limit to how much mana they can use, and the stronger they become, the more mana they can utilize. Knights have specific skills to launch attacks, divided into 9 tiers from Tier 1 to Tier 9. Mages also use spells to attack, which are also divided into 9 tiers from Tier 1 to Tier 9. Felix was deep in thought as he studied the mage cultivation technique. With his high comprehension ability, he quickly grasped the concept. According to the technique, he had to sense the mana in the air, draw it into his body, and open his mana channels. Mana channels are like pathways in the body that must be opened before drawing mana inside. These channels also act as storage for mana, but there's a limit to how much they can hold. The body have 9 mana channels. As one continue to open the 9 mana channels in the body, one becomes stronger and stronger. Both knights and mages have these channels. Felix took a deep breath, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes, removing all distracting thoughts from his mind. Since mana, one must have a calm mind and avoid distractions. By this time, Trinity and the others had grasped the concept of cultivation techniques. They hurriedly sat cross-legged and closed their eyes. The training ground fell into deep silence as everyone tried to sense mana. When Felix closed his eyes, he cleared his mind of any distractions and focused on sensing mana point. 20 minutes later, Felix suddenly felt a mysterious energy around him. It made him feel incredibly comfortable, like he was wrapped in a warm blanket. Slowly opening his eyes, Felix found himself in a vast, multicolored space with faint starlight flickering around him. He looked around in awe as different types of lights flowed past him. Some emitted bone-chilling coldness, others a heavy pressure, and some a gentle breeze. Felix realized that these colorful energies were the elements. 2 different colors of energy moved closer to Felix. Fiery red, emitting intense heat, and completely violet, emitting crackling sounds like thunder. Felix recognized these as the elements he had an affinity with, fire and lightning. He pondered for a moment before focusing intensely on the fire element, and with a thought, it entered his body. The fire element entered his body, the multicolored space disappeared. Felix felt a mysterious energy entering his body. He knew that he had successfully sensed mana. But that wasn't the end of it. When the mana entered his body, Felix suddenly felt a rush of intense heat coursing through him. His face contorted in pain as he felt like he was being cooked from the inside out. Fiery red mana flowed through him, causing his blood to boil and emit strange sounds. It was like he had been thrown into a pot of boiling lava, leaving his face ghostly pale. Democrat, Minnesota. Nobody warned me that sensing mana could be this excruciating. Felix gritted his teeth. He had never felt pain like this before, and he knew he had to tough it out or risk wasting all his efforts and possibly getting hurt in the process. As time passed, Felix endured the intense pain, feeling like he was being consumed by flames. If someone looked at Felix's body right now, they would find out that faint flickering flames surrounding him. Although he was surrounded by flames, it didn't harm his body, but his inside was being cooked. The ground beneath him bore faint burn marks, and the air around him grew dry as the heat intensified within a 10-meter radius. Not only Felix was feeling intense pain, but Gwendolyn and Nixie also had pained expressions on their delicate faces. Nixie felt like her whole body was being cut into pieces, with a faint cyan wind swirling around it. As for Gwendolyn, she felt like her body was being frozen. A prickling sensation coursed through her body, and the surrounding 10 meters around her were filled with frost and snowflakes. Both she and Nixie had pale faces, experiencing the same pain that Felix was feeling at that moment. This went on for a few minutes, and then suddenly a muffled sound came from within Felix's body, as if something had been forcefully opened. The intense pain he was feeling immediately subsided, followed by a comfortable sensation throughout his body. The flames surrounding him entered his body and gradually disappeared. Then, two more muffled sounds came from Gwendolyn and Nixie's bodies. The cyan wind circling Nixie entered her body, and the frost and snowflakes around Gwendolyn entered hers. Their expressions of pain slowly subsided, but their faces were still pale. As Felix slowly opened his eyes, he noticed a slight change in his vision. He could see a faint milky white substance in the air everywhere around him that he wasn't surprised. He knew this substance was mana, that he had the feeling that if he willed it, he could draw the mana flowing around him into his body. In addition to the mana, he can also see faint fiery red mana swirling around him, and he feels a connection to it. He has a feeling that he can manipulate and control this fiery red mana, that he knows that this fiery red mana is the fire element that he has an affinity with, that he felt completely different. Although not much had changed in his physique, his mind had undergone some changes. He felt his brain was more active, his vision had improved, and all his senses had undergone remarkable changes. "Big brother," a gentle voice sounded behind him. Startled, Felix turned around to see Gwendolyn and Nixie looking at him, both with joyful expressions. Even Gwendolyn's poker face was filled with joy. "Big brother, I feel completely different. It seems like my senses have improved," Nixie said with excitement in her eyes. "Congratulations to both of you. You are now Tier 1 beginner mages," Felix chuckled. Gwendolyn and Nixie squeezed each other's hands in excitement. They never imagined they would one day become respected and admired mages. They knew their lives would never be the same. "What about Big Sis and the others?" Nixie asked. Felix snapped back to reality and glanced at Trinity, Zephyr, and Brixton, who were sitting on the ground. When Felix turned to look at Trinity, Zephyr, and Brixton, his eyes widened in shock. "What the FCK?" Felix's eyes narrowed in shock and astonishment as he witnessed something that left him completely speechless. "What the heck is going on, system? Did you mess with the cultivation techniques?" Felix asked the system, his voice filled with suspicion. "Host, you can question my character, but you can't question my products," the system replied in a dissatisfied tone. "And I swear on my character that I didn't do anything to the techniques." "Character? Do you even have one?" Felix took a deep breath and questioned. The system remained silent, refusing to respond. "Tell me what the FCK is happening to them," Felix demanded. "How am I supposed to know?" The system replied nonchalantly. "FCK, didn't you say you were omnipotent? So how can you not know what's happening to them?" Felix almost shouted. The system fell silent, unable to provide an answer. Frustrated, Felix turned his attention to Trinity, Zephyr, and Brixton. And right now, Trinity, Zephyr, and Brixton were in a very strange situation. How strange it is. Well, all of them seemed wrapped in some kind of cocoon. Zephyr was wrapped in faint black tentacles. His entire body was wrapped in pure black darkness, almost consuming all the light around him like a deep black hole swallowing the surrounding sunlight. Brixton was also wrapped in thick earthen yellow energy. There were faint cracks a few meters around him. Even Felix, who was standing quite far away from him, can sense heavy pressure, as if he was carrying a heavy load. As for Trinity, she was encased in golden, swirling energy that was blinding to look at. Deep cracks can be seen around the place she was sitting. The aura emitting from her body was very intense. As Felix observed their unusual situation, he couldn't help but feel worried that he wasn't sure if this was a normal part of the night cultivation process. "Hey, big bro, what's going on with Big Sis and the others?" Nixie tugged at Felix's sleeves, her eyes filled with worry and anxiety. I don't know, Nixie, let's just wait and see. Felix took a deep breath and shook his head. Felix, Gwendolyn, and Nixie stood at a distance, watching Zephyr, Brixton, and Trinity with concern in their eyes. 20 minutes passed with no reaction from them. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Felix started to fidget with worry, loud rumbling sounds echoed within Zephyr, Brixton, and Trinity's bodies. Felix turned to look and saw the cocoon around them dispersing, entering their bodies. Their auras grew stronger and stronger until it slowed, and until their auras disappeared, they slowly opened their eyes, filled with excitement. Brixton stood up, throwing punches in the air, generating shockwaves. What power! Brixton exclaimed with joy, a silly grin on his face. Zephyr and Trinity also felt the power coursing through their bodies, a faint joy in their eyes. Trinity glanced around and grabbed a spear from a weapon rack, waving it around, generating gusts of wind. Are you guys all right? Felix's voice interrupted them. They turned to see Felix, Gwendolyn, and Nixie looking at them with worried expressions. I'm completely fine, big bro, Brixton said with a smile. Trinity and Zephyr nodded, confirming they were fine too. That's great, Felix said, heaving a sigh of relief and a smile appearing on his face. Gwendolyn and Nixie also sighed in relief, smiles spreading across their faces. Nixie skipped to Trinity's side, holding her hand. Big sis, I was really worried about you guys. Why, did something happen? Trinity asked, looking confused. Zephyr and Brixton also looked at her in confusion. Nixie explained to them what happened while they were cultivating their techniques. That happened, but I didn't feel anything, Trinity said, surprised. Zephyr and Brixton also had the same expression, not expecting something like that to happen to them while cultivating. Thankfully, you guys are all right, Nixie said, patting her chest. Congratulations. Now all of you have opened your first mana channels, becoming Tier 1 beginner knights. Felix approached them with a smile. Trinity, Zephyr, and Brixton looked at Felix with smiles. What about you guys? Did you succeed? Trinity asked. Yeah. All of us also opened our first mana channels, becoming Tier 1 beginner mages. Felix nodded. They all gathered around, feeling really happy. Finally, they were out of the league of ordinary people. From now on, as long as they work hard, they could continuously become stronger and better protect themselves. They wouldn't have their fate dictated by the strong. Although we have become mana cultivators now, remember to keep a low profile. We can't become arrogant just because we have this little strength, Felix warned them with a serious face. All of them nodded solemnly. They couldn't allow this newfound strength to get to their heads. Unless it is necessary, don't rush to offend others, even if that person seems weak. Always be careful, Felix continued. Felix wasn't being a coward, but he understood the dangers of arrogance. He was being cautious in the world of Sylfendel, a place where lives are not valued. All sorts of strange characters roam this world. A beggar on the street could be a powerful figure. If you offend them hastily, you might end up meeting a grim fate without even realizing how it happened. It's always best to tread carefully in this world. He needs to warn them, or they might become arrogant and let their small amount of strength go to their heads. Their current level of strength doesn't give them the right to act superior and belittle others. Even in Brigdamore City, located in the far corner of the kingdom, they won't be taken seriously with their weak abilities. It's important for them to stay humble and not offend anyone they shouldn't. But if someone offend you, and if it looked like you could defeat that person, kill that person as quick as possible and make sure not to leave any survivors. If you understand what I mean, uproot and eliminate all possibly future troubles, Felix said in a cold and chilling voice. All of them solemnly nodded and committed Felix's advice to memory. Okay, let's go and prepare. Tomorrow is the grand opening of the restaurant. Let's have some proper rest and look at our best tomorrow. Felix suddenly chuckled, which dispersed the tense atmosphere in the air. All of them nodded and smiled, quickly made their way out of the training ground, talking and laughing among themselves. Felix gazed at their fading backs and narrowed his eyes with a smile. Tomorrow, Felix smirked. The following day, the morning sun rose from the eastern horizon, casting a warm golden light across the sky. The sweet melodies of birds filled the air, their songs echoing the sounds of nature. The gentle morning breeze whispered through the trees, creating a symphony of rustling leaves. It was a scene of perfect harmony and beauty, with every element working together in flawless unity. In the Edel district, Felix and his companions had already risen earlier than usual, while the children still slumbered. After completing their morning routines, they all donned their finest attire and now stood at the entrance of the mansion, exuding elegance and sophistication. Felix was clad in a pristine white suit that hugged his slender frame flawlessly. The suit boasted gold buttons and a collar adorned with subtle golden patterns. His ensemble was completed with a pair of white shoes, creating a monochromatic look that was only missing a Rolex watch to perfect his outfit. Zephyr sported a striking black and gold suit, complemented by a long, elegant overcoat in the same color scheme. His ensemble was finished with impeccable black shoes, exuding a sense of refinement and style. Brixton donned a wine-colored suit that accentuated his robust physique, paired with brown shoes that added a touch of energy to his appearance. Trinity dazzled in a long blue evening dress adorned with intricate patterns that highlighted her figure. Exquisitely, a beautiful necklace adorned her slender neck, while her cascading golden hair added a touch of ethereal beauty. Crystal blue high heels completed her ensemble, enhancing her snow-white skin and perfect figure. Gwendolyn exuded an air of cold nobility in a long black evening dress embellished with golden flower patterns that a golden ribbon cinched her slender waist, accentuating her full and developed body. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, and a gold bracelet adorned her left hand, completing her regal appearance. Nixie radiated charm and liveliness in a long pink dress adorned with delicate flower patterns. The dress accentuated her figure flawlessly, paired with crystal pink shoes and a matching hairpin that added a touch of cuteness to her overall look. All of them appeared refined in their attire, resembling young masters and misses from prominent families. Big bro, these clothes are truly exquisite. I have never seen such elegant and beautiful garments before, Nixie exclaimed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she looked at her outfit. Yes, these clothes are indeed beautiful and luxurious, Trinity added. The others shared the same expression of awe, having never encountered such attire before. Felix chuckled. Of course, these clothes were different. The style of clothing was different from that of the Sylphindal world. He had personally hired 2 skilled tailors and provided them with the design drawings, as Earth fashion was far more advanced. This new style of clothing had taken them by surprise. I believe if you were to sell these clothes, they would be highly sought after, Zephyr remarked, with the others nodding in agreement. However, Felix simply shook his head, rubbing his temples appearing fatigued. Upon closer inspection, faint dark circles could be seen under his eyes. Are you all right? You seem tired. Did you not get enough sleep last night? Trinity inquired. Noticing Felix's weary appearance, Felix's lips twitched slightly at Trinity's question, recalling the events of the previous night, causing his eyes to twitch involuntarily. Ding! Congratulations, host, for becoming a Tier 1 beginner mage. The cultivation shop section had been unlocked. The system notification ranged loudly in Felix's ears. Felix, who was lying on the big queen-size bed, having a nice and sweet dream, was immediately scared awake. What the FCK? Felix shot up from the bed with a pale face. Felix frantically looked around. System, what the FCK is going? The system just wanted to remind the host that because you have become a mage, the cultivation shop section have been unlocked. The system replied indifferently. Felix's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you F-kin kidding me? He exclaimed, rendered speechless by the situation, gritting his teeth. You did this on purpose, right, system? No, host. I assure you, I would never stoop so low as to do something like that on purpose, the system replied disdainfully. Why didn't you mention this earlier, instead of waiting until the middle of the night while I was trying to sleep? Felix roared in frustration. I forgot, the system admitted. You forgot. I curse you and your entire family. May you never find a girlfriend in your lifetime. Felix seethed with anger. Well, host, unfortunately, I don't have a family, and I'm not a living being, the system retorted mockingly. Aye. Felix was left speechless, his words caught in his throat. Recalling the previous night, he clenched his fists in anger. The system had disrupted his sleep, leaving him restless until dawn. Attempting to brush off the incident, Felix waved his hand and smiled at Trinity. Don't worry about it. I couldn't sleep last night because I was excited about the restaurant opening today. Trinity nodded in understanding, choosing not to delve further into the matter. Just then the sound of horses approached, as 2 elegant carriages pulled by 2 majestic horses pulled up in front of them. Point one was pure white with golden patterns, while the other was black and gold. Formally dressed coachmen driving the carriages opened the doors of the carriages with precision. Felix nodded and turned around. A maid in uniform was standing behind him. She was quite old, in her 30s, although she was not that beautiful, but she has a pleasing appearance, and there are 10 young maids standing respectfully behind her. Felix instructed her, Sylvia, we will be on our way. Please take care of the children and ensure the mansion is well looked after in our absence. Yes, master, Sylvia replied respectfully, bowing her head. Felix then boarded the white carriage with Zephyr and Brixton, while Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Nixie entered the black and gold carriage. With a crack of the whip, The horses elegantly trotted forward, pulling the carriages as they made their way out of sight from the mansion. It didn't take long for them to completely leave the Edel district behind. 30 minutes later, they arrived at the Audaz district, where it seemed there were more people than usual bustling about. The carriages continued navigating through the streets of Audaz district until they finally stopped at the entrance of a grand and beautiful restaurant. As the carriages came to a halt, two men in purple valet uniforms, adorned with white gloves, stepped forward to open the doors. Felix and the others gracefully exited the carriages, smiles lighting up their faces. The valets smiled and bowed slightly as a gesture of welcome before the group entered the restaurant. Two more valets then appeared to guide the carriages to an exclusive parking space. Inside the restaurant, a team of waiters, in fine uniforms, both male and female, were diligently preparing the tables. Felix and the others wasted no time and headed towards the wooden elevator behind the stone-white desk, making their way to the fourth floor. Upon entering the office on the fourth floor, they all took their seats, with Felix settling into the chair behind the desk. "Okay, guys, today is the grand opening of our restaurant," Felix announced, looking around at his companions. Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Zephyr, and Nixie all showed signs of excitement in their eyes. In just 2 short months, their lives had undergone significant changes. From poverty and living in the slums, where affording 3 square meals a day was a struggle. Now they're living the high life in a luxurious mansion, indulging in the finest cuisine, and sporting the most stylish and comfortable attire. The best part, they're all mana cultivators now, wielding power and wealth that 99% of regular folks can only dream of achieving. That all feels like a fantasy come true for them. Today is the grand opening of our first business, so we need to ensure everything runs smoothly without any hiccups, Felix said, narrowing his eyes. Nixie, who was sitting beside Trinity, raised her hand and caught Felix's attention. Big bro, why didn't we come up with a plan like the discount idea you mentioned?" she asked, prompting the others to look at her as well. Felix shook his head and posed a question to Nixie. "What kind of restaurant are we running?" Nixie replied confidently. "We're running a high-class restaurant catering to the wealthy and powerful." "Exactly," Felix nodded. "Now, where are we located?" "In the Audaz district," Nixie answered. Felix smiled. "And what makes the Audaz district stand out from the rest?" "It's a high-class area where the elite of Brigdamore City like to socialize," Nixie responded. "Correct. This is a high-class establishment in a high-class district. Offering discounts would undermine our image," Felix explained. In order to successfully operate a high-end and prestigious restaurant such as this one, it is crucial to understand the mindset of affluent individuals. The wealthy do not concern themselves with trivial amounts of money, particularly in a world where power and wealth reign supreme. They may even perceive discounts as an affront to their status," Felix explained. "Furthermore, it is imperative to establish our restaurant's identity to the public, that we must convey that our establishment is unparalleled in its elegance and sophistication. That it is essential to cultivate a strong brand image, so that when our restaurant is mentioned, it is immediately associated with exclusivity and luxury. Our goal is to be recognized as a premier destination for the elite and influential individuals in society," Felix continued to explain. Nixie thought about Felix's words and had a realization. "I understand, big bro." "Good," Felix smiled. The reason he talked a lot was because he wanted to train Nixie. Apart from him, only her management talent is the best among them. In fact, over the past month, he had dedicated some of his time to teaching Nixie about modern management and business knowledge, which is why she mentioned the discount at IT was a unique idea in a world that was lacking in business strategy. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, interrupting their conversation. Felix glanced at the door. "Come in." The door opened, and Chef Gideon entered the office in his chef uniform. "Good morning," he greeted Felix and the others with a smile. "Good morning." Felix nodded and responded. The others also nodded at Chef Gideon. "How is the kitchen? I hope everything is all right there," Felix asked. Chef Gideon confidently patted his chest. "Don't worry, Mr. Felix. Everything is running smoothly." Felix nodded in approval and announced, "All right, guys, it's time to open the restaurant for business." He grinned with excitement, with anticipation in his eyes. Ding. Host. Mysterious ghost note. "Hello, guys, there's a little event here. I want to give a badass name for Felix Restaurant. I want you guys to give me your ideas. The one with the highest power stones and fun value will win. Bear in mind that the name will be used in Felix Future Industries. And please give out badass and cool names. This event will go on until July 26th, 2024, one natural day. Thanks." Ding. Host, you have been given a newbie protection period of 1 month. Felix was stunned and rooted to the spot when he heard the sudden system notification. seeing Felix suddenly stop with a surprised expression on his face. The others were puzzled. "Are you okay, big bro?" Trinity asked. Felix came back to his senses. "Yeah, I'm okay. I just remembered something." Felix waved his hand. "Okay, let's go and open the restaurant." The others nodded and quickly followed Felix out of the office as they got onto the wooden elevator and headed down to the first floor. As the wooden elevator descended to the first floor, Felix was conversing with the system in his mind. "System, what was that notification about?" Felix transmitted his voice. "Well, host, the system is giving you a 1-month newbie protection period. That means the system will protect the restaurant for a period of 1 month," the system explained. Felix nodded in understanding. "So that means if anyone causes trouble in the restaurant, you will protect the restaurant?" Felix asked. "Yes and no," the system said vaguely. "What do you mean?" Felix was confused. "Listen, host, what I mean by the system will protect the restaurant is that the system will only take action when someone powerful is attacking the restaurant at AS for small problems like customer complaints, pressure and challenges from competitors, and other minor issues. The host will have to take care of that on his own," the system explained. Felix finally came to a realization. What the system means is that it will only protect the restaurant when someone powerful with ill intentions towards the restaurant attacks or does something that would harm the restaurant in any way. Felix nodded in understanding. He knew he currently doesn't have the strength and manpower to protect the restaurant if someone he can't take on comes to cause trouble or from some prying and covetous individuals. But the system saved him from such situation. With the system coming forward to protect the restaurant, he was relieved. While Chef Gideon's identity may deter some potential threats, there is always a possibility of an attack. However, with the added protection of the system, he can put his heart to rest. This is a world where the strong reign supreme. Who knows if someone powerful might get jealous of his restaurant's success and decide to attack the restaurant? If that were to happen, he wouldn't have a place to turn to cry. But with the system in place, he can rest assured. "So system, how can you protect the restaurant?" Felix asked curiously. "The host will find out in the future," the system said. Felix nodded and didn't ask further. And host, when the system said 1-month newbie protection, the system means the ingredients used to cook are included, which means TH system will be providing the ingredients for 1 month, the system suddenly said. "Wow, system, I didn't expect you to have some conscious." Felix was surprised. He didn't expect the 1-month newbie protection period to have such a surprise. Previously, he mulling over how to cover the ingredients and resources OT run the restaurant. To be honest, he honestly don't have any money left. He used the last amount of money to buy various ingredients for today, grand opening. When the chefs were getting familiar with the menu during the 1-month training, he bought all the ingredients for the training, and the ingredients are expensive. He was almost poor again. But now, with the surprise the system have given him, he won't have to be worried about ingredients and resources to run the restaurant for at least a month. But host, bear in mind that when the 1-month newbie protection period duration is over, you will have to procure the ingredients for yourself. The system. Felix nodded. As long as the restaurant make enough money, he can procure the ingredients himself. 3 minutes later, the wooden elevator reached the first floor. Felix got out of the wooden elevator, followed by Trinity, Gwendolyn, Zephyr Brixton, and Nixie. As for Chef Gideon, he have already headed back to the kitchen. That on the first floor, the staff of waiters had finished setting up the tables perfectly. All that was left was for the restaurant to open its doors and start welcoming customers. "All right, everyone gather around," Felix called out, trying to get everyone's attention. The staff quickly gathered in front of him, looking serious in their uniforms. Valets, front desk ladies, waiters, and waitresses were all present. Felix looked around and nodded. "Today is the big day, folks. We're opening our doors to customers. I hope all the training you've had wasn't for nothing. Treat every customer with respect and equality. If you mess up, you're out. I want everything to be perfect. Understood?" "Yes, boss," the staff replied in unison, their expressions serious. "If everything goes well, bonuses will be given to all of you," Felix said with a smile. The staff were excited at the prospect of bonuses. "All right, everyone in your positions. It's time to open the restaurant," Felix shouted with excitement in his voice. The staff quickly took their places, their eyes filled with excitement. "Let's open the door together, guys," Felix said, turning to Trinity, Zephyr, Brixton, Gwendolyn, and Nixie. They smiled and followed Felix to the huge golden door. Standing in front of it, they each took a deep breath and slowly pushed it open. And right now, outside the restaurant, a few people had already gathered, dressed in luxurious and elegant clothes. Some even seemed to emit powerful auras. There was a buzz of excitement among the people as they chatted amongst themselves, and occasionally glanced at the restaurant. "For the past few days, I've been seeing posters of this restaurant posted around the city, that I hope it lives up to what's stated in the poster." A man in his 30s wearing luxurious green clothes muttered to himself while looking at the restaurant. The man is Kirk Moonfire, a famous merchant in Bridgemore City. He was slightly plump with a ruddy complexion and small eyes. Whenever he squinted, his eyes would flash with a glint, giving him a shrewd temperament. "Look, the door is opening." Suddenly, a voice interrupted Kirk Moonfire's thoughts. He quickly looked and saw the golden door of the restaurant slowly opening. That a few moments later, the door completely opened wide, and a few people in uniform quickly walked out and stood on both sides of the restaurant. Looking serious, a handsome man in a pristine white suit also walked out with a few people behind him and stood in front of the crowd. This was that, naturally, Felix and the others. Felix glanced at the crowd with a smile and bowed slightly. "Please, everyone, welcome. The Origin restaurant is now open." The crowd was stunned for a moment before walking to the entrance of the restaurant and started entering with expectation in their eyes, muttering to themselves. Felix and Trinity, Zephyr, Brixton, Gwendolyn, and Nixie greeted everyone who entered with a smile. Even Gwendolyn, who usually had an expressionless face, now had a subtle smile on her face. Kirk Moonfire squinted his eyes and sized up Felix for a moment before making his way to the door of the restaurant. "Welcome." Felix looked at Kirk Moonfire with a smile and greeted. Kirk Moonfire returned the smile, nodded, and entered the restaurant. The moment he stepped inside, he was taken aback. He didn't expect the interior of the restaurant to be so luxurious. He was impressed by the elegant decorations, which could be said to be the first of its kind in Bridgemore City. As he looked around, he noticed that some of the people who had arrived first were being guided by staff in unique and beautiful uniforms that he had never seen before. Some were already seated and placing their orders, while a few were being led to strange wooden platforms that were slowly rising. "Welcome, sir," a gentle voice suddenly spoke beside him. Kirk Moonfire turned to see a young woman standing in front of him, wearing the same beautiful uniform as the staff. Kirk quickly snapped back to reality and nodded at the young woman with a smile. It was clear she was a front desk lady. "Sir, would you like to sit on the first floor or head up to the second and third floors?" the front desk lady asked with a smile. Curious, Kirk inquired, "Can you tell me the difference?" The front desk lady explained, "Well, sir, both the second and third floors are more elegant than the first floor. The dishes there are more expensive, but they're even more delicious, especially on the third floor where all the dishes are one-star dishes made by a one-star spirit chef." Kirk's eyes widened in shock. "You mean the third floor dishes are made by a one-star spirit chef?" "Yes," the front desk lady confirmed with a gentle smile. "Would you like to go to the third floor?" Taking a deep breath, Kirk shook his head. "Let me try the dishes on the first floor first." "Okay, sir," the front desk lady said, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She then led Kirk to an empty table. "You can sit here, sir. A waiter will be with you shortly to take your order," she said with a smile. As Kirk settled into his seat, he couldn't help but ask, "What are those wooden platforms?" "They're called elevators, sir," the front desk lady explained with a smile, detailing how they function. Kirk Moonfire was completely taken aback by the wooden elevator's functions. "What a unique idea," he exclaimed. "The boss came up with it," the front desk lady informed him. "Then your boss must be a genius," Kirk said in admiration. The front desk lady just smiled and didn't respond. "Sir, do you have any other questions?" she politely asked. Kirk shook his head. "All right then, sir. Feel free to look at the menu and decide on a dish. That a waiter will be with you shortly," the front desk lady said with a smile as she walked away to attend to other customers. Kirk nodded and opened the white menu with golden edges in front of him. As he glanced through it, he grew more and more surprised. Some dishes were quite expensive, and he had never heard of or seen some of them before. The cheapest dish was 2,000 gold coins, while the most expensive was 10,000 gold coins. This was just the first floor, and he couldn't imagine the prices on the second and third floors. The wine was also pricey, with some options even more expensive than the dishes. As Kirk Moonfire sat at his table, a waitress appeared with a friendly smile on her face. "Excuse me, sir, what would you like to order?" she asked politely. Kirk glanced at the waitress and replied, "I'll have the moss egg and beans pudding, roasted pork ribs, and a bottle of Rosewood Vintage, please." The waitress listened carefully as Kirk placed his order and then asked, "Is that all, sir?" "Yes, please." Kirk nodded. "Okay, please wait a moment, and your order will be ready shortly," the waitress said before hurrying off to the kitchen. That a few minutes later, the waitress returned with a trolley and skillfully arranged Kirk's dishes on the table. After she finished, she smiled and said, "Please enjoy your food, sir," before walking away. Kirk looked at the delicious food in front of him with surprise and delight that he slowly opened the lids, and a sweet aroma filled the air. Taking a deep breath, he couldn't wait to dig in. As he took his first bite, his eyes widened in amazement. "Wow, this is delicious," he exclaimed. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, people were still arriving in carriages. Valets opened doors for elegantly dressed individuals stepping out. Everything seemed to be in perfect harmony. Suddenly, A large, luxurious carriage pulled by two magical beasts stopped in front of the restaurant. The magical beasts were two white horses with flickering lights under their hooves, adding to the grandeur of the scene. But a valet quickly opened the door of the carriage. The coachman driving the carriage hopped down and gave a slight bow towards the carriage. "Miss, we have arrived." MG note. It seems nobody was able to give me a proper name for Felix Restaurant and Future Industries. Someone gave me his idea, but I didn't think the name was suitable, but I really appreciated that he was able to give his ideas. And I thank all of you for reading my creation. Thank you. Excuse me, young miss, we have arrived, the coachman said with a bow towards the carriage. "Oh, we're here," a sweet and melodious voice replied from inside the carriage. The sound of rustling followed as a beautiful girl emerged. She had snow-white skin, red lips, green eyes, and long black hair that cascaded down her back. Dressed in a stunning green gown that accentuated her figure, she looked around with a simple smile on her face. As she approached the restaurant gate, she noticed a plaque above the door. Origin Restaurant. What an interesting name, she thought with a smile as she entered, the coachman trailing behind. Inside, she surveyed the scene with a nod of approval. The restaurant was elegant and quiet, filled with guests in luxurious attire or emitting powerful auras. Wooden elevators carried people up and down on either side of the stairs leading to the other floors. "Welcome, miss," a receptionist greeted her. "Please, will you like to dine here or on the other floors?" The receptionist asked. She nodded in response. "I'll dine on the third floor," she said softly. "All right, please head to the wooden elevators or take the stairs," the receptionist directed. The girl made her way to one of the wooden elevators, her coachman in tow. With curiosity in her eyes, she stepped onto the platform, and the coachman behind her quickly pulled the third lever, as if he was already familiar with the wooden elevator. The wooden elevator slowly rose up as it carried both of them towards the third floor. A few moments, they arrived at the third floor. It was much quieter than the first floor, almost eerily so. Only a few front desk ladies were there, all wearing professional smiles behind the white stone desk point. One of the receptionists stepped forward with a polite smile and said, "Please, miss, follow me." The girl nodded and followed, her eyes wandering to the receptionist's uniform. She hadn't paid much attention to the uniforms before, but she realized that the uniforms of the employee were quite unique and also beautiful. They were led into a room that was elegant and luxurious, with a large table in the middle surrounded by white and gold couches. The room had large French windows and beautiful flowers in ceramic pots. IT could easily seat 5 to 10 people. The girl looked around with satisfaction and sat down on one of the couches with the coachman standing behind her. The receptionist handed her a menu and said, "Please look through this and ring the white bell if you'd like to order, but a waiter will come to assist you." With that, she left the room. The girl glanced through the menu, her eyes widening in surprise before closing it a few moments later. "Houston, stop standing there and sit down," she said gently to the coachman. Houston shook his head and replied, "I can't sit with you. Mississippi, it's against the rules." "Forget the rules. No one's here. Just sit," she insisted, narrowing her eyes. After a moment of hesitation, Houston sighed and sat down across from the girl, his back straight and hands on his lap. "What do you think of this restaurant, Houston?" the girl asked with a smile. Houston thought for a moment before responding, "Well, miss, this restaurant may not be the fanciest in the kingdom, but it's definitely unique, especially for a small town like Bridgemore City. Their operation is unlike any other restaurant I've seen before." The girl listened to Houston with interest, nodding along. "You're right, Houston. This place is special, especially those elevators. Such a cool invention," she said. "And what is even more surprising is that they have a 1-star spirit chef," Houston added. "Yeah, that is really surprising." The girl smiled with narrowed eyes. To be able to open such a high-end restaurant like this in this part of Bridgemore City, the restaurant's background must be quite unique, Houston said. The girl nodded enthusiastically and said, "I really want to meet the owner of this place." She shook her head and rang the white bell on the table. A few moments later, a waiter entered with a smile. "How may I take your order?" the waiter asked politely. "I'll have the smoked spark sunfish, star rice and delight, gooseneck barnacles and almost caviar, and a bottle of figdale red," the girl said with a smile. "Okay, Mississippi, your order will be out shortly," the waiter replied, smiling as he left the room. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. The girl glanced at the door out of the corner of her eye. "Enter," she said softly. The door pushed open and the waiter entered the room. Pushing a silver trolley, he quickly set up the dishes on the table, introducing each one as he did so. "Miss, this is the smoked spark sunfish, this is the star rice and delight, and here are the gooseneck barnacles and almost caviar," the waiter said with a polite and professional smile. The girl looked at the dishes with surprise, and a smile crept on her face. When the waiter opened the lids of the food, a dense and enticing aroma filled the room. Faint white mist lingered around the food, giving them a more appealing appearance. The white mist was manna. All these dishes are one-star spirit dishes cooked by our one-star spirit chef. The waiter explained. He poured wine into beautiful glasses and placed them on the table. Please enjoy your food, he said before leaving the room. Come on, Houston, let's taste how delicious these dishes are, the girl said, starting to eat elegantly. Houston hesitated for a moment before joining as the girl ate. Her eyes lit up with surprise. The moment the food her mouth, it melted, tingling her taste buds and filling her body with manna. She felt a change inside her, her expression shifting slightly. It seems as if she had thought of something, and she smiled more. She continued to eat, with a blissful smile on her face. Crack. As the girl sat at the table, a slight sound emanated from within her body, causing the air around her to twist slightly. A powerful aura emitted from her, catching Houston's attention. He looked at her with surprise and a smile on his face. The girl closed her eyes, and after a few minutes, the aura was drawn back inside her. She slowly opened her eyes and exhaled, releasing a faint white mist that lingered in the air before dissipating. Congratulations, young miss. Houston stood and bowed. The girl grinned, revealing her pearly white teeth, and waved her hand. I was just on the verge of it, but I didn't expect these dishes to help achieve it. Houston sat back down. I have to be honest, these dishes are delicious, and the manna present in them is more intense than most one-star spirit chefs. The girl nodded. Okay, let's continue eating. They chatted while eating, with the girl doing most of the talking and Houston respectfully responding. After finishing their meal, there were still leftovers, including an unfinished bottle of wine. The girl rang the white bell, and the waiter soon entered the room. Please, miss, how is the food? Is it to your liking? The waiter asked with a smile. The girl smiled back. Yes, the food is simply delicious. Is there something I can do for you? The waiter asked. Yes, I want to meet your boss, the girl said while glancing at the waiter. The waiter was surprised. You want to meet my boss? Yes, the girl confirmed. Okay then, please wait a moment while I inform him, the waiter said before leaving the room. A few minutes later, the waiter returned with a smile. My boss said you can come. He's waiting for you in his office. Okay, let's go, the girl said as she stood up, with Houston following behind. Inside the office, Felix sat on the chair behind the desk with a pensive expression on his face. After opening the restaurant and welcoming some guests, he assigned tasks to Trinity and the others. He and Nixie would take care of the third floor, Trinity and Gwendolyn the second floor, and Zephyr and Brixton the first floor. Because the third floor was exclusive and expensive, so customers rarely visited. The food here was pricey. Felix had left the third floor for Nixie to manage when a waiter informed him that someone wanted to meet him there. I hope this is not one of those arrogant and pretentious young masters, Felix sighed and shook his head. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Felix composed himself. Enter, he said softly. The waiter entered with a girl and Houston. Boss, this person wants to meet you, the waiter said, bowing to Felix. Thank you. You can go back to work, Felix replied with a smile. Okay, boss, the waiter left, and Felix assessed the girl and Houston. Felix sized up the girl in front of him. He was surprised he had a powerful aura emanating from a girl, but he could discern her mana cultivation level, especially Houston behind her. He gives him a dangerous feeling. Felix's face was solemn as he looked at both of them. He assured that both of them were not to be trifled with, and their background might be strong. The girl smiled as she observed Felix. Interesting, she remarked, her eyes flickering with curiosity. Felix felt uneasy and uncomfortable under her gaze. Ahem, I heard you wanted to see me, Felix asked, clearing his throat. Hello, I'm Felix Morningstar. May I ask your name, miss? Felix took a deep breath and flashed a gentle and professional smile. The girl smiled back. My name is Seraphine Netherfrost, but you can call me Seraphine. Felix nodded. Well, Miss Seraphine, I heard you wanted to see me. Mr. Felix, aren't you going to ask us to sit down? Seraphine asked with a smile. Felix was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. Look at my manners. I'm sorry, Miss Seraphine. Please, come and have a seat. Felix led them to the couches and poured some wine for Seraphine and Houston. If someone from Earth were here, they would notice that the wine being served was the famous Screaming Eagle Cabernet, Sauvignon 1992, which cost $500,000 back on Earth. Felix had bought it for the system store, along with all the other wines in the restaurant. Felix handed the wine glasses to Seraphine and Houston, then sat across from Seraphine. Please, Miss Seraphine, try this wine that it's one of our most limited and expensive selections. Seraphine smiled, took a sip, and was pleasantly surprised by the delicious and unique taste. How is it, Miss Seraphine? Felix asked with a smile. Seraphine looked at Felix, Mr. Felix, I have to say this wine is really unique, that I've never tasted such fine wine before. Felix smiled proudly, knowing that the Screaming Eagle Cabernet Sauvignon 1992 was a top-notch wine from Earth. So, Miss Seraphine, how was your experience in the restaurant? Felix elegantly took a sip of his wine and asked, Mr. Felix, I must say that your restaurant is truly exceptional. The operation you run is unlike any other high-class establishment I have encountered. The dishes are not only delicious, but also unique. Some of them I have never seen or heard of before. Your restaurant is truly one of a kind, Seraphine complimented with elegance. Thank you for your kind words, Felix replied with a smile. Now, Miss Seraphine, you mentioned that you wanted to discuss something with me. Felix inquired curiously. Seraphine chuckled. Yes, Mr. Felix, that is correct. In that case, how may I assist you? Is there something specific you need from me? Felix asked with a serious expression. Well, Mr. Felix, since you put it that way, I will get straight to the point that I have recently returned from the capital city, and I am looking to host a banquet for the young masters and misses of the various noble families in Bridgemore City that I've been searching for a suitable venue. Although your restaurant have just been built, but I have heard that your restaurant is one of the most beautiful and luxurious in the city, that I also heard that you have a banquet hall, which sets you apart from other establishments. I have come to inquire about the possibility of hosting my banquet in your banquet hall. Seraphine explained patiently. Felix's hand trembled slightly as he held his wine glass, surprise evident in his eyes as he looked at Seraphine. Miss Seraphine, what you have heard is indeed true. Our restaurant does have a banquet hall that is perfect for hosting events such as banquets and parties, Felix confirmed. Will there be any issues if I reserve the banquet hall? Seraphine asked. Felix shook his head. No, Miss Seraphine. You are more than welcome to hold your banquet here. That's good, Seraphine smiled. Miss Seraphine, when will the banquet be held, and how many people will be invited? Felix inquired. After a moment of consideration, Seraphine replied, The banquet will take place in 3 days, as for the number of guests. I am unsure, but I am certain that it will not exceed 100 people. Felix nodded as they delved into the specifics. Felix was secretly thrilled, as he had not anticipated such a significant opportunity. The reputation of a high-end restaurant is crucial, as most businesses rely heavily on it to attract customers. If he could execute the event flawlessly, his restaurant would undoubtedly flourish. The young masters and misses from the noble families of Bridgemore City would be in attendance, and if the restaurant left a lasting impression on them, its reputation would be solidified. After a few minutes of discussion, Felix said, I have taken note of all your requirements, Miss Seraphine. Thank you, Mr. Felix, Seraphine replied with a smile. Felix hesitated. Miss Seraphine, while we can meet your requirements, I believe the price. Seraphine shook her head. Do not worry about the price, Mr. Felix. You can calculate the total cost after the banquet. Understood, Miss Seraphine, Felix said with a smile. Okay, Miss Seraphine, Felix smiled. Well then, Mr. Felix, I'll be heading back. Seraphine stood up with a smile. Okay, then let me see you off. Felix stood up and opened the door for her. They descended in the exclusive wooden elevator to the first floor and exited the restaurant. A valet brought Seraphine's carriage to her. Well, then, Mr. Felix, see you soon. Seraphine lightly waved her hand and got into the carriage. Take care on the road. Miss Seraphine, I look forward to seeing you soon. Felix smiled. Inside the carriage, Seraphine chuckled slightly. What an interesting and unsewable guy. Netherfrost. Where have I heard that name? Felix narrowed his eyes as he looked at the receding back of the carriage. Felix returned to his office on the 4th floor, taking a seat behind his desk with a thoughtful expression. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had heard the name Seraphine Netherfrost before, but he couldn't quite place where his memories were fuzzy and he couldn't remember clearly. Shaking his head, Felix decided to push the thought aside. However, he couldn't help but feel excited about the deal he had made with Seraphine Netherfrost, that if he could pull it off, his money troubles would be solved. Felix did a quick calculation and realized he could make about 1 million gold coins. The thought of that much money made him giddy, and if he could impress the upper class in Bridgemore City, it would be a double win. Ding. Host, congratulations for completing side mission 2. Rewards have been issued. Just then, a notification from the system popped up in his mind. Felix was surprised for a moment before remembering that he had completed side mission 2, which meant he had to open the restaurant for business within a month. Chuckling to himself, Felix checked his status window. Business Empire System. System status. Host Frowny Face Felix Morningstar. Age Frowny Face, 20 years old. Race human. Cultivation, Knight/Mage. Tier 1 Beginner Fire Elemental Mage. Bloodline, none. Talents, Knight Cultivation, 8 stars. Mage Cultivation, 9 stars. Management, 9 stars. Current industry, food and beverages industry. Completion rate, Frowny face, 0.01%. System shop. Unlocked. Food and beverages industry shop. Cultivation shop. Main mission. Develop every selected industry to the peak. Side mission. 1. Open a restaurant in Brigdamore City. Duration. 7 days. Punishment for failure. Host won't be able to draw another industry for 1 year. Rewards. 10,000 BP and a mysterious package. Status. Completed. Side mission. 2. Get the restaurant up and running. Duration. 1 month. Punishment. The reward of the first side mission will be void. Reward. 100,000 BP. Status. Completed. Business Empire points. BP 120,000 BP. Wheel of Industries lottery. Frowny face. None. Upon inspection, he noted a few changes. His mana cultivation had advanced to Tier 1 beginner fire elemental mage. The industry completion rate had inched up to 0.01%, and his BEP had increased. Additionally, the system shop had been updated to include a cultivation shop. Felix closed the status window and took a deep breath. Standing up, he drew back the curtains and positioned himself in front of the French windows, offering a panoramic view of Audaz district. From this vantage point, he could observe the bustling activity below, with carriages arriving and patrons entering his restaurant. The scene before him filled him with a sense of anticipation for the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. Ding. Host new mission has been issued. Just then, the system notification ranged again. Felix was shocked as he quickly opened the mission tab to see the new task at hand. Mission. Earn 5 million gold coins. Duration. 1 month. Failure penalty. Destruction of host mana cultivation. Reward. 1 million BEP. Felix had a puzzled expression on his face as he read the mission details. Are you kidding me, system? How am I supposed to earn 5 million gold coins in just 1 month? Felix exclaimed. The missions released are based on your current strength. Host, the system replied. So you think my current strength and resources can handle this challenge? Felix grumbled. Yes, host. According to the system's calculations, you can achieve it, the system answered. Felix was at a loss for words. I've only just opened a restaurant, and the foundation isn't stable yet, and I don't think I can do it. Well, host, that's your problem. Besides, you've earned more than 5 million in a month in your previous life, the system pointed out. Felix was once again speechless. This is different. My strength in this world is limited, and I'll be busy dealing with other problems after opening the restaurant, both internal and also external threats from other competitors. Aren't you smart? Figure out yourself. The system is just here to assist you, the system said. Damn. What a useless system, Felix cursed. God, why didn't you give a nice and badass system instead of this crappy one? Please don't insult the system. Host, I have dignity too, the system replied. FCK your dignity, Felix roared. And what's with this punishment? Are you serious? If I fail, you'll abolish my mana cultivation. That you're too wicked, system. Felix clenched his fists, feeling the urge to punch the system if it were right in front of him. Just then, the office doors swung open. Nixie strolled in and flopped down on the couch. Felix didn't bother turning around. He knew it was Nixie, the only one who could barge in without knocking. Big brother, I'm so tired, Nixie whined, pouting. Felix took a deep breath and closed the mission tab. He chuckled, shaking his head as he turned to face her. He was well aware of the situation on the 3rd floor and was pretty sure Nixie was just putting on an act. You know I work hard, right? Nixie looked at Felix expectantly. Felix smiled and nodded. Then, with a hopeful glint in her eyes, Nixie asked, since I've been working so hard, can you increase my salary? Felix simply shook his head. Knowing exactly what Nixie was up to, he couldn't quite figure her out. For the past few months, he had noticed her obsession with money. Disappointed by Felix's response, Nixie pouted and said, Big bro, I'm really broke right now. Can't you give me a raise since I've been working so hard? No, Felix replied firmly. Nixie grumbled, calling him stingy for not even considering a bonus. Ignoring her complaints, Felix poured himself a glass of wine and settled onto the couch. Nixie continued to grumble, but Felix paid her no mind. So, how's the 3rd floor doing? Felix suddenly asked. Nixie shot him a resentful look before replying, Not great. Only a handful of people have visited since the restaurant opened. Felix sipped his wine, unfazed. That's to be expected. The 3rd floor is extremely expensive, so it'll take time to attract more customers. Just be patient. Nixie eyed the wine in Felix's hand. Licking her lips, she slowly reached for the wine bottle, but before she could grab it, Felix's voice interrupted her. Don't even think about it, Nixie, he said, causing her to quickly retract her hand. She looked at Felix, who was smiling at her. Come on, big bro, why can't I have a drink? Nixie pouted. You're still young, Felix replied, shaking his head. I'm not young. I've grown up, Nixie insisted, puffing out her chest. Felix glanced at her chest and chuckled. They're still too small. The Trinities are much bigger than yours. Confused, Nixie looked down at her chest and then back at Felix with wide eyes. Big brother, you're such a pervert, she said, annoyed. Felix just smiled and took another sip of his wine. Okay, go call the others to come up that I have something to tell them, Felix said, waving his hand dismissively. Nixie glared at him before getting up and walking out the door. A few minutes later, Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Zephyr, and Nixie had already arrived at the office and were sitting on the couches. Felix looked at them and sat down, asking, "So, how did it go?" "Big bro, everything went well, especially on the first floor, but it's almost full. And according to the statistics, all the people who came to eat left satisfied with hardly any complaints," Zephyr smiled. Felix nodded and turned to Trinity and Gwendolyn, asking, "And how was everything on the second floor?" "Yeah, everything was good. All the guests enjoyed their food with hardly any complaints. There was just one incident where someone tried to cause trouble," Trinity said. Felix, curious but serious, asked, "What happened?" "Someone tried to molest one of our waitresses," Trinity replied. "What? Why didn't you call me?" Felix's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "We thought you were busy, so we handled it ourselves. And don't worry, we took care of it," Trinity assured him. Felix breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good, and I hope it didn't have a negative impact on our restaurant." "And what about the waitress? Is she okay?" Trinity nodded. "Yes, she is good." Felix curiously asked, "So tell me, how did you solve it?" "Ahem." Trinity coughed slightly and rubbed her nose, embarrassment flashing in her eyes. "Come on, tell me. How did you handle it?" Felix pressed for more details. Gwendolyn, sitting beside Trinity, glanced at her and said, "She turned a spoon into a metal ball." Felix, along with Zephyr, Brixton, and Nixie, looked at Trinity in surprise. Her face turned slightly red as she glared at Gwendolyn. Felix couldn't help but look at Trinity's slender and delicate hands and gulped. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "That man was absolutely detestable," Trinity said, crossing her arms and glaring at Felix. "And besides, Gwendolyn, didn't you also freeze his manhood?" Felix, Zephyr, and Brixton quickly clamped their legs shut when they heard Trinity. Felix felt a chill down his spine and couldn't help but shiver. He almost felt some pity for the man. Having your manhood frozen must have been a terrible experience. "That man was disgusting," Gwendolyn said expressionlessly. Felix, Zephyr, and Brixton looked at both of them with weird expressions. Seeing a delicate and beautiful girl squeezing a spoon into a metal ball might have scared that man, and suddenly having his manhood frozen. What a painful experience. "Okay, let's not talk about that," Felix waved his hand. "But I hope next time something like that happens, you don't have to resort to such means to solve it. Try peaceful dialogue, okay?" Felix looked at them and said. All of them nodded. "But big bro, what if we can't solve it through peaceful dialogue?" Nixie asked. Felix looked at her. "Then use your fist and beat some manners into that person." Nixie and the others were speechless. "Okay, let's change the subject," Felix said. "I have something to tell you guys." "What is it?" "Big bro," Nixie asked. The others also looked at Felix, waiting for him to continue. "Well," Felix explained to them about the banquet Seraphine Netherfrost was going to hold in the restaurant. "If we can pull this off, then our restaurant's foundation and image will be established." Felix smiled as he glanced at them. "Hey, big bro, this is amazing." Nixie's eyes were sparkling with excitement. "If everything goes as planned, we could have about 1 million gold coins. That's a ton of money." Felix glanced at her and shook his head. This girl really loved money. "So, big bro, when's the banquet happening?" Brixton inquired. "In 3 days," Felix replied. "She said she's hosting it 3 days from now. So, in the upcoming time, we will be very busy and we need to ensure that everything goes smoothly," Felix stated confidently. The rest of the group nodded in agreement. "Hey, big bro, who did you say was hosting the banquet?" Zephyr asked suddenly. Felix looked at him, puzzled by the question. Zephyr took a deep breath before continuing. "Do you know anything about Seraphine Netherfrost?" Felix shook his head, admitting, "I don't know much about her background, but I have heard the name Netherfrost before." Zephyr looked surprised and exclaimed, "The Netherfrost clan is the most powerful noble family in Brigdamore City. How could you not know that?" Felix's eyes widened in shock at the revelation. Zephyr continued, "Not only that, but the Netherfrost clan actually governs Brigdamore City. The city lord is the patriarch of the Netherfrost clan." Felix was amazed by the clan's influence and power. Zephyr then asked, "Do you know who Seraphine Netherfrost is?" Felix and the others shook their heads in confusion. Zephyr was incredulous. "How can you guys not know? Are you even living in Brigdamore City?" Nixie rolled her eyes and urged, "Just tell us already." Zephyr shook his head and began to explain. "Let me tell you about the Netherfrost clan first. The Netherfrost clan holds the esteemed title of being the most powerful noble family in Brigdamore City, with their patriarch, Lucian Netherfrost, serving as the city lord. This position effectively places the entire clan as the ruling power within the city. The Netherfrost clan derives its name from their bloodline, known as the Netherfrost bloodline, which possesses a formidable ice attribute. This bloodline grants all members of the clan a high affinity for the ice element, ensuring that there are no weak links within their ranks. Nearly all members exhibit exceptional talents for mage cultivation, with even those lacking in this area excelling in night cultivation due to their inherent connection to ice-type mana. The previous patriarch of the clan, Lucian Netherfrost's father, was renowned as a Tier 5 mage, though his current strength remains a mystery. And Lucian Netherfrost himself is also a formidable Tier 5 ice elemental mage, further solidifying the clan's power and rule over that city. Zephyr paused, glanced at everyone, and continued. Apart from Lucian Netherfrost, the Netherfrost clan has many powerful experts in their ranks. They control a huge army and numerous resources, making their foundation extremely terrifying. Nobody dares to mess with the Netherfrost clan in Bridgemore City. Felix's expression turned solemn as he listened to Zephyr. He hadn't expected Seraphine Netherfrost's background to be so powerful. Initially, he thought the name Netherfrost sounded familiar, but didn't pay much attention to it. He had just assumed Seraphine Netherfrost was another one of those pretentious young misses from a noble family in the city. Little did he know her background was actually formidable. Fortunately, I didn't do anything to offend her, Felix thought. Now, let's talk about Seraphine Netherfrost, Zephyr said, catching Felix's immediate attention. Zephyr went on to explain, Seraphine Netherfrost is the eldest daughter of Lucian Netherfrost. Legend has it that when she was born, the entire Bridgemore City was covered in ice and snow for 5 days straight. Her bloodline purity was said to be the highest among the Netherfrost clan members, even surpassing her father. Seraphine's talent was also extraordinary, becoming a Tier 4 Master Mage at the young age of 15, surpassing most of her peers at T16. She was taken to the capital to study at the top academy in the kingdom. Felix's eyes widened as he listened to Zephyr. FCK, how can you play like this? Felix almost cursed. He and Seraphine were almost the same age, yet she was already a Tier 4 Master Mage at 15, and her current strength is unknown. While he was only a Tier 1 Beginner Mage, the difference in their strengths was staggering. Trinity and the others were shocked as they listened to Zephyr, their expression solemn. What Zephyr told them was truly shocking. So, what's her current strength now? Brixton asked. Zephyr shook his head. I don't know, but I'm guessing that after all these years, she might be a Tier 5 or even higher. Felix was completely stunned, speechless. Democrat, Minnesota. How come this girl sounds like the main protagonist of a novel? Felix was really shocked. Breaking through tiers requires a large amount of resources and huge mana. Even if someone comes from a powerful background, breaking through tiers is not easy. But Seraphine Netherfrost's power leveling is simply insane. She is almost caught up to some of the older generations. And do you know what's even more shocking? Zephyr looked at them with a smile. Felix and the others looked at him with different expressions on their faces. What's even more shocking is that she is a dual elemental mage just like you, big bro, but apart from the ice element, she has an affinity for the water element. Last time I heard, she was a Tier 3 water elemental mage, Zephyr chuckled. What the FCK? Felix's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was flabbergasted. Democrat, Minnesota. I'm sure this girl is really some kind of protagonist in a novel. Felix was really stunned. Although he was also a dual elemental mage, their strength difference was staggering. He was just a Tier 1 beginner fire elemental mage and hadn't even cultivated his lightning element yet, but this girl was already flying through the roof in power leveling. System, I'm done. Send me back to Earth. Felix had a devastated look as he transmitted his voice. Felix was completely shocked and amazed by Seraphine Netherfrost's power level. He couldn't even find the words to express it. Don't be discouraged, host. With your talents, it won't be long before you surpass her. Just be patient, the system said. Felix thought about the system's words and realized it was right. He was confident in his abilities to surpass her. He just needed time. Seraphine Netherfrost is incredibly talented and powerful that I never expected someone like her to exist in Bridgemore City. Brixton sighed. Everyone nodded in agreement, surprised by Seraphine Netherfrost's power and talents. And there's more, Zephyr exclaimed. Can't you just say it all at once? Trinity glared at him, clenching her fist. Felix was speechless, wondering why Zephyr liked to keep them in suspense. Gwendolyn was also glaring at him expressionlessly. I promise this is the last time. Zephyr quickly raised his hand when he saw everyone's glares. Okay, go on, Fix chuckled. Zephyr explained, Netherfrost clan in Bridgemore City was just a side branch, with the main clan located in the capital. Felix had a solemn expression when he heard this information. If the Netherfrost clan in Bridgemore City is just a side branch, then how powerful is the main family? Felix shook his head. He didn't want to think about it anymore, otherwise his head would hurt. Do you guys now know how powerful Seraphine Netherfrost's background is? Zephyr smiled. They all nodded, realizing they couldn't afford to offend her, but maybe things would change in the future. Don't be discouraged, guys. With our talents, I'm sure we can become just as strong as her, or even surpass her, Trinity encouraged. Yeah, Big Sis is right. With our talents, we could become strong. And isn't Big Bro also a dual elemental mage? The only thing we need now is time. Nixie jumped up and said proudly. Felix chuckled and shook his head. Nixie and Trinity are right that we all have high talents, but we started cultivating too late. But as long as we cultivate hard, I believe we can also become powerful. Trinity and the others smiled and nodded. Yes, they started cultivating too late. If they were in the same starting line as Seraphine Netherfrost, they believe they wouldn't be as strong as she is. But as long as they have enough time and cultivate hard, they can also make themselves strong. Nothing is absolute in this world. And hey, Zephyr, how do you know so much? Felix glanced at Zephyr and asked. Trinity and the others also looked at him with confusion, not understanding how Zephyr knew so much. Clearing his throat, Zephyr coughed slightly. Well, this is one of my hobbies. I like to gather information about what's happening in Bridgemore City when I have some free time, Zephyr shrugged. Felix and the others nodded in understanding. Looks like I need to expand my knowledge of this world, or I'll always seem like a country bumpkin. Felix narrowed his eyes and thought. His knowledge of this world is based on the memories of the previous Felix, so he doesn't know much about the Sylphendal world or the Avalonia kingdom. Okay, let's not talk about that anymore. What we have to do now is take our time. Felix waved his hand. And since Seraphine Netherfrost is going to host her banquet in our restaurant, I'm sure we will receive a lot of attention. There might be people with ill intentions, so you guys must be very careful, Felix warned. Okay, big bro, all of them nodded. Now we have a lot of work to do. We have to make sure that the banquet goes well and leaves a deep impression on the people attending. None of the people coming to the banquet are ordinary, so as long as everything goes well, we won't have to worry about customers anymore, Felix said. Big bro, since we're going to host Seraphine Netherfrost banquet in our restaurant, I think it won't be easy. Gwendolyn frowned and said. How so? Felix looked at her with a smile. Well, big bro, you see, none of the guests are ordinary people. Almost all of them are young masters and misses from various noble families and other powerful people in the city, Gwendolyn said. And Felix smiled and motioned her to continue. I don't think all of them will follow the rules at the restaurant. Some might cause trouble, especially the arrogant ones that I'm worried they'll give us a hard time, and we're not really equipped to deal with that, Gwendolyn said. Felix smiled knowingly. I've already thought about that. But you know who's hosting the banquet, right? Gwendolyn nodded, her eyes lighting up as she realized. Seraphine Netherfrost is hosting the banquet. With her powerful background, all the guests will have to show her respect and behave. They wouldn't dare cause trouble in the restaurant. She's hosting her banquet, Gwendolyn said. Felix nodded in agreement. And even after the banquet, I don't think anyone will dare to mess with us. How could they cause trouble for a restaurant where the top genius in Bridgemore City hosted her event? We'll become famous, he said confidently. And big we can also use as a form of advertisement. Nixie chimed in with excitement in her eyes. Felix glanced at her with a smile. Continue. Nixie jumped in with excitement. Think about it, big bro, if we spread the news that Seraphine Netherfrost, daughter of Lucian Netherfrost, the patriarch of the Netherfrost clan and city lord of Bridgemore City, hosted her banquet at our restaurant, people will flock to try it out for themselves. Felix looked at Nixie with pride. Felix looked at Nixie in appreciation. He didn't expect this girl to pick up what he had taught so fast. And we can even spread some fake and flashy news to attract more attention. Our restaurant will definitely become famous in Bridgemore City, she added, looking quite excited. That's good, Nixie. You learned very well. It seems I was not teaching you for nothing. Felix nodded in satisfaction. Nixie giggled. I learned from the best. Trinity, Zephyr, and Brixton exchanged puzzled looks as they observed Felix, Gwendolyn, and Nixie. Brixton, scratching his head in confusion, couldn't quite follow the conversation between the three. Ugh, so exhausting, he muttered under his breath. Felix wasn't worried about the guests that were going to attend the banquet causing trouble. After all, Seraphine Netherfrost's strength and background wasn't there for show. Not everyone would dare to cross her. And even if someone did try to stir up trouble, Felix trusted that the system would handle it. All right, guys, let's get back to work, Felix said, glancing at everyone. They all nodded, stood up, and left the office. In the heart of Bridgemore City, there stood a grand and stunning estate. The estate was massive, with numerous mansions, castles, small hills, waterfalls, lakes, ponds, colorful flowers, beautiful statues, and fountains spread throughout. This estate was located right in the center of Bridgemore City and served as the residence of the most prominent clan in the city, the Netherfrost clan. The Netherfrost clan's residence was not part of the Edel district. Instead, they occupied a large territory right in the heart of the city. The center of their residence was filled with grand mansions and castles, exuding luxury and elegance unlike any other place in the estate. The very center of the Netherfrost clan residence. In a large white mansion inside a beautiful garden. A conversation was taking place that a middle-aged man was standing respectfully behind a beautiful young girl and was speaking to the young, beautiful girl who was sitting on a swing. These two people are naturally Seraphine, Netherfrost, and Houston. Are you sure about the banquet you want to hold at the Origin restaurant, young miss? Houston asked. Yeah, why? Is something wrong, Houston? Seraphine replied with a smile. The only difference was that Seraphine's black hair had turned pure white, and a white snowflake symbol adorned the center of her forehead, adding a touch of cold charm to her beauty. I don't know, but wouldn't it be better to host it in the clan? Houston asked. Looking confused, Seraphine stood up from a swing and waved her hand. Houston, I don't know why I decided to host it at the Origin restaurant. First, I wanted to host it in the clan, but let's not talk about it anymore. Houston nodded and looked at Seraphine. But young miss, do you think the Origin restaurant can handle it? That's not my problem, Seraphine said with a smile. The owner of the Origin restaurant said he can handle it, so I think he has the strength to deal with it. But young miss, I'm quite worried, Houston said, a look of concern in his eyes. Seraphine chuckled. You're worried that some of the guests won't behave properly. Houston nodded. You know, not many of the noble families have a favorable impression of us. There have been a few skirmishes between us and them in the past few years. Even though we may be the ruling power in the city, not many people approve of us and have been quite restless lately. Seraphine's eyes narrowed slightly. Looks like some people's necks are getting itchy again. Have they forgotten what happened 5 years ago? Houston's face changed slightly at Seraphine's words. He still remembered what happened 5 years ago, and the scene was still fresh in his mind. The scene at that time was extremely. He shook his head, not wanting to think about it. Young miss, I don't know what the other clans are up to, but I think it's not something good, Houston said. I've heard that the main clan in the capital is also facing some serious problems. Seraphine nodded. I heard that the main clan situation in the royal court is not looking good. It said that they have suffered some recent losses. It's more than that, Houston continued. Since you were in the academy, you may not have heard, but one of the main clan's Tier 5 Grandmaster Knights was assassinated. Seraphine's eyes widened slightly. That happened. Why didn't I hear about it? When it happened, they sealed off the news, so not many people know about it. And when you came out of the academy, you didn't visit the main clan. You came directly here, so you didn't hear about it, Houston explained. Seraphine Netherfrost's eyes flashed coldly as a chilly wind swept through the garden, causing even Houston to shiver. I think someone or something is targeting the clan, but that's not all. I also suspect that some of the clans here are being supported by someone behind the scenes. That's why we've been facing so many difficulties recently, Houston said, looking worried. Seraphine nodded in understanding. So that's why Father called me back. Our situation in Bridgemore City isn't looking good, she said with a concerned expression. Houston also nodded in agreement. Young miss, I've also heard that the Adventure Association is also getting involved in the situation, which has made things more complicated, Houston added. Aren't they supposed to be neutral? Why are they getting involved in the clan's business? Seraphine asked, looking puzzled. I don't know. The Adventure Association has always been neutral, but I don't understand why they're suddenly getting involved, Houston sighed. This is really complicated. Seraphine shook her head. If only grandfather were here, none of these clans would dare to go against us. And now the Adventure Association is getting involved. They think they can bully us like this? She added with a cold look, a hint of anger in her eyes. I don't know where grandfather went. He's been missing for decades, and there hasn't been any news about him. If not for that, father wouldn't be so pensive, Seraphine added with a worried look on her face. Houston glanced at Seraphine and shook his head. Don't worry, young miss. Maybe the previous patriarch went to search for opportunities to make a breakthrough. He reassured her. I hope so, Seraphine Netherfrost muttered quietly. But Houston, there's something I don't understand. Seraphine turned and looked at Houston. What is it, young miss? Houston asked. Well, I've been thinking. Why is the clan so keen on running Bridgemore City? I mean, look, Bridgemore City is located far away from the capital city, almost at the border of the kingdom. There are no powerful experts. The mana density here is very thin. The resources are limited, and we have to waste a lot of manpower defending the city every year from magical beasts. The only notable place is the Atmos Forest. Apart from that, I can't see anything worthy of us fighting with the other clans over. Such a desolate city like Bridgemore, Seraphine asked with confusion. Houston's face changed slightly when he looked at Seraphine. Houston, you know something, right? Tell me, she asked anxiously. Forgive me, young miss, but I can't tell you that it's a clan secret, and I can't violate the clan rules. You know the punishment for violating the rules. Houston bowed and said apologetically. Seraphine's expression eased. She knew she couldn't force Houston. It's okay that I'll find out sooner or later, she waved her hand. Houston straightened his back and heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid Seraphine would press him and force him to reveal it. Don't worry, young Mississippi, I'm sure the patriarch will tell you when he's ready, Houston smiled. But for now, we need to concentrate on the current situation of the clan, that I'm sure in 3 days, there will be some troublemakers causing problems, Houston said. Seraphine gave a cold smile as she narrowed her eyes. If some people don't know their place and dare to cause trouble, I don't mind teaching them a lesson. Houston just shook his head, feeling concerned. He wasn't worried about Seraphine, but rather about those arrogant and pretentious young masters who couldn't see the situation clearly and might end up offending her. Although Seraphine may seem nice and always have a smile on her face, Houston knows how ruthless she truly is. She is simply a psychopath. Remembering a few of the ruthless things Seraphine has done, Houston shivered. I really hope those clans better behave themselves, or I won't mind bathing Bridgemore City in blood. I'll refresh their memories of what went down 5 years ago, Seraphine declared, her snowflake-shaped birthmark seeming to shimmer as she exuded an aura of danger. And if I manage to uncover who's been causing all this chaos for the past few years, I'll make sure they'll wish they were never born. Democrat, Minnesota. If only I were more powerful right now, I could have just killed anyone who dared to go against the clan, Seraphine muttered through gritted teeth. But she suddenly smiled and stretched out her hand. In her palm sat a small, delicate crystal snowflake with streams of water flowing up and down in a mesmerizing pattern. What was even more peculiar was that the space around the snowflake seemed to slightly twist as the water circulated, emitting a palpable aura. Houston's expression turned grave as he gazed at the snowflake. He sensed a dangerous energy emanating from it. But it won't be long before I completely crush anything that stands in my way. With a cold smile, she closed her hand, allowing the small crystal snowflake to enter her body. Turning around, she walked away with Houston following closely behind. Anyone observing the garden at this moment would have noticed that the entire garden had been completely frozen, including the beautiful butterflies, ponds, and flowers. The setting sun cast a mesmerizing glow over the frozen garden, creating a picturesque and captivating scene in the Audaz district. At the restaurant, the sun began its descent, casting a golden hue over the water features and trees. The western horizon displayed a breathtaking beauty as the sky transformed into a canvas of red and purple tones. The rivers, ponds, and fountains shimmered under the departing sun's glow, creating a mesmerizing scene as the sun dipped below the horizon. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, unveiling a night sky that resembled a masterpiece of colors and twinkling stars. The sky swirled like a tornado, with the stars shining like diamonds, beckoning observers to admire their brilliance. 3 massive moons added to the enchanting display, gleaming against the backdrop of the star-filled night sky. The scene was a captivating blend of beauty and mystery, with the night sky serving as a stunning canvas against the vast expanse of stars. The restaurant surroundings were brightly lit, with numerous people in luxurious clothing entering in groups of 2 or 3. Occasionally, luxurious carriages would stop at the entrance as exquisitely dressed individuals made their way inside. Since the restaurant opened early in the morning, business had been booming. Now that it was nighttime, even more customers were coming in. Throughout the day, word of the restaurant had started to spread, but it would take time for news of its specialties to reach the entire city. Every employee and staff member was busy, including Felix. The 3rd floor had suddenly started to attract more customers, filling up almost all of the rooms. Felix didn't know why, but he noticed that they have suddenly a lot of people coming to the 3rd floor. He also noticed that these guests were not ordinary people. Some of them exuded a powerful presence that made him a little nervous. He made sure to greet each guest and ensure everything was running smoothly. He didn't want to offend anyone he couldn't handle, although Felix felt like he was serving these guests. Greeting these powerful customers made him slightly uncomfortable. He had always kept a low profile since coming to this world, wanting to avoid drawing unwanted attention. But deep down, he was secretly thrilled by the influx of customers. He was happy to see so many people coming to the restaurant, especially those on the 3rd floor. The dishes served on the third floor are 10 times more expensive than those on the first floor and 5 times more expensive than the second floor. Naturally, he was happy to see the third floor gaining customers, but he was also pleased to see the other floors filling up that he couldn't help but grin, knowing that more customers meant more income and brought the system closer to completion. And it was just only the first day since the restaurant opened, but with time and word of mouth from satisfied customers, he believed he could complete the mission. Felix felt more confident that he can complete the system mission before the deadline. The restaurant remained busy, even late into the night. Although the employees looked exhausted, but smiles still adorned their faces, they are happy to see the restaurant thriving. Felix even announced bonuses for everyone, motivating them to work even harder. However, as time passed, the number of customers dwindled, and eventually, only a few remained. "Big bro, I'm so tired," Nixie said, flopping onto the couch. Trinity, Gwendolyn, Zephyr, and Brixton also collapsed onto the couches, looking exhausted. They had been working all day without much rest, except for their lunch break. "Here, have some water," Felix said, pouring glasses for everyone before joining them on the couch, rubbing his temples. "But big bro, I didn't expect us to be at full capacity on our first day open," Nixie exclaimed with excitement. "Yeah, it's pretty surprising," Felix chuckled. "It shows that our restaurant is already popular. I have a feeling we'll be a hit in the city in no time." Trinity and the others nodded in agreement, smiling despite their exhaustion. They were pleased with how well the restaurant was doing. Yes, Felix and the others lounged on the couches, chatting and laughing. An hour flew by. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and a waiter entered. "What is it?" Felix looked at the waiter and asked. "Boss, all the customers have left, and the restaurant is all cleaned up," the waiter reported respectfully. "Great. Tell everyone to meet on the first floor. I'll be there in a minute," Felix instructed. "Yes, boss," the waiter replied, bowing before leaving the office. "Are you guys coming down with me?" Felix asked the group. "I'm in, big bro." Nixie eagerly stood up. The others waved their hands, indicating they preferred to stay put. "All right, Nixie and I will be back soon," Felix said, leading Nixie downstairs. By the time they reached the first floor, all the employees had gathered, except for Chef Gideon. Felix smiled at the group. "Great job, everyone. Our first day went smoothly thanks to all of you. I'm really happy and impressed with your hard work. But I believe this is just the beginning. I have faith that our restaurant will continue to grow and expand in the future. However, I also believe that for our restaurant to reach new heights, all of you present will play a significant role," Felix continued. All the employees had eager expressions on their faces as they listened to Felix. They were thrilled to be appreciated for the hard work they had done. To be honest, none of them are usually taken seriously in other places. They are often made to work long hours without much appreciation or fair wages. They have been taken advantage of and treated like animals. But now, for the first time, someone has recognized their efforts and treated them with respect. That's why they were so excited. "Okay, everyone, once again, you have all done a great job. You can go to Nixie to receive your bonuses and then head home," Felix said. Immediately, all the employees looked at each other with excitement, whispering among themselves. Felix chuckled and turned to Nixie. "Nixie, make sure you give everyone their bonuses as we discussed," he said. "Yes, big bro," Nixie nodded, turning to the employees. "Okay, everyone, follow me to receive your bonuses." Nixie quickly led everyone to the second floor, while Felix went to the fourth floor. An hour and a half later, everything had been settled, and the employees had left for their homes. Felix and the others locked up the restaurant and headed back to their mansion. 30 minutes later, they all arrived home. The children were already asleep, and everyone was tired, so they wasted time and quickly went to their bedrooms. Felix immediately indulged in a luxurious and comfortable bath, feeling refreshed. As the water washed away his weariness, he changed into his pajamas and settled onto the large queen-sized bed, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Today had been unexpectedly busy, with the restaurant proving to be more popular than he had anticipated on its opening day, despite giving Zephyr and Brixton flyers to spread across the entire city. Felix hadn't expected such a large turnout. He had hoped for a few customers, but the number that showed up far exceeded his expectations, securing a big deal only from Seraphine Netherfrost added to his excitement. As he thought about the day's success, Felix couldn't help but smirk. "Looks like I'll need to celebrate with the others," he mused with a smile. "This is not the end. I will have to become strong if I want to grow my business." He narrowed his eyes. Today he had truly opened his eyes. He knew that in this world there's always someone stronger than you. When Zephyr told him about Seraphine Netherfrost's strength, he knew he was extremely weak. He was so weak that Seraphine can kill him with a single slap. Felix felt quite uncomfortable thinking about this. He was really unhappy with his own weakness, especially when he sensed the powerful aura being emanated from those guests on the third. He couldn't stand in their presence for too long. He felt that he would suffocate to death. He stands in their presence. Thinking of that feeling, Felix's face shifted slightly. He was really feeling uncomfortable about his feeling. System, open the cultivation shop section for me, Felix instructed. A light flashed as the blue holographic screen appeared before him. Felix gazed intensely at the cultivation shop, noticing that it was split into two sections, skills and cultivation techniques. After a moment of contemplation, he clicked on the skills shop. Instantly, the holographic screen changed, displaying rows of skills that caught Felix's eye and filled him with excitement as he began browsing through them. The cultivation shop was further divided into night skills and magic spells, ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 9. Felix's eyes widened as he focused on the Tier 9 magic spells, such as the Tier 9 Wind Elemental Forbidden Spell Dimensional / priced 5 million BEP. Tier 9 Fire Elemental Forbidden Spell Starfall price 6 million BEP. Tier 9 Ice Elemental Forbidden Spell Absolute Zero price 8 million BEP. Tier 9 Water Elemental Forbidden Spell Waning Moon at price 5 million BEP. Tier 9 Lightning Elemental Forbidden Spell Lightning Flame Explosion price 20 million BEP. Tier 9 Earth Elemental Forbidden Spell Divine Quake price 15 million BEP. Feeling his heart race at the sight of these badass spells and their outrageous prices. Don't look, they are just here to confuse and tempt you. Felix patted his chest. To be honest, he was really tempted, but he knew he can't afford them now. Turning his attention, he looked at the Tier 9 Night skills. Tier 9 Forbidden Skill Nethercoal Domain priced 9 million BEP. Tier 9 Forbidden Skill Nihility Sword price 10 million BEP. Tier 9 Forbidden Skill Space Shift price 20 million BEP. Tier 9 Forbidden Skill Punishment price 8 million BEP. Tier 9 Forbidden Skill Void Walker price 20 million BP. Tier 9 Forbidden Skill Divine Thunder price 6 million BP. Once again left speechless by the outrageous prices, Felix took a deep breath and reluctantly shifted his gaze away from the Tier 9 section that he browsed through the other tiers. But as he browsed through the Tier 7, 8, 6, 5, for Felix was really speechless by the prices. The cheapest skill and spell was 2 million BEP. Reluctantly, he looked at the more affordable Tier 1, 2, and 3 options, feeling slightly relieved to see prices ranging from 1,000 BEP to 500,000 BEP, which he could actually afford. Felix carefully examined the Tier 1 magic spells and night skills. After some thought, he bought 3 Tier 1 Wind Elemental Spells, 3 Tier 1 Fire Elemental Spells, 3 Tier 1 Ice Elemental Spells, and 3 Tier 1 Night skills. He paused again before adding 3 Tier 1 Lightning Elemental Spells to his cart. Satisfied with the choices, he closed the system interface. I'll give them to others tomorrow now. Let me catch some sleep, Felix thought as he yawned, and closed his eyes to sleep. He felt really tired. He had busy all day. Despite being a mana cultivator with more strength than ordinary people, he still felt exhausted. He had spent the day managing his restaurant on the 3rd floor, ensuring everything ran smoothly. He was constantly on edge, interacting with powerful individuals and worrying about potential issues that could arise and disrupt his business. He fell asleep with a content smile on his point 2 days later. It has been more than 2 days since Felix opened the Origin restaurant. As predicted, business has been booming, with word of mouth spreading the restaurant's reputation across Audaz district. Wealthy and powerful customers have been flocking to the restaurant. Apart from that, Felix had Zephyr Secretal spread that Seraphine Netherfrost, the daughter of Lucian Netherfrost and the Number Genius, in Bridgemore City, would be hosting her banquet at the Origin. This further fueled interest and drew even more patrons to the restaurant. Chef Gideon's identity also played a significant role in attracting customers, being the first spirit chef in Bridgemore City. The presence of a 1-star spirit chef at the Origin drew in a large number of people, particularly mana cultivators. The dishes prepared by a spirit chef are highly beneficial to mana cultivators as it can allow them to increase their strength, leading to an increase in their patronage at the restaurant. With the stellar reputations and masterful skills of Seraphine Netherfrost and Chef Gideon, the restaurant has reached new heights. Streams of luxurious individuals and beautifully decorated carriages constantly flock to the restaurant to taste its dishes. Some are curious to see the venue where Seraphine Netherfrost will be hosting her banquet. The dishes served in the restaurant are not made from ordinary ingredients. Some of the dishes on the menu are recipes from Earth, the most expensive and high-class ones. Especially on the 3rd floor, all the dishes there contains mana. They are even more enticing. The restaurant's reputation quickly spread beyond Audaz district, reaching other districts in no time. Of course, there were some people who came to cause trouble. Felix knew that were just cannon fodder sent my competitors in the same industry. However, Felix was able to handle these situations with ease. Coming from 21st century Earth, Felix found these troubles to be rather childish. While some of the troublemakers proved to be more difficult to solve, Felix didn't do anything. You just have to call Trinity over, and everything will be solved. Over the past 2 days, the restaurant has raked in over 1 million gold coins. Yes, you read that right. 1 million gold coins. Even Felix was taken aback by the massive turnover. He never expected the restaurant to make so much money in just 2 days. Needless to say, he was thrilled that he now feels that the system's mission to earn 5 million gold coins in a month isn't as daunting as he initially thought. With the restaurant gaining momentum, he's confident he'll complete the mission in no time. In fact, he believes the restaurant might even surpass 5 million gold coins. In addition to managing the restaurant, Felix has been busy cultivating his strength. He understands the importance of being powerful in this world. Even if the restaurant continues to generate huge amount of money for him, how can he protect his wealth without sufficient strength? So, aside from tending to the restaurant, he has been dedicating time to cultivating and practicing the spells he purchased from the system. Thanks to the mana cultivation rooms in the mansion and couple his high talent and high comprehension, he has been making rapid progress in his cultivation and mastery of spells. And he's not alone. Trinity, Zephyr, Gwendolyn, Brixton, and Nixie have also been focusing on their cultivation. Felix provided them with spells and skills from the system shop, and without questioning him, they dove into practicing them. Trinity has shown the most improvement, on the brink of breaking through to Tier 2 Intermediate Knight and mastering her skills. Brixton has also made significant progress. The reason for their rapid advancement is that they have spent these 2 days solely focused on cultivating in the mansion, even engaging in intense training sessions with each other, making the training ground a mess, with deep potholes, cracks, pits, and broken weapons scattered everywhere. Felix was speechless at both of them. He noticed that both Trinity and Brixton constantly improve in their strength when they fight against each other, which made Felix wonder if battle allows both of them to improve. To be honest, during these 2 days, Felix came to realize that both of them were battle maniacs, especially Trinity. This girl really liked fighting. Whenever she had free time, she would drag Brixton to fight against her. But as they constantly fight against each, they made rapid improvement in their cultivation and mastery over their skills. He would understand if Trinity was making rapid improvement because Trinity have a mysterious bloodline which have sealed, and her rapid improvement might be attributed to that mysterious bonuses. But Brixton's rapid improvement puzzled him. When he first scanned their talents, Brixton didn't have any bloodline, and his talent for night cultivation was only at 8 stars, a star lower than Trinity. He had become even burly and tall, almost 7 feet tall. His muscles were bulging, veins popping, and his power was off the charts. And his appetite was also quite insane. He could devour a 10,000-pound boar leg in one sitting. Felix was really frightened of Brixton's huge appetite. He faintly noticed that eating seemed to make him stronger without any need for cultivation, which made Felix and the others felt that UT was unfair. And Felix suspected Brixton had some kind of cheat code or golden finger. Felix asked the system, and even the system couldn't explain it. When it came to Zephyr, Felix quickly realized that he was quite lazy and didn't enjoy cultivating at all. During those 2 days, he would sneak off to who knows where. He always took the opportunity to roam Brigdamore City, leaving Felix puzzled about what he was up to. What was even stranger was that despite his dislike for cultivating, Zephyr's progress was just slightly behind Trinity and Brixton at 8S. For Nixie, Felix didn't know what to with her. She is also like Zephyr. She doesn't like cultivating at all this. Little girls seem to have a love for money, always tagging along with Felix to the restaurant. She would just wait until closing time to count the day's earnings. Felix was left speechless by Nixie's obsession with money. If Felix didn't know her very well, he might thought that this girl is a gold digger Gwendolyn. On the other hand, satisfied Felix. Her improvement is also quite fast. Her mastery of her ice spells is really excellent, even surpassing Trinity over the mastery of skills. She is always quiet and reserved, choosing her words carefully and only speaking when necessary. She had a cold demeanor. It was during these 2 days that Felix finally got to know their true personalities. Trinity was a battle maniac, always ready to solve problems with her fists. Brixton was a foodie with an insatiable appetite, making Felix fear he might one eat him poor. Zephyr was the lazy and mysterious one, always disappearing to dark corners. Nixie had a love for money that surpassed all others, treating it like her own children. She is so obsessed with money that Felix felt that it might lead to some psychological problems. Gwendolyn is the cold and silent type, always keeping her thoughts to herself. Felix was unsure if it was because they had all become mana cultivators, but based on his previous memories, they were not always like that. Their personalities had suddenly changed since becoming mana cultivators. Felix even began to feel like he might be the only normal person in the mansion, including the children. During the 2 days he had away from running the restaurant and cultivating, Felix was also busy preparing for the banquet. He wanted everything to go smoothly and didn't want any mishaps to ruin the event. The banquet was a big opportunity for the restaurant to really take off, but it also came with risks. Felix knew he had to be careful, especially since only the young masters and misses from upper-class and noble families would be attending. Some of them could be pretty arrogant and difficult to please. So Felix had to make sure everything was perfect. He had been thinking about all the possible scenarios and knew that even though they might give some face to Seraphine Netherfrost, they could still cause trouble behind the scenes if he makes some of them unhappy or indirectly offend one of them. Felix had the system protection, but he wasn't sure how reliable was that. So he made sure to make all the necessary arrangements for the banquet, including creating a new menu with high-class recipes from Earth and buying expensive wine from the system store. Honestly, Felix really despises this feeling. He has to ensure that everything runs smoothly for the banquet, or else he will face a lot of trouble. He has to make sure that the arrogant young masters and misses are pleased, which he really hates. But that's just how the world works. Those with strength can do whatever they want, while the weak have to try to please the strong. Unfortunately, Felix is currently one of the weak ones. He has to make sure that the arrogant young masters and misses are pleased and not offend them. Otherwise, with their arrogance and narrow-mindedness, he will only bring doom upon himself and others. As the days passed quickly, the 3rd day arrived before he knew it, the day of the banquet. Felix woke up early and headed to the restaurant to make sure everything was in order. Even though the banquet wasn't until the evening, he wanted to be prepared, and besides, he had been working hard for the past 2 days to ensure everything went smoothly. Boss, everything has been completed according to your requirements. A female employee stood in front of Felix and reported. Are you sure? I hope everything goes well without any mishaps. You know we can't afford to mess up Seraphine Netherfrost banquet. Felix narrowed his eyes. Yes, boss. I'm sure everything is completely done. That I've even checked out the banquet hall 3 times already, and everything is in order, the female employee said confidently. That's good, Felix nodded. Currently, he is in his office on the 4th floor, and the female employee standing in front of him is one of the employees he selected to help in the preparation of the banquet. Okay, you can go back. The banquet will start in a few hours, so make sure nothing goes wrong, okay? Felix instructed. Understood, boss, the female employee nodded. Make sure to be very respectful to the guests when they arrive, and reserve 2 of the wooden elevators just for those attending the banquet. Felix instructed. Got it, boss. The female employee nodded with a serious expression. Also, make sure that Chef Gideon is ready. Tell him to prepare himself, Felix added. The female employee nodded and walked out of the office, leaving Felix alone with a thoughtful look on his face. The banquet will start in a few hours. He wasn't really nervous at all. He has seen and attended much more magnificent events back on Earth, so he wasn't that worried. But this banquet is a huge opportunity that cannot be missed. It can be said that with this banquet, the restaurant can become a number 1 high-class restaurant in Bridgemore City, surpassing other restaurants that have been around for who knows how many years, if everything goes well. The people attending this banquet are no ordinary people. They're the young masters and misses of the top noble families in Bridgemore City. Some of them are geniuses in the city and in their respective families, already becoming mana cultivators whose strength is much greater than Felix's. The resources and strength these people control are not something Felix can currently compare to. These people don't lack money at all. It's the least of their worries. What really matters to them is their reputation and power. They care way too much about how they appear to others. If Felix can pull off a successful banquet without any major issues and impress these young masters and misses, he won't have to stress about attracting high-quality customers anymore. Some of these young elites don't have any talent for mana cultivation, so they spend their days either partying or getting ready to party. They're like the spoiled kids of their families, always trying to outdo each other and spending money. It's their favorite pastime. With how grand and beautiful decorated the Origin restaurant is, and couple the high-class and exquisite dishes which are top-notch, Felix believes that these young masters are completely hooked. And Seraphine Netherfrost's upcoming banquet is the perfect chance to bring together young nobles and the 2nd generation silk pants of Bridgemore City. Felix is focusing on the high-end consumer market in Bridgemore City, specifically targeting those 2nd generation silk pants who only know how to spend money. Those young geniuses weren't his target. These geniuses have something better to do than go out and enjoy themselves. They always busy cultivating and increasing their strength. But those useless and pieces of trash second-generation silk pants are his true target. How can those useless silk pants not want to show off and brag about how much they have spent in the Origin restaurant in one meal? As Felix thought about the upcoming banquet, a wide grin spread across his face. He was really looking forward to it. This event would also give him the opportunity to learn more about the various divisions of power in Bridgemore City and see just how powerful the young nobles of the city really were. Felix's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the sun had begun to set in the western horizon, painting the sky with a beautiful orange hue. The streets of Audaz district were illuminated, and the lights of the Origin restaurant added to the grandeur of the evening. As darkness fell, the three huge moons appeared in the night sky, casting a magical glow over the city of the Origin restaurant. The lights shone brightly, making the venue even more luxurious. Lavish carriages pulled by huge magical beasts pulled up in front of the restaurant, and elegantly dressed young men and women stepped out. Some wore gentle smiles, but their eyes were sharp, while others had cold or calculating gazes. Some exuded an air of nobility and intense aura that made the atmosphere heavy with their presence. Overall, the guests arriving at the banquet displayed a wide range of temperaments and personalities, each one adding to the air of nobility that surrounded them. As time passed, more and more luxurious carriages, pulled by magical beasts, arrived at the restaurant. Roar. Just then, a huge and powerful roar filled the air as a massive tiger-shaped magical beast pulled a carriage 3 times larger than the carriages and stopped in front of the restaurant. The tiger-shaped magical beast was also much larger than the rest, emitting an intense aura that made the other magical beasts not to dare make eye contact with it. Some of the magical beasts even whimpered with fear in their eyes. This particular magical beast was a Tier 3 abyss tiger. It was completely black with red stripes and faint black flames on its paws. The aura it exuded was truly intense. As the carriage came to a stop, a valet quickly stepped and opened the door, and a young man in his 20s emerged. He was dressed in all black, with slightly long, wild black hair and a burly, tall stature. His face was ordinary, but his eyes were pure black, giving off a dark and cold aura. As the young man stepped out of the carriage, a slight disturbance rippled through the crowd. People whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with fear and admiration as they looked at him. "Isn't that Gunther Varenspear from the Varenspear clan? I wonder what he's doing here." "What do you mean? Of course isn't he here to attend Seraphine Netherfrost banquet?" "Yeah, you're right, I almost forgot about that. Last I heard, he and his adventurer team were raiding a silver-ranked dungeon, and it seems they conquered it." "Wow, that's amazing that I didn't expect him to be so powerful. He was just a Tier 4 high-level knight last time I checked." "Between him and Seraphine Netherfrost, who do you think is more powerful?" "I don't know." Roar, roar, roar. Just as the crowd continued to whisper and discuss among themselves, 3 powerful roars sounded. 3 magical beasts pulling large carriages pulled up in front of the restaurant. The crowd quickly turned to the newcomers, their expressions showing fear and admiration. Even Gunther Varenspear turned and gazed at the newcomers. His eyes cold. 3 magnificent magical beasts pulling grand carriages came to a halt beside Gunther Varenspear's carriage. These Tier 3 magical beasts exuded a powerful presence that filled the entire entrance of the restaurant. The Abyss Tiger, not to be outdone, increased its aura, intensifying the pressure even more. 3 individuals emerged from the carriages. 2 young men and a woman in their 20s, all exuding an air of nobility. 1 young man wore elegant purple attire, another sported luxurious blue and white clothes, and the young woman donned a stunning green dress that accentuated her figure. Her long green hair cascaded down to her waist, and she held a wooden staff adorned with colorful gemstones. "Gunther, I didn't expect you to arrive first. Are you that eager to see Seraphine?" the young man in purple said with sarcastic a smirk. Gunther Varenspear shot him a cold glance. "Sigurd, I didn't anticipate your presence either. I thought you'd be too embarrassed to show up after losing to Seraphine 3 years ago." Sigurd's smile faltered, his expression stiffened, and his face became quite unsightly. Gunther's words poked his sore spot. What happened 3 years ago was the most humiliating and embarrassing in his life. Remembered what happened 3 years ago. His face became even more unsightly. He clenched his fists, emitting crackling sounds as a brutal and bloodthirsty aura surrounded him. Gunther smirked disdainfully. "What? You want to fight? Oh, but now that I remember you also lost to me, I don't waste my time on defeated opponents." Sigurd's eyes flashed with killing intent as he gritted his teeth, but Gunther met his gaze fearlessly, his own aura rising as he stared back coldly. All right, enough of this. Today is important. So can you two set aside your grudges? A voice interjected. The young man who wore the blue and white clothes stepped forward. Wilhelm, this is none of your business, so stay out of it. Sigurd shot a cold at the blue and white clothed young man called Wilhelm. Sigurd, Wilhelm is right. Today is an important day, so put away your grudges. This is not the place to fight. You will have many opportunities to fight. This is just not the right place and time. The young woman wearing green clothes said as she looked at both Gunther and Sigurd. Just do as Alara said and stop this. Do you want to further embarrass yourself again? Wilhelm shook his head. Sigurd silently looked at Wilhelm and Alara with narrowed eyes. Cold light flickered in them, but a moment later, he shot a cold glance at Gunther and retracted his aura. Gunther also stopped releasing his aura. He nodded slightly at Wilhelm and Alara. The crowd around heaved a sigh of relief when both Gunther and Sigurd retracted their aura. Both of them were simply terrifying. The pressure emitting from them was too intense for them to handle. Some of them backs were already soaked with cold sweats. Okay, let's get inside. Some of the guests have already arrived. Wilhelm smiled as he looked at Alara and said with a gentle smile. Okay, Alara smiled back as they made their inside the restaurant. Sigurd grunted. He looked up at the plaque hanged above the restaurant. Origin Restaurant, what an arrogant name. He smiled coldly and entered the restaurant. Gunther shot him a disdainful smile, shook his head, and also walked inside the restaurant. The moment all of them entered the restaurant, the crowd, who were originally silent, erupted into loud discussion as they talked among themselves. These people are really powerful, a man said in the crowd, said in a trembling voice. They sure is. I almost couldn't breathe in their presence, another voice echoed. Their auras was simply intense. I almost suffocated to death, another person said with fear. How do they cultivate anyway? They're simply too powerful, a person sighed. Damn, how can the gap between people be so huge? Another person said in amazement. The crowd was abuzz with excitement as they chatted amongst themselves. Suddenly, another powerful presence descended upon them as a massive magical beast pulled up in front of the restaurant, drawing everyone's attention. A stunning young woman emerged from the carriage, casting a curious glance at the restaurant before making her way inside. This scene repeated itself as more and more impressive magical beasts arrived, each pulling a luxurious carriage and carrying equally impressive individuals. The onlookers were in awe as Tier 3 magical beasts continued to arrive, each more magnificent than the last. As time passed, the crowd grew larger and more carriages arrived, each occupant exuding a powerful aura. Then, an hour later, a palpable sense of dread filled the air as a massive magical beast made its grand entrance. The beast was simply massive, towering over the onlookers and sending shivers down their spines. Some of the onlookers' face turned pale with intense fear in their eyes. Some of them couldn't even stand properly as their legs trembled as they slumbed to the ground. This, isn't that the Ice Spirit Horse, a Tier 4 magical beast? One man stammered, his voice trembling with fear. Yeah, only one power in Bridgemore City could command and use such a beast to pull the carriage. Another man replied, his eyes wide with shock. The Netherfrost clan, they both said in unison, their voices filled with awe and fear. The crowd watched in awe and fear as the Ice Spirit Horse slowly made its way to the restaurant. Frost began to spread, freezing everything in its path, even the fountain at the entrance. The onlookers shivered, their teeth chattering from the bone-chilling cold. Finally, the Ice Spirit Horse came to a stop and a trembling valet opened the door. Out stepped a stunningly beautiful girl with pure white crystal hair and a delicate snowflake symbol on her forehead. She wore a long crystal dress that accentuated her beauty, her face cold yet hinting at hidden emotions. The girl entered the restaurant followed by a middle-aged man in black. Another valet led the Ice Spirit Horse away. The onlookers whispered in curiosity. Who is that? One asked through chattering teeth. I think I know, another replied, taking a deep breath. Who? They all wondered. Seraphine Netherfrost, the man said solemnly, causing the onlookers' eyes to widen in astonishment. Inside the restaurant, as Seraphine Netherfrost and Houston entered, Felix was already standing there and greeted them with a smile. Welcome, Miss Seraphine. Nice to see you again. Nice to see you again, too, Mr. Felix, Seraphine Netherfrost replied, her cold face softening into a smile. Please, Miss Seraphine, follow me. Without wasting any more words, Felix led them to an exclusive wooden elevator behind the stone-white desk. Within minutes, they arrived at the 3rd floor and were led to the banquet hall. Inside the banquet hall, the event was grand, spanning almost 1,000 square feet. The hall was beautifully decorated with exquisite decorations that took the ambience to another level. White marble floor tiles covered the ground, while large windows on both sides let in natural light. Giant crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a warm glow over the room. Tables were set up throughout the hall, and many guests had already arrived. They were all dressed elegantly, exuding a noble air. Beautiful women and handsome men mingled, chatting and laughing. Waiters in white tuxedos and gloves served wine and beverages to the guests, who formed their own circles of conversation. The atmosphere was sophisticated and refined as the guests enjoyed each other's company. Why is that Seraphine taking so long to get here? Does she think all of us have the time to wait for her? Suddenly, a disgruntled voice sounded across the entire hall. Suddenly, the noisy hall fell silent as everyone turned and looked at the one who spoke with weird gazes, but when they saw who speak, some of them immediately turned their heads away, while some of them disdainful smiles. Some also have interesting and joking smiles playing on thick lips, as if waiting to see a good show. Sigurd, can you shut up? Nobody pressured or forced you to come here. If you want, you can go back. And believe me, no one will stop if you want to get out of here. Gunther, who was standing at the corner of the hall, growled. That arrogant bastard, Wilhelm, who was sitting at a table with Alara, shook his head. Gunther, mind your own business, Sigurd shouted at him. What? I was just speaking the truth. No one forced you to come here, and I don't think many people wanted you here either. Gunther smirked. Gunther? Sigurd roared in a suppressed voice. You are just an arrogant bastard who relies on his family to show off, Gunther said disdainfully. Gunther, I will definitely kill you. Sigurd clenched his fist with red eyes. Said the person who was defeated by a single snowflake, Gunther mocked. Immediately faint snickering sounds sounded across the hall as the people in the hall looked at Sigurd with mocking gazes. Boom. Gunther. A palpable aura spread out of Sigurd's body as his body emitted crackling sounds. Gunther looked fearlessly at Sigurd as he also released his aura. You want to fight? Let me tell Sigurd I defeated you before, and I can defeat again. You want to try? Gunther stretched his fingers and pointed at Sigurd. The atmosphere in the hall was tense as everyone made floor for both Gunther and Sigurd as both of them looked at each with killing intent. Suddenly a cold and domineering voice sounded. Are you two going to fight in my presence? Are you two about to fight in my presence? A cold and domineering voice echoed across the hall, followed by a chilling aura that spread frost throughout the banquet hall. Some guests began to shiver as cold air escaped their mouths with each breath. Gunther and Sigurd's expressions changed as they turned to look at the entrance of the banquet hall, followed by all the other guests. Standing at the entrance were Felix, Seraphine, Netherfrost, and Houston. Seraphine Netherfrost's gaze was cold, surrounded by swirling white mists, and she had a cold, expressionless face. Gunther and Sigurd quickly moved to opposite sides of the hall. Gunther glanced at Seraphine with a complicated expression that quickly returned to normal. Sigurd, on the other hand, looked at Seraphine with a mix of hatred, anger, and fear in his eyes, his fists clenched tightly. Seraphine Netherfrost immediately became the center of attention as some guests looked at her with awe and fear. She has become much more powerful, Wilhelm said solemnly. Alara, sitting beside him, nodded with a serious expression as she observed Seraphine. She is more terrifying than last time. A robust young man remarked to another man beside him. You're also in the academy. Was she that powerful back then? The other man asked. The robust young man shook his head. She's not just powerful, she's downright terrifying. Did you know that in the academy, she froze a tier 7 legendary knight with just one attack? What? She's that powerful? The young man's eyes widened in shock. And do you know what mana cultivation level she was at that time? The robust young man chuckled. The young man shook his head. Which mana cultivation level was she at? At that time, she was just a tier 5 Grandmaster Mage. The robust young man said with a solemn and bitter look. The young man beside him had his eyes wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. She jumped 2 tiers to fight that legendary knight. The young man took a deep breath and said, Yeah, at that time I was also there. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. That legendary knight didn't even have time to react before he was frozen. IT was simply too fast for anyone to react. The robust young man said with a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. The young man listened with shock and fear in his eyes, glancing at Seraphine Netherfrost at the center of the hall. And now, I don't know how powerful she has become. She is simply terrifying. I can't see through her anymore. The robust young man shook his head. She is such a monster, the young man said bitterly. The robust young man turned to the young man. Riot. Let me tell you something, Riatiti, in this world, there are people you can't compare to. Even if you work hard for your entire life, you can only see their shadow. Riot nodded. But Igor, I believe you're all so powerful that I don't believe you can't fight her, Riot asked with reluctance. Igor chuckled. Riot, although I might be strong, I know my strength very well that, let's just say right now, she can kill me effortlessly. Oh, you believe me? Riot shook his head, of course. He couldn't believe it. He knew how powerful Igor was. He once saw Igor split a tier magical beast in two with just one attack. How could he believe what Igor was saying? There's nothing to be ashamed of. I know my own limits. I can sense that if she's willing, nobody in this hall can defeat her, not even Wilhelm and Alara with their combined attacks, Igor said, glancing at Wilhelm and Alara out of the corner of his eye. Riot took a deep breath. What about Sigurd? Can you defeat him? He's just an arrogant piece of trash who relies on his clan name to bully the weak, that he seems to have forgotten how Seraphine Netherfrost defeated him a few years back with just a single snowflake. Igor sneered disdainfully. Only Gunther, Wilhelm, and Alara are qualified to be my opponents in Bridgemore City, Igor added confidently. Igor, I heard that the situation in Bridgemore City isn't really good, Riot suddenly said. Igor's expression shifted slightly as he shot a glance at Riot. I know some of the things that are currently happening in Bridgemore City, but as long as we and our clan stay out of it, we'll be fine, Igor said. Riot, during this time, don't do anything that will put yourself and the clan in danger, okay? Yes, I understand, Riot nodded. As Igor and Riot were talking, Seraphine walked confidently into the hall. She stood in front of the guests, her eyes scanning the crowd. Her gaze paused on Gunther for a moment before landing on Sigurd, with a hint of disdain and mockery in her eyes. I heard you're unhappy that I took so long. Seraphine narrowed her eyes. Sigurd's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. What I said was the truth. Oh, you know how much time I wasted. Let me make something clear to you that I invited you here. I didn't force you, that if you feel like I'm wasting your time, then scram. Seraphine curled her lips. Sigurd's face turned red with anger. Don't think that you're stronger than me, and just because you're from the Netherfrost clan, that I'm not afraid of you, he roared. And I'm not afraid of you or your Raventhorn clan. Seraphine smirked as the drama unfolded. Felix stood at the corner of the hall, wearing an interesting and amusing smile. He didn't care if they killed each other or not, nor did he bother with the power struggles and intricacies of the city as long as his restaurant ran smoothly. However, he couldn't ignore the possibility of a fight breaking out in his establishment. What if they destroyed it? He didn't want to get caught up in there. Struggles, as the saying goes, when the gods fight, the mortals suffer. Sigurd's expression was quite ugly, his fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, his angry demeanor transformed into a smile, as if he had thought of something. Seraphine, I heard that one of your main clan tier 5 Grandmaster Knights was assassinated in your own territory, and your clan experts couldn't do anything about it, Sigurd said with a sly grin, eyeing Seraphine provocatively. Seraphine's face changed slightly. Her eyes filled with intense killing intent as she glared at Sigurd. Ah, what a disgrace! One of your clan experts was killed in your own territory, and you didn't even see who did it. And you call yourselves the Netherfrost clan? Sigurd continued provocatively, seemingly unaware of Seraphine's changing expression. Sigurd, that idiot. Igor shook his head. Wilhelm, Alara, and Gunther looked at Sigurd as if he were a fool. That guy is definitely dead, Wilhelm added. Everyone present had heard about what recently happened in the capital. None of their clans and backings were weak. The Netherfrost clan may have tried to keep it under wraps, but word always got out. However, no one dared to speak up in front of Seraphine herself. Knowing and telling is a complete different thing. But that idiot Sigurd didn't seem to see the situation clearly. All the guests in the hall stared at Sigurd with disdain, as if he were clueless. They slowly parted ways on both sides of the hall, leaving Sigurd standing alone in the center. Unaware of his isolation, he continued to taunt Seraphine. Even Felix shook his head in disbelief at Sigurd's foolishness. Sigurd persisted in provoking Seraphine. Seraphine, I think if I were you. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. Beyond. He was hit with a massive force that sent him flying and crashing into the floor several meters away. The guests' faces changed as they saw Sigurd lying on the ground, covered in frost. They turned to look at Seraphine with fear, unsure of how she was able to send Sigurd flying so quickly. Cough, cough. A slight coughing sound could be heard as Sigurd slowly got up from the ground, glaring at Seraphine with a mix of embarrassment and rage in his eyes. Seraphine, I'm going to fight you today, Sigurd roared. With a boom, a terrifying pressure exploded out of his body. Red arcs of mana swirled around him, causing the marble tile floors to crack. Huh, what a surprise that I didn't expect this idiot to reach tier 6 Epic Knight, Riot said in surprise. No, Igor shook his head. It's just temporary. He seems to have something to raise his strength. The others also shook their heads, noticing that Sigurd had used something to temporarily increase his strength. Sigurd, is this what you're relying on? How pathetic, Seraphine shook her head with disdain. I was able to defeat you a few years back, and I can do it again, Seraphine mocked. Sigurd didn't speak. Instead, he roared as he shot toward Seraphine. Seraphine shook her head, slowly raising her hand and muttering slightly. Frozen dream suddenly, Sigurd, who was rushing towards Seraphine with immense speed, was frozen in ice on the spot, but a moment later, the ice encasing Sigurd cracked open as he was shot back like a cannonball. Sigurd crashed heavily into the wall of the hall, causing cracks to spread in all directions. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. Slowly, he slid down the wall and knelt on one knee, his heart racing as he looked at Seraphine in the distance with fear in his eyes. But that fear quickly turned to anger and fury. He stood up, turned into a blur, and shot towards Seraphine with incredible speed. Bang. However, in the next moment, he was sent flying back, crashing against the wall, his face now bloodlessly pale, his eyes blazed with anger and a desire to kill. He couldn't believe he had been defeated by Seraphine in just one move. The guests watched Sigurd in disbelief, shaking their heads and giving him mocking looks. As Sigurd stood up, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze was icy as he stared at Seraphine, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Suddenly, a faint light flashed and a long, gleaming sword appeared in his hands. The sword was pitch black with a shining white skull on the hilt, and faint red veins pulsated on the blade. Black tentacles wrapped around the sword, slithering around it and then wrapping around Sigurd's hand. In moments, he was completely covered in the black tentacles, only his head visible with eyes that had turned completely black. The aura emanating from both the sword and Sigurd was undeniably demonic and evil, causing the guests to quickly move away in fear. What kind of sword is that? Riot asked Igor, his face pale with terror. Igor didn't answer, but his expression was serious as he gazed at the sword. Gunther, Wilhelm, and Alara also looked on solemnly. The energy coming from a sword is extremely demonic. They felt as if their minds were being corrupted by the evil presence of the sword. Seraphine I narrowed slightly yes. She looked at the sword in Sigurd's hand. She was slightly surprised. Seraphine, I'm going to kill you. Sigurd ear-pierce, unpleasant voice sounded as he laughed heavily. His voice was quite uncomfortable to hear. It's like metal rubbing against each other, really unpleasant. Sigurd gripped the sword with both hands, his aura growing even more powerful as a black, baleful energy swirled around him. The ground began to tremble, causing thick cracks the size of fingers to appear on the marble tile floor and walls as his aura continued to rise. Felix's expression shifted slightly, realizing that if this continued, the entire banquet hall could be destroyed or even affect the entire restaurant. However, he knew he cannot intervene with his own strength. Just the sight of that badass sword in Sigurd's hand made his heart tremble slightly, just as Felix was in a dilemma, not knowing what to do. Enough! A powerful and authoritative voice sounded, followed by a horrifying and apocalyptic aura slammed down on the banquet. Boom. All the people in the hall were slammed to the ground with blood spurting from their mouth. Igor, Wilhelm, Alara, Gunther, and Seraphine were much in better condition. They only knelt down on one knee with pale faces, blood tickling on the corner of their mouths. Sigurd was the one in worse condition. He was completely embedded on the marble tile floor. His entire body was split open in various places. The sword that was in his hands was now floating a few centimeters away from the floor, unceasingly trembling while emitting strange and horrifying screams. Felix was the only one standing in the hall, completely unharmed. His expression was completely blank as he didn't know what was going on. He felt confused. System, is this what I think it is? Felix snapped out of his dazed state and asked the system in a shaking voice. Yes, host, this is the system newbie protection, the system replied. Felix's eyes were wide open with shock. FCK, then isn't this too OP? Felix was shocked. He didn't expect the system newbie protection to be so powerful and badass. Excuse me, system, what type of protection is provided for newbies? Felix inquired with curiosity. The last time he asked, the system simply replied that he would find out when the time came. This is merely the aura and pressure of a Tier 9 Forbidden Knight, the system explained. Goodness gracious, Felix exclaimed. He couldn't believe that the system would assign a Tier 9 Forbidden Knight as newbie protection. This is quite impressive. And he haven't released his full aura yet. This is just 1% of his full strength, the system added. Felix was stunned as he surveyed the guests, all of whom were lying on the floor with pale faces. He then turned his gaze to Seraphine, Gunther, Igor, Wilhelm, and Alara before finally looking at Sigurd, who lay on the floor in a broken state with blood spurting from his body. He couldn't believe it. Just 1% power of that Tier 9 Forbidden Knight had rendered them all powerless. Even Seraphine, who he had thought was powerful, couldn't stand up to just 1% power of a Tier 9 Forbidden Knight. IT was too OP and badass. Felix snapped out of his thoughts and glanced around the hall. His eyes flickered as he delved into deep contemplation. After a few moments, a wicked grin slowly spread across his face. His gaze turned evil as he looked at Sigurd lying on the floor like a dead dog. If you want to fight, take it outside. Don't cause a scene in the restaurant. If you fight here again, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson on behalf of your clans. The powerful voice boomed. The pressure in the room quickly dissipated, and the black sword floating above the floor also vanished as well. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone who had been knocked to the ground slowly rose, their legs trembling with fear. They were truly scared out of their wits. The pressure had been terrifying. Seraphine and the others slowly stood up, their expressions solemn. Seraphine glanced over at Felix in the corner of the hall, her eyes flickering with interest. Gunther, Igor, Wilhelm, and Alara also looked at Felix curiously, shocked that a restaurant established less than 2 months ago could have such a powerful figure. To cough echoed through the hall, drawing everyone's attention to Sigurd, who was slowly getting up from the floor, battered and pale. His clothes were torn and bloodied, and fear was evident in his eyes. He looked at Seraphine with a mix of terror and hatred. Then, without saying anything, he turned and headed towards the hall's entrance. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Young Master Sigurd." Sigurd stopped and slowly turned and looked at Felix. The others looked on in confusion, as some had not seen Felix since he entered the hall. Sigurd hoarsely asked, "Who are you?" Felix replied with a polite smile, "I'm the manager of this restaurant." Sigurd looked at Felix in disbelief. "Then who is that person?" he asked, fear creeping into his voice. Felix calmly responded, "That person is the true owner of this restaurant." Sigurd, now cautious, asked, "What do you want?" "Well, young master, your battle with Miss Seraphine has caused significant physical damage to the restaurant and has also affected the waiters psychologically. Our current funds are tight, so you will need to compensate us for the damages," Felix said with a polite smile. Sigurd's expression turned to rage. He had never been spoken to like this before. "You want me to compensate for the damages in the restaurant?" he said through gritted teeth. "Yes, young Master Sigurd. Your fight with Miss Seraphine has really caused a lot of destruction here, and I'm currently unable to cover it. You see, I am quite poor," Felix nodded. "Damn." Sigurd was about to unleash a string of curses when he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. His face changed drastically as he looked up with terror in his eyes. A second later, the overwhelming pressure quickly disappeared. Taking a deep breath, he asked Felix, "How much do I owe you?" "Not much, just 2 million gold coins," Felix politely smiled. "I'm sure the great young Master Sigurd can afford this small amount." Sigurd's lips twitched slightly as he clenched his fists, wishing he could punch Felix's smiling face. Although 2 million gold coins wasn't a huge amount for him, he knew the damages didn't even amount to that, but the pressure he had felt earlier made him swallow his words. With narrowed eyes, he said to Felix, "Okay, I'll send someone to deliver the 2 million gold coins tomorrow morning." Felix nodded and smiled. "Okay then, young Master Sigurd, but I hope you won't go back on your word, otherwise I don't know what to tell the restaurant owner." Sigurd ground his teeth with fury in his eyes. "Don't worry, I won't go back on my word." "Good," Felix nodded. "Is that all?" Sigurd asked. "Yes, that's all, young Master Sigurd." Felix nodded with a polite smile. "Humph." Sigurd harumphed coldly as he turned and slowly walked out of the banquet hall, his back looking quite lonely and pathetic. Sigurd left the banquet hall, his face burning with shame and anger. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. First, he was embarrassingly defeated by Seraphine Netherfrost, and then he was forced to hand over a large sum of gold coins, even though money is just a number to him. The humiliation and anger he experienced that night surpassed anything he had ever felt. Before they asked for the Black Sword, he didn't dare to ask for it back. How could he approach a Tier 9 Forbidden Knight and request the return of his sword? Even if his father were to intervene, it would be futile. All the guests watched as Felix extorted a significant amount of money from Sigurd. While 2 million gold coins may not have been a huge sum to them, they all knew that the damages caused did not warrant such a payment. However, it was none of their concern that in fact, they seemed to enjoy watching Sigurd's humiliation. That it wasn't just him that was disliked in Bridgemore City. The entire population harbored animosity towards him. His reputation in the city was abysmal. Despite belonging to one of the most powerful noble families in Bridgemore City, Sigurd's arrogance and penchant for bullying the weak had earned him a notorious reputation. Bullying and killing were part of his daily routine, and he showed no mercy to those who crossed him. The commoners despised him, and even the upper Class avoided him like the plague. If he were on Earth, he would surely hold the Guinness World Record for the most hated person. Felix couldn't contain his smile as he thought about the 2 million gold coins. He knew he wouldn't have been able to pull off this extortion. He didn't have a guts to that, but with the Tier 9 Forbidden Knight acting as a bodyguard at the restaurant, how can he allow this opportunity to extort some money? With such a formidable presence, Sigurd had no choice but to comply. As for whether he had offended Sigurd, and whether he will take revenge or not, Felix wasn't the least bit concerned. If Sigurd is thinking about seeking revenge, he better think twice. Although he was arrogant, but he wasn't stupid enough to offend a Tier 9 Forbidden Knight. Having a Tier 9 Forbidden Knight in the restaurant makes it pretty risky for him or the whole Raventhorn clan to even consider it. These Tier 9 Forbidden Knights are so powerful that they could wipe out a whole city with just one attack. Their destructive power is simply insane. The Raventhorn clan can't afford to mess with a Tier 9 Forbidden Knight for just 2 million gold coins. That's why Felix was bold enough to demand such a huge sum from Sigurd. He even thought about extorting some from Seraphine Netherfrost, but he quickly changed his mind. Her background is way different from Sigurd's. The Raventhorn clan may be small in Bridgemore City, but the Netherfrost clan is on a whole other level, with power and influence all over the kingdom. Felix knows that the Tier 9 Forbidden Knight is just temporary protection from the system and will be gone in a month. That if he tried to extort money from Seraphine Netherfrost, she might pay now because of the night, but if she found out it was all a facade later, Felix would be in big trouble. Even though 2 million gold coins may not be a lot for these noble families, they care more about their reputation. How could they tolerate being extorted by a Tier 1 beginner mage? It would be humiliating for them. And with the strength of the Netherfrost clan, it's likely they have a Tier 9 powerhouse of their own. Felix doesn't want to mess with someone he can't handle. Mr. Felix. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice interrupted him. He looked up to see Seraphine Netherfrost standing in front of him. Miss Seraphine. Felix gazed at Seraphine Netherfrost. Mr. Felix, I didn't expect your restaurant to have such a background, she said with a smile, her eyes flickering with interest. Felix simply smiled in response, not saying a word. I'm sorry about all the damages caused in your restaurant. Mr. Felix, how about I compensate you? Seraphine offered. No, Miss Seraphine, you don't have to. Besides, you holding your banquet in our restaurant is compensation enough, Felix replied, shaking his head. Seraphine Netherfrost looked at Felix and shook her head. Mr. Felix, I also caused some of the damages in the restaurant that if you don't accept this compensation, I won't feel comfortable. Don't deny it. Felix looked at her and shook his head. Okay, Miss Seraphine, then I'll accept your generosity. Seraphine nodded with a smile. Okay, then tomorrow I'll send someone to bring 2 million gold coins to you. Felix's lips twitched. He resisted the urge to laugh. He was thrilled at the thought of receiving 4 million gold coins by tomorrow. He took a deep breath and addressed Seraphine. Miss Seraphine, I'm also very sorry about the banquet. If you want, I can vacate the second floor for you to continue your banquet. Seraphine shook her head. No, Mr. Felix. No need to trouble yourself. Be why now. The banquet has already lost its purpose. I'm sure the others have also lost interest. That's true. Felix thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. But don't worry, I'll pay you the cost of the banquet, Seraphine added. And just like that, the banquet ended in an unexpected way. The guests left the restaurant with mixed feelings, their expressions solemn and complicated. Sigurd Raventhorn was once again defeated by Seraphine Netherfrost, just like a few years ago, that he couldn't even withstand a single attack, leaving him thoroughly humiliated. To add insult to injury, he was also extorted for a large sum of money, doubling his humiliation. What truly shocked everyone was that they didn't expect the recently established restaurant to have such a powerful figure overseeing IT. It was truly a shocking revelation. That very night, news of what happened at the Origin restaurant spread among all the noble clans and powerful experts in Bridgemore City. Sigurd being defeated by Seraphine wasn't a surprise to them, but a restaurant having a powerful figure overseeing it made all the noble clans and powerful experts slightly cautious. Some factions in Bridgemore had already paid slight attention to the Origin restaurant when it first appeared in the city, but they thought it was just a restaurant. What they didn't expect was for this restaurant to be hiding such a powerful expert. The Origin had caught the eye of various factions in Bridgemore City. As time passed, 3 days went by. During these 3 days, the Origin restaurant was in the spotlight, and the number of people coming to the restaurant had tripled. Felix had originally thought that after what happened at the banquet, his plans and preparations had all gone to waste. He had planned to use the banquet as an opportunity to make the restaurant famous in Bridgemore City, but Sigurd's actions had ruined everything. However, to Felix's surprise, not only did his plans not fail, but the number of people coming to the restaurant had significantly increased. His restaurant had now become a popular spot for the rich and powerful to dine. Additionally, he received compensation from both Sigurd and Seraphine. He received 2 million gold coins from Sigurd and 3 million gold coins from Seraphine. Apart from that, Felix realized that a few strange people were also coming to the rest during these 3 days. Felix knew that these people were here to investigate the restaurant, or precisely investigate the Tier 9 Forbidden Night in the restaurant. However, he wasn't too concerned. Even the owner of the restaurant and the master of the system that IT refused to tell him where that Tier 9 Forbidden Night is. He even asked the system to allow him to see the Tier 9 Forbidden Night, but the system refused. That he was also receiving quite a lot of attention since the Origin restaurant became the limelight of the city, and since he is acting as the manager of the Origin restaurant, he was also receiving a lot of attention. Although it goes against his current plan to remain a low profile, but he can't help it. Who knew that the system newbie protection was a Tier 9 Forbidden Night? But it was not all that bad. Felix thought about it. With the Tier 9 Forbidden Night in the restaurant, he now have a very stable and guaranteed protection for a long time. If others with ill intention wants to harm him, then they will have to think twice. In fact, with the Tier 9 Forbidden Night, nobody will dare to mess with him or the restaurant. Nobody is stupid enough to offend such powerful figure while they haven't figured out what or who or how powerful the person in the Origin restaurant is. And only he knows that this protection is only available for a month. If he can play it safe, he can use the influence of this Tier 9 Forbidden Night to protect himself and the others for a long time, as long as nobody found about it. Then he is completely safe in Bridgemore City. Felix couldn't help smiling as the Origin continued to earn so much money. Originally, he thought that it will take a long time for the Restaurant Foundation to stabilize, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Although the Restaurant Foundation is not that strong, but at least it is on the right track. All that is left is to increase his personal strength. MG note, I need more golden tickets for encouragement. Thank you for reading my novel. Bridgemore City, Audaz District, Origin Restaurant, not on the 4th floor of the Origin restaurant. In his office, Felix sat behind the desk with a smirk on his face. He was now rich, with over 5 million gold coins in his possession. Oh yeah, almost forgot, but system, isn't it about time the mission is complete? Felix said to the system. Host, what mission is that? The system asked, sounding confused. What do you mean? Which mission? Of course, the mission that states I have to earn 5 million gold coins in 1 month, that I've already completed it. Why haven't I seen any notification for the completion of the mission? Felix said in a speechless tone. No, host, you haven't completed the mission yet, the system said. What do you mean? Haven't I already earned 5 million? Felix was puzzled. Host, it seems you didn't listen to the details of the mission very well. Let me explain it to you simply. The mission really means that you have to earn 5 million gold coins in a month from the dishes that the restaurant sells to customers, the system said. So you mean the 4 million gold coins compensation I received from Sigurd and Seraphine is not part of the mission? Felix asked. Yes, host. The money extorted is not part of the mission, the system said. What do you mean extort? I was just asking for compensation. Okay, that's not extortion, Felix retorted. But can't you make an exception? I already have 1 million gold coins, huh? Felix said softly to the system. No, host, you have to complete the mission panel. Besides, with how the restaurant is earning 5 million gold coins in a month, it's a piece of cake, the system said. Democrat, Minnesota. I was so excited for nothing. Felix muttered through gritted teeth. He had thought that extorting 2 million gold coins from Sigurd and 3 million from Seraphine Netherfrost would be enough to complete the mission. Taking a deep breath, he paused to collect his thoughts. The system was correct. With the restaurant's current popularity, earning 5 million gold coins in a month shouldn't be too difficult. Plus, he had already earned over 2 million gold coins from the restaurant. Felix shook his head. He had plenty of time to complete the mission. The restaurant was finally on the right track, with no major issues for now. As long as everything continued to operate normally, everything would be fine. Plus, with the added protection of the newbie Tier 9 Forbidden Night in Bridgemore City, Felix felt completely safe. All that was left was to increase his personal strength and put his plans into action. In the Edel district of Bridgemore City, inside the Morningstar mansion, it was already late at night. The 3 huge silver moons hung high in the sky, surrounded by twinkling stars that shone like diamonds. Inside the mansion, Felix was in a large study room with Trinity, Gwendolyn, Zephyr, Brixton, and Nixie. They were all gathered around a table with a detailed map of Bridgemore City on the table. Felix studied the map, his eyes narrowing with a cold glint. He was surprised by the size of Bridgemore City, considering it was just one of the most remote and smallest cities in the kingdom. Big bro, why did you gather us all here? Nixie's voice interrupted Felix's thoughts. Felix looked around at the puzzled faces of his companions, and he put his hands in his pockets and asked, What do you guys think about our current strength? They all looked down, pondering the question. After a moment, Trinity spoke up. Our current strength is insignificant. Even though we have all become mana cultivators, we are still weak. Felix nodded in agreement and turned to the others. Big Bro, just like what Big Sis said, our current strength is pretty weak right now. There are a ton of powerful mana cultivators in Brigdamore City who could take us out without breaking a sweat. Felix nodded and acknowledged. Just like what you guys said, our strength is utterly weak. And on top of that, we're running a restaurant that we need to protect. Felix continued. Even though there are 6 of us who have become mana cultivators, we're still pretty weak. What can 6 weak mana cultivators do if we come up against a strong enemy in the future? Gwendolyn asked. Then what do you suggest? Felix grinned and said, we need to build our own force. Everyone was surprised by Felix's idea. They hadn't expected him to come up with such a plan. Felix explained, as mana cultivators, we'll get stronger over time. But we need our own force to handle simple tasks, stay informed about what's happening in the city, and better protect ourselves. That I won't go into details, but having our own force has a lot of advantages. All of them sank into deep thought, pondering over Felix's words, and they all agreed with Felix. Having their own force have a lot of advantages and also many benefits. But Gwendolyn raised a concern. Creating our own force won't be easy. It'll take a lot of time and resources. Felix reassured them, I know it won't be easy, but once we get past the initial challenges, things will get easier. We have the restaurant to bring in money every month, Felix smiled. We also have the system, but he didn't say that aloud. Felix didn't come out with such a thought like creating his own force in a whim. He had been thinking about it for a while and had always planned to do so since he first got the system. However, his strength and circumstances at the time didn't allow for it. Now that his foundation is more stable and he, along with the others, have become mana cultivators, creating a force of their own is more feasible. Plus, with the help of the system, the difficulty will be significantly reduced. Okay, so what's the plan, big guy? Zephyr asked eagerly. Felix smiled and pointed to the map. I have different plans for everyone, he said as everyone gathered around to look at the map. Felix then turned to Zephyr and said, Zephyr, this is what I want you to do. Zephyr looked at Felix with a serious expression, waiting for his instructions. I want you to take control of the underworld of Brigdamore City. Felix said. Zephyr's eyes widened in shock, and Trinity and the others had similar reactions. How can I do that with my current strength? Zephyr asked. Taking a deep breath, Felix shook his head. I'm not expecting you to take control immediately. You'll have to do it step by step. And I have the perfect place for you to start. Where? Zephyr inquired. The slums, Felix replied with a smile. The slums. Zephyr looked confused. Yes, the slums where we first stayed. It's one of the largest districts in Brigdamore City, and the Fire Gang and Smoke used to control a small part of it. I'm sure their territories have now fallen into the hands of other gangs after they were destroyed by us, Felix explained. And with your current strength, taking control of both the territories of the Fire Gang and the Smoke Gang is easy, Felix added confidently. Zephyr paused for a moment, considering Felix's words. If taking control of the previous territories of both the Fire Gang and the Smoke Gang was what he had to do now, then it seemed quite manageable for him. Good, Felix nodded approvingly. After you have secured control of these territories, you can begin expanding your influence to other areas in the slums. But the first thing you must do is cultivate a network of information personnel that we need to have our ears and eyes everywhere in Brigdamore City to stay ahead of any developments. Understood, big bro, Zephyr nodded in agreement. As for how to take control of the slums, I trust you know what to do. You must act swiftly and decisively, taking control within 3 months, and if someone stands in your way, you know what to do, Felix said coldly, locking eyes with Zephyr. Zephyr solemnly nodded, understanding Felix's words. Turning to Trinity and Brixton, Felix addressed them with the same seriousness. Trinity, Brixton, here's what I need you two to do. Both Trinity and Brixton looked to Felix, awaiting his instructions. I want you two to go to the Adventurers Guild and register yourselves as adventurers, Felix instructed. Wait, you want us to become adventurers? Trinity asked, puzzled. Yes, I want you both to become adventurers. And once you do, don't keep a low profile. Become well known in the Adventure District by raiding dungeons regularly. Aim for at least 3 dungeons every 10 days, ensuring success each time. Start with dungeons that match your current strength level. And once you rank up and meet the requirements, establish an adventurer team quickly, Felix explained, laying out the plan for their next steps. Understood, Felix gazed at Trinity and Brixton. Both of them nodded in understanding. Big bro, why do you want us not to keep a low profile, and instead, we should be high profile as possible? Brixton asked, confused. Felix chuckled and replied, once you reach the Adventurer Guild, you'll see why. Brixton scratched his head, still unsure. Big bro, what about me and big sis Gwendolyn? Nixie hurriedly raised her hand and asked. Felix glanced at them. For now, you two will be managing the restaurant. Nixie's eyes sparkled with excitement, imagining the piles of gold coins she would soon be counting. Her saliva dripped down the corner of her mouth. Felix shook his head at Nixie's enthusiasm, knowing her thoughts were consumed by wealth. Gwendolyn, make sure you look after her, he instructed Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn nodded faintly in agreement. What about you, big bro? What are you doing to do? Zephyr asked. Felix smirked mischievously, teasing me. Well, Felix smiled slightly as he looked at them, then shook his head. As for me, I won't be going anywhere. I'll be staying in the mansion during this period. Felix shrugged his shoulders. Big bro, you're so bad. You have given us a lot of work to do while you stay behind and do nothing. Nixie rolled her eyes at Felix. Felix cast a faint glance at her. Do you know how busy I was during these days? I've been running the restaurant, making sure everything is in order. You know how tiring that is? I haven't had any good rest during these past few days. Okay, but I'll be taking a few days off to rest and recover my energy. Nixie looked at Felix with wide eyes and exclaimed, Big bro, you are so shameless. You're a mana cultivator. How can you be tired after just a few days? I bet even if you worked for a whole month, you wouldn't be tired at all. You just want to be lazy. Felix playfully tapped her head and replied, Hey, how can you call me lazy? Look at my hair, it's starting to fall out from all the thinking and mental stress I've been dealing with, okay? Nixie rubbed her head in frustration. Just admit it, you want to be lazy, she said. Darn you. Felix gritted his teeth. Can you two please stop? Trinity said, rubbing her temples. Can you stop arguing all the time? She started it. Felix pointed at Nixie. What? You're the one who wanted to be lazy. Nixie widened her eyes. Okay, stop it, Trinity shouted. I don't know what to do with you two. How can you always act so immature? Nixie, big bro Felix is right that he's been running the restaurant and needs some rest. So stop arguing with him. Trinity looked at Nixie and added, Humph. Nixie crossed her arms and snorted. Felix gave a smug look at Nixie, his expression like a child who had won a candy battle. And you, can you act mature and stop arguing with Nixie? You're a grown man, so stop acting like a child. Trinity turned to Felix and said, Yes, ma'am. Felix lowered his head. Nixie covered her mouth and giggled, while Zephyr and Brixton were also chuckling. Even Gwendolyn, who rarely smiles, had a slight smile on the corner of her mouth. Felix glared at Zephyr and Brixton with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Immediately, both of them stopped laughing and pretended as if nothing had happened. To be honest, Felix was really afraid of Trinity, not in the sense that she could beat him or anything like that, but what he was afraid of was when she got angry. Remembering what Trinity did when she was provoked or angry, Felix felt a cold chill running down his spine. That's good. Trinity nodded in satisfaction. Felix smiled bitterly, shook his head, rubbed his nose, and looked at the rest. Okay, this is all for now, Felix said. His face turned serious as he looked at Zephyr, Trinity, and Brixton. You guys should make sure that you complete what I told you in 3 months. Zephyr, Brixton, and Trinity nodded. Apart from that, I want everyone to reach Tier 3 in these 3 months. No slacking off, Felix added as he eyed Zephyr and Nixie. Zephyr's face turned quite unsightly when he heard Felix, and Nixie's expression was not much better. Big bro, Zephyr raised his hand. Felix smiled and looked at him. Ahem, big bro, you see, I will have a lot of work to do since I'm going to take control of the slums that I won't have time to cultivate, so? Zephyr scratched his head and said sheepishly. Well, that's your problem. That if you can't reach Tier 3 in 3 months, then you will see how I'll deal with you. And you, Nixie, this goes for you too. If you can't reach Tier 3 in the next 3 months, well, Felix smiled creepily as he looked at Nixie. Nixie and Zephyr exchanged worried glances. They both hated cultivating, and now Felix was making them do it. They wondered what Felix would do if they failed to reach Tier 3 in 3 months. Felix sighed as he observed them. They were incredibly talented, but their laziness was holding them back. Cultivating was not their cup of tea, and it was giving Felix a headache trying to figure out how to deal them. You too, I'm serious that if you don't reach Tier 3 in 3 months, I will punish you severely, Felix said. No, let me tell you your punishment first. Zephyr, if you fail to reach Tier 3, you will be locked up for a month. You won't be allowed to go out, Felix said with a smile. Zephyr's expression drastically changed. The thought of being locked up for a month made his face turn pale, and he started to sweat. He didn't know what he would do if he couldn't go out for a whole month. Thinking of being locked up in a room for a month without going out, Zephyr felt a cold shine creeping on his spine. His face turned slightly pale. Felix chuckled to himself, wondering how he could uncover Zephyr's weakness. The guy had a knack for disappearing in a thin air, always acting mysterious. Zephyr's hobby was exploring the city. gathering news and gossip from all corners. He never stayed in one place for long, always flitting about. Turning to Nixie, Felix delivered a warning. If you don't hit Tier 3 on time, you won't get paid for 3 months, and all your money will be taken away. He said sternly that Nixie's eyes widened in shock. What? She exclaimed, frantically waving her hands. Nixie protested. No way, big bro. You can't do that to me. Taking my money is robbery. Felix just shrugged. I don't care. That's your problem. He replied casually. It was clear that money meant everything to Nixie, and Felix planned to use that to his advantage if she didn't meet Tier 3. Big sis. Nixie turned to Trinity with a pitiful expression. Trinity shook her head. Not this time, Nixie. Big bro Felix is right. You two have immense potential and talents, but you're too lazy. Zephyr is lazy too, but at least he cultivates once in a while. What about you? Nixie lowered her head. Looking upset, Trinity gently rubbed her head. You have a natural talent for magic, but you don't like to cultivate. Some people would kill to have your talent, but you're not taking advantage of it. How do you expect to become strong and protect yourself? Are you guys always going to be there? Nixie muttered quietly. Trinity shook her head, thinking Nixie was naive. We can't always be there to protect you. You need to cultivate and become strong to protect yourself and us. Nixie kept her head down, fidgeting with her skirt. Trinity looked at Felix, who smiled and shrugged. How about this? If you reach Tier 3 in 3 months, I'll give you 10,000 gold coins, deal? Nixie looked up at Trinity with excitement. Really? Trinity was surprised by Nixie's sudden change in attitude. She nodded. Yes, as long as you reach Tier 3 in 3 months, you'll get 10,000 gold coins. Yeah, big sis is the best. Nixie jumped up and hugged Trinity, then stuck her tongue out at Felix playfully. Nixie let go of Trinity and scurried towards the door of the study room, leaving Felix and the others stunned. Where are you going? Trinity asked, confused. I'm going to cultivate. Nixie replied without looking back. Felix rubbed his nose, amazed by Nixie's change of attitude. This girl is really something. Just then, Zephyr walked toward the entrance. Felix looked at him and asked, Are you also going to cultivate? Zephyr nodded without turning back. Felix thought for a moment and then called out, Wait. Zephyr stopped and turned around, looking at Felix with confusion. Felix smiled and said, I have something for you. He turned around and picked up a long black box from a small desk a few feet away. Felix placed a long black box in front of Zephyr and said, Open it. Zephyr's eyes filled with curiosity as he looked at the box. Trinity, Brixton, and Gwendolyn also looked on with interest. Zephyr reached out and slowly opened the box. A dense black mist seeped out, filling the room with a chilling aura. Trinity and the others became serious, wondering what could emit such a powerful and cold presence. Zephyr's eyes widened as he pulled out a long black blade from the box. The blade was completely black and adorned with a red skull on the hilt, emitting a sinister aura. The room felt heavy with the presence of the blade. Trinity and the others looked on with solemn expressions. Big bro, where did you get this blade? Zephyr asked in amazement. Felix smiled and explained, I got it from someone causing trouble at the restaurant that I took it as compensation. The blade was the same one Sigurd had used in a recent battle with Seraphine Netherfrost, when a system had intervened in the battle and took the blade, but Felix managed to acquire it by paying a lot of BEP. Do you like it? Felix asked with a smile. Zephyr nodded enthusiastically, his eyes shining with excitement. He really loved this blade. Just be careful when you use it, Felix warned. It has the power to corrupt the mind, so be cautious. Zephyr nodded again, his expression turning serious and solemn.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.